Hello everybody and welcome to the channel. It's hard to believe, but it's been a year since my first video was posted January 8th, 2022. Want to get on here and give an update, do a annual update on the channel from last year and tell you what I plan on doing in 2023. I invited a few people in. Maybe we can get some people here on the channel this evening while we're talking about the channel updates. It's been a great year. I believe 180 something videos downloaded and live streamed. Let's look here. Most of them, I believe, is going to be red, white, and blue racing videos. Let's see how many we had of them. Had 93 red, white, and blue videos. That's including NASCAR seasons, YRL. Had 45 Glory Days boxing videos. That's pretty impressive. I want to finish up that heavyweight #1 contender tournament. We're in the round of 64. Got Rocky Marciano as our champion, waiting for his first defense of the title. Let's see what else we got here. We did 6 History Maker golf videos and put on the channel. We did 5 Let's Play tennis videos. Well, no, I'm sorry. We did 9 Let's Play tennis videos. Did 14 Fast Drive videos. Did a total of 3 Bowl-O-Rama videos so far on the channel this year, well, last year. Me and Troy Carter today, for the first time in like 4 months, did a 1969 NASCAR race on red, white, and blue. We plan on doing a heck of a lot more of them. We still have 40 some races to go, like 43. It was a 52 race season in 1969. So we got to finish that season up. Troy says he would like to do the 1999 season after 69. We'll jump ahead 30 years to Dale Jarrett and see if he can dominate the NASCAR season like he did in 99 in that Ford Quality Care Thunderbird of Robert Yates. Right now I'm working on the 92 NASCAR season. See if we can have a great shootout at the end for the championship between Bill Elliott, Alan Kulwicki, Davey Allison, Harry Gant, Mark Martin. So far, it's shaping up to be a heck of a season, which I knew it would. These guys was great that year. It was one incredible race after another, and that's what's happening so far on the channel. Hope y'all's enjoying that. My buddy ID Gesture has got me thinking about putting some wargaming on, and since I live so close to the Antietam battlefield and Gettysburg battlefield, I'm looking at buying some Civil War games, and I want to put them on the channel here in 2023. ID on the War Room has had a gentleman named Herman Luttman on there, and they brag about his games. So I'm looking at buying one of them. It's called let's make sure I get the name right here. Revolutionary Games sells it. Sure we get the name right here. I believe it's Stonewalls. Let's see, go to the store here. Of course, the computer's a little slow downloading. I know he has at least 3 Revolutionary Games. You got Longstreet's Attack. I think that's one of Herman's. And let's see here. Yeah, that's one of his. Let's go here to and what's the other one? Stonewall. You got Stonewall's sword. That's the one I'm looking at buying. And the other one is, let's see here. We can log in here. That's what we need to do. Let's sign in here. Go to my wish list here. Just bear with me here. We'll get here. Okay. Yeah, you got Longstreet's attack, the second day of Gettysburg, Stonewall's sword, and then Thunder in the Ozarks is the three games I'm looking at of putting on here. That's a war games, and I want to get my daughter on here. I bought Lacrosse Blast last Christmas. She played lacrosse when she was in high school, and I thought it would be a game we could play together, play head to head. I like to get her on the channel here and play that. It'd be something nice to do as a family. Of course, I'm going to finish out the bowling 1980 schedule with the all-time greats. I'm also, since it doesn't look like Earl Anthony's going to be getting on the TV ladder match as much as the all-time greats, who, like say, Earl Anthony's my favorite bowler. I got the 1980 set, so what I might do with him in the 1980 set is similar to what I'm doing with McEnroe, and that's do a Earl Anthony challenge and bowl him against every bowler in 1980 and see how well he does against those 70 some bowlers, I believe it is. I'll finish up the John McEnroe challenge, the old time great McEnroe card against the 2000 All Stars. Keep working my way up the ranks with that. I like to get Inside the Cup on here, buy that game, and me and Rob exclamation point get to do some head to head. And I want to thank Rob. He's the one that got me into doing this on Facebook. Was watching his channel with Red, White, and Blue. Joined the YRL and asked him a bunch of questions about how to start up a channel and what all you needed. Like say, anybody knows Rob, he was very helpful. And got this channel up and running. And what else would I like to be doing this year? I'll get back to as soon as Anthony at Bleacher Bums Gaming gets the 2021 college football season out. I'd like to do something maybe with Maryland and maybe pick one or two other teams and play their games here on the channel, and maybe do some quick play games offline, see how they do in the ACE in the Big Ten, and maybe do some SEC games, see how things work out there on here. Looking forward to that coming out here in the next week or two. And looking forward to Play.com's coming out with an all-time great NASCAR set, deluxe set, he said. So the cards ought to look awesome, and do something with that this year coming up as soon as that comes out. And like I say, finish up the projects I already got. After the 1992 season, I'm not sure exactly what season I'm going to do independently. If Troy wants to do the 1999 Dale Jarrett season, maybe I'll do something like follow up with a 1970 something season in NASCAR with Cale Yarborough, see if he can pull off the 3 in a row, maybe do the 76, 77, and 78 season. See if he can pull up the upset. I mean, pull off the triple there. That'd be something nice. And let's see, is there anything else? Well, again, I want to thank everybody for tuning in this year. I believe I'm up to 129 subscribers. That is awesome for 1 year, I think. Yeah, 129 subscribers. That's great for 1 year here on the channel. Looking forward to bringing even more videos. Like I say, I believe the video count is up to 183 or 84. And this might make 85 in 1 year. So not bad. About one every other day, I guess, comes out to be. So hopefully we can maybe increase that and get up to 200 in the year 2023. Get 200 videos on here. And like I say, increase the games played on here from, let's see what all we played on here this year. Like I said, we got red, white, and blue. We got Glory Days boxing, Glory Days football. We got History Maker golf. We got Bowl-O-Rama. We got Fast Drive football. Oh, I did some Action PC baseball. Maybe we can put some Action PC games on here. I'm looking at doing also ID Gesture and Dave Gardner got me looking at Digital Diamond, using that as a stat keeper, like, and maybe getting a baseball out and doing a Braves season, Atlanta Braves season on the channel, and letting Digital Diamond keep the stats for me, and also I can simulate the rest of the season, whatever year I decide to do on Digital Diamond. That's supposed to come out version 11 in March. So maybe I'll get into some baseball 1st of March and beginning of April. Put that on the channel, do some APA. That was the first board game I've ever bought, was back in 84, was APA, the 1983 season, the year Dale Murphy and the Braves finished second to the Dodgers. Murph's second MVP year was 83. If Horner doesn't get hurt, I think they win the division. But Bob Horner got hurt in 83. And they made the great Lynn Barker trade at the end of the year that didn't pan out, and shipped Brett Butler off to Cleveland in 84. I didn't like that trade, but I liked old Butler. And who knows what else we'll buy here in 2023. Play.com's coming out with Let's Play Tennis in the Box, so I'll probably end up buying that. Like I say, looking at getting Digital Diamond baseball and looking at getting some war games. My buddy Troy Carter also, it's a Avalon Hill game back in the day, was the Old West was called Gunslinger. We're looking at doing that. He's got the board game. I can't find mine. We're looking at doing some matches on Vassal together. So he's downloaded the Vassal modules. Maybe putting that on the channel, doing some Gunslinger. If anybody's into the Wild Wild West, they got all kinds of scenarios. They got the fight at the OK Corral. They got saloon, bar fights, all kinds of cool scenarios. Plus, you can make up your own. You can watch a Western and set up a similar situation on there. It's a pretty cool game. It was one of the first games that used real time, that everything happened at the same time instead of turn by turn. Used that format. That was pretty novelty back in those days. Now almost every war type game and situational game has real time. Pretty neat. So, well, I want to thank everybody. Like I say, I want to thank the 129 subscribers. for tuning in this year and watching. Let's see how many views we've had this year. We've had, as of right now, according to YouTube, 12,660 views according to YouTube, but probably over the 12,700 mark. There's always a few days behind and all. What was our most popular video? Let's look at that for the year. The most popular video was the Hagler Hearns Glory Days boxing match that Alan Shaw requested. Had 779 views. Running a close second is the Borg John McEnroe Let's Play Tennis match. When I first got that game back here in November, that was a close second, only 13 behind with 766. Rounding out the top three was Martina Navratilova and Chris Evert, and using Let's Play Tennis with 344. And the highest rated red, white, and blue race was the 1976 NASCAR race at Darlington. Yeah, with 329 views. Not bad at all. So, yep. Let's see, the top rated bowling was the first tournament we did from California, 176 views. We had 111 views of the 1968 Ohio State Buckeyes taking on 1945 Army team, 111 views for that. He had our highest rated YRL race was, let's see, was race number 1, season 7, 80 views on that. Not bad. I continue to do YRL. We are, let's see, how many races are we into the YRL season here? I think we're up to, yeah, we're up to number 6. The next race will be the 6th race of the year. Halfway done YRL Division 2 and halfway done the regular season in YRL Division 1. So that'll be coming to a close here in a few months. We'll wrap that up. We got a few subscribers that wants to join that when we start that next season. That'll be season number 9. It'll be my 3rd season. Well, this is my 2nd season doing it after Rob asked me to back last year. It's been fun doing that. Really enjoyed putting that on the channel, chatting with everybody. We only have, like, say, 40 some more races to do in 69. Got, I believe, 21 races left in 1992. I believe it was only a 29 race season. Let me look it up here. I don't think it was 30 races that year. I think it was only 29. Yeah, 29 race season. So we got 21 more races to do in that before we crown the champ. Like I say, we'll see if that'll come down to Atlanta like it did in real life. So that's something to look forward to. Well, again, I just wanted to give a thank you to everybody for subscribing. Hey, John Wise, how are you, bud? Which year for what, John? Oh, thank you, John. I appreciate it. And like I say, thank you for tuning in. You're one of the good guys on this channel, tunes into the races and gives your opinions and all. Oh, 1992 only had 29 races. So I got 21 more to go. I got 8 races done, 21 more to go in that season. That should, if everything goes well, that should only take a couple months. If I do 1 or 2 a week. Yeah. Like I say, Troy Carter got all of his, he was remodeling his house. So that's why we hadn't done a race since August. So hopefully we start doing that once or twice a week at least, or at least once every other week. Do a 1969 race because that's 52 races in 69. So we got a ways to go. That was race number 9 today. So 43 more races to go. A lot of them are short races, though, just like today. That was a 20 turn race at Columbia on the dirt track. No, you're fine, man. Not a problem. Yeah, not a problem, John. I appreciate it, bud. And like I said, I'm probably going to ID Gesture. I was talking to him and the War Channel there. I'm looking at maybe buying some Herman Luttman war games. Like I say, I live real close to Antietam Battlefield, only about 5 miles away from it, and about 20 minutes away from Gettysburg. So I've always been big into the Civil War. And I used to own a game called Gettysburg, but I can't find it with moving out of the house when I was 20 some years old. And also, I don't know where that got to, but I was talking to them about Herman Luttman's games that's on Revolutionary Game Channel. Maybe buying Stonewall Sword, and I think the other one's called Longstreet's Second Day at Gettysburg. I'm going to try to work January, February, March. So probably won't be off again until April sometime before I take more than 1 or 2 days off for doctor's appointments or something like John. Try to work these colder months and then bust a lot of time off in the spring and summer. Start in April, take a week off in April and start taking off maybe 2 weeks in May, June, July, and August. That's how I like to do it. And then back to the grind in September. And I always take the whole month of November off. I got that already scheduled for vacation. So we'll work with the YouTube channel, but hopefully I come home not feeling too tired. We'll get some more on here. I would like to get some more boxing on the channel. Heck, I went almost a whole month with not doing anything with Glory Days boxing. And then like I say, Anthony's going to get me here in a few weeks with that Glory Days football. So I want to be putting that on here once that 2021 college football season comes out. And I'll probably put some Maryland games, try to see how Maryland can do with me. Yeah, I've been to the NASCAR Hall of Fame. It's been, what was the year Bill Elliott was inducted into the Hall of Fame when we went down to watch the World Finals of Dirt. We went to the NASCAR Hall of Fame. So what year was Bill inducted into the Hall of Fame? We went to there because his display was on. Bill Elliott, NASCAR Hall of Fame. Let's see, when Bill was inducted. Class of 2015 was, so it's been a while. Yeah. I guess it'll be 8 years since I've been to the Hall of Fame. Yeah. Yep. Didn't realize it was that long ago. Time goes quick, don't it? Yeah, sure. How many times have you been, John? Oh, really? I'll say it this way. It's nice, but it's geared for the 18 to 20 sums. They got a lot of interactive displays. I'd rather see more cars, more memorabilia put out. They got pit crew thing where you can try pitting a race car. They got all kinds of areas where you can actually drive cars and stuff like that. It's nice, but I guess I'm old. I prefer more of the museum type Hall of Fame instead of interactive. But it is nice. It's expensive. It was back then. It was probably sure 50, $60. So let's see what it does cost for the Hall of Fame here. Let's Google it here. Purchase tickets. Let's see what they cost here. I know they got a bunch of different packages now. Let's click here. Oh, it ranges from still about the same. It's probably hasn't went up much. About $50. Yep. Yeah. So that's what it was back when I went. So that's one thing inflation hasn't hit hard. That's amazing. Yeah. Still says $49. Yeah. So that ain't too bad. I thought it would be up around $60, $70 now. Because I like I say it was about 50 or $60 when I went. Yeah. Now that's what I'd like to do. I haven't been to either, John. Yeah. They're both about 8 hours away from me, no matter which one I go to. If I go up to New York, it's about 8 hours. Or if I go to Canton, it's about 8 hours. Yeah. So I almost have to spend the night at least, get a room, go up there, like I say, midday or early morning, get a room, walk through, take your time, and come home and the next day or whatever. Definitely not a 1 day trip for me. Same thing with Charlotte. Charlotte's about um, probably about 9 to 10 hours away from me. Like I say, we spent the whole week when I went to the NASCAR Hall of Fame at Concord watching the World Finals of Dirt when we went. So where's all we always go down on races started back then on Thursdays. Now they're racing on Wednesdays. So we always went down on Tuesday night, and then we had all day Wednesday to do whatever we wanted. And then of course during the daytime, because the dirt races are at night, we had all day to ride around, and we checked out race shops and all around the Charlotte area. Pretty good fun. We didn't go this year. It was first year in. Sure. Guess I went 9 or 10 straight years. First year I didn't go this year. Yeah, always a good time. We met people. Well, they met them before I did because some of those guys was going 15, 20 years that I hooked up with. Good people down around Charlotte that lives right there. Awesome people we hung out with. Good food, good drink, and good racing. Yeah, always good racing too. I even went down the year of COVID. They actually had the races. They only let 2,000 people in. We got tickets for that. Normally, the dirt track there at Charlotte holds about 10,000 people. Yeah, that's including the pits. Yeah, yeah, I agree with you, John. I imagine the baseball is more memorabilia, less interactive. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you. Like I say, that's what I want to see. I want to see stuff from the past. I want to see, like I say, as far as baseball, I want to see Babe Ruth. I want to see Ty Cobb stuff, and NASCAR. I want to see Junior Johnson stuff. I want to see Fireball Roberts. I want to see guys that I never got to enjoy watching type stuff. Yeah, yeah, that's the kind of stuff I want to see. Yeah. But like you say, nowadays, in order to get the 19, 18 to 20 or 30-year olds, everything has to be on a screen. If it's not on a screen, I guess it don't exist. And they got to be able to do something with it. They got to be able to swing Babe Ruth's bat. They got to be able to get in Junior Johnson's car. Oh, you take care, John. Thanks for stopping by, man. Like I say, and thanks for tuning into the channel this year. Appreciate it, man. Yep, and leaving your comments. Not a problem, bud. Alrighty, guys. I'll probably get off here and go in and check the baseball scores, see what's going on. I know my Ravens lost today. I was watching San Diego. Oh, thanks again. Appreciate it, John. Yep. Like I say, it was a quick year. Good year, though, but it was quick. Watched the South Dakota and North Dakota game. I thought that was going to be a good football game. South Dakota ended up blowing them out. First time North Dakota's ever lost a championship game that they went to. They was undefeated once they made it that far. They won like 9 out of 13 years now. It's impressive. Yeah, I thought that would be a heck of a game, but turned out to be a blowout. It was 30 something to 14 or 20 something when I turned it. I don't know what the final score is. Let's look it up here. Ended up being 45-21. Yeah, like I say, South Dakota State blew them out. Oh, thank you, JT. Appreciate it, man. Thanks for tuning in this year, watching the channel. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's been a good year, quick. Like I say, 129 subscribers. Pleased with that. Never thought it would happen that quick, getting over 100. And I think it's about 180 some videos, about 83, 84, something like that. Maybe this one even makes 85. I'm not sure. Like to get up to the 200 mark maybe in 2023. That ain't that far off. Like I say, looking at doing similar to what I did this year, but I'm also thinking about ID Gesture and Dave Gardner with that digital diamond baseball. Oh, you're welcome, man. I'm thinking about buying that here in March when it comes out. I think it's 11 version. I think the one out right now is 10, and using that to do an APA Atlanta Braves season, and using that to keep the stats and to use it as far as when I'm playing APA. I have something on the screen here, be a more visual than watching this dice and inputting the results with that digital diamond, and then letting digital diamond simulate the other games, and maybe once or twice seeing some good pitching matchups or teams I like to play, maybe playing them online here with it. Say like you get a say we're doing 80 somethings. You got like Ryan Guidry for the Yankees, which was one of my favorite pitchers of all time pitching. Maybe do his game if it's in the early 80s, stuff like that. Then ID Gesture, I've been talking to him and his friends on that war room, looking at getting some Civil War games on the channel. Maybe, like I said, I live pretty close to the Antietam battlefield, about 5 miles away, and I guess Gettysburg is about 20, 30 minutes away. So I've always been into the Civil War. So looking at buying some war games and putting on the channel, branching out. I used to play them back in the day. Me and my buddy Troy Carter, was talking about it, maybe getting him, me and him can do some head-to-head war game instead of solitaire, putting that on the channel. And now that he's got his house done, he was remodeling his house. We'll be doing a lot more 1969 NASCAR season, try to get that done. And he was asking today if we could do a more modern season. So we talked about doing the 1999 NASCAR season next with Dale Jarrett winning it. So we'll move ahead 30 years. Oh, thanks a lot, Steve. Oh, I appreciate it, bud. I'm glad you enjoy it, man. Yep. And thanks for tuning in and watching. Yep. So, and like I say, I like to, I bought Lacrosse Blast last December. Haven't gotten it on the channel yet. I bought it because my daughter played lacrosse in high school. Was hoping to get her sit down with me and play it, and we can play that head to head and get her on the channel here. Thought it would be some good family fun. Watch her aggravate and maybe beat me. Yes, I wish they did. I love Action PC baseball and the football and basketball and all that. But yes, that would be awesome if they would let you incorporate um inputting cards and dice with it. Exactly. Yeah, because I miss the card and dice games after I play the computer for a while. I mean, it's easy and you don't have the setup and all. And the biggest thing, which I like compiling the stats until I screw up. And then when I realize, crap, you missed game 43, I don't think you put Dale Murphy's stats in for game 43. And then you got to go back and double check to make sure you're not duplicating it and all that. So, yeah. But I like compiling the stats until I mess up. And like I say, when you're with baseball, 162 games for one team, and if you're doing multiple teams, it's easy to screw up. So it's nice to have that computer do all the adding for you. And when I seen that digital diamond baseball, like say ID Gesture and Dave Gardner, I thought, man, that would be pretty cool. Pretty cool to get APBA back out on the table. And like I say, you could use the digital diamond instead of people watching you just roll dice and oh, you can get the little better visual of the ballpark and all. Oh, thanks, Tim. And thanks for tuning in, bud. I sent you an invite, Tim, if you want to join the channel here. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for all you done. You've helped out a lot too, Tim. Yeah. This year, like I say, get that on there. Because I think I've done like 4 or 5. Let's see how many Action PC games I did here. I think I did the World Series. It was, yeah, the 1950 World Series. How many games did that go? That went, I think it went 5 games, if I remember correctly. No, it went 6 games. So I did 6 games of that. That was early in 2022. That was one of the first few things I put on the channel, a matter of fact. Let's see. When did I put that on the channel? That was, first one was January 28th, almost a year. Yeah, that I put that on the channel. Yeah. And like I said, I did some more. Oh, let me re-invite you then, Tim. There you go, Tim. Hopefully it came through. Yeah. So, like I say, get some baseball on. Maybe do some Action PC football. I haven't ever put any of that on. Like I say, like to get buy inside the cup and do something with Rob exclamation point. Yeah, exactly. Steve, I agree. That's kind of why there's a lot of people out there who likes war games. I thought, no, why not? I always enjoyed them, but I haven't played them in probably, sure, 20, 30 years. So I thought, what the heck, maybe get into that. Like I see ID Gesture and them guys, they really seem to enjoy it. Tony and Ruff and them. So I thought about putting that on the channel, branching out. There's Tim.
Hey,
How's it going?
kind of happy I don't have to follow football if I don't want to for the rest of the year.
Well, I'll probably be following it one more week. They look terrible. They both look terrible. I mean, I realize you got third string quarterback, but still,
Yeah.
it's awful.
So, what was your first YouTube video, Dwayne? That you
First
uploaded?
one was just a trailer, just
Just a
saying
trailer.
what I was going to be doing. Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
My first one was a recap of a Tom Seaver Don Blast game from the 1967 Mets replay I did.
Oh, cool. Old Tom. I liked old Tom Terrific. Wasn't a Mets fan, but I liked Tom Terrific.
Yeah, I did the Mets replay, not thinking anything of it was just going to be a last place replay. And oh, by the way, that's Tom Seaver's rookie season.
Yeah, cool. I like it.
So,
Yeah.
added benefit. Let me see if I can find how long ago that video's got uploaded. Of course, me not being smart with phone recording, filmed it straight up and down instead of sideways. So you got the black bars on the side.
Yeah, what the heck? Well, like I say, before I got the camera, everything was on the laptop, so you're looking at it all upside down. There's a gentleman that ID Gesture and them talk about. He films his with a laptop, but he films it the right way and plays the game upside down. I couldn't do it. I mean, that takes talent, man. That takes talent. And that's a war game looking at pieces and trying to read the pieces. That is talent.
Yeah.
Hey, how's it going, Dave?
Like maybe to read like a 5-word word upside down. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, you're
I could
talking
do
war
that.
games. You're talking hours. I mean, you're talking 1 to 3 hours probably doing that.
Yeah.
Cool. What year, Dave? Or are you mixing years? Yeah, like I say, have you thought of that digital diamond?
But me?
Yeah, of getting it?
No.
Because, like I say, man, what I like about it is being able to play any board game you want and then typing in the code and it'll keep all the stats for you.
Yeah, but then the
You
thing
don't keep
is,
a lot of stats, do you?
No, I don't. But
Yeah.
like I can do innings pitched and
Right.
earn runs and all that.
You don't keep RBIs and
Well, okay, I do. If you paid attention to my Rockies replay that I did keep all the home runs and RBIs
okay.
and ERA and innings pitched and all that stuff for them. But yeah, it takes some time to go back and go through it all. But
Right.
I'm not going to do batting average or, home runs and RBIs are probably what most people care about.
Oh, that would be cool, JT. Yeah. That would help them out a lot during the rotten years. And believe me, there were some rotten years. I love Chuck Tanner, but those years were brutal.
So April 22nd will be my 5-year.
Oh, is that right? 5 years.
Yeah.
Darn.
And next video will be video 300.
Oh, cool. Yeah, like I say, I was amazed at 180 some videos this year. Yeah. Now some of them's an hour or two, and some of them's only. I think what was my shortest one with action with Glory Days boxing? I think I only had like a 10 or 20-minute video. Both fights was like first round knockouts.
So your race today was only about 35 minutes.
Yeah, it was at a dirt track in Columbia. Well, it's Columbia Speedway, but it was in Cypress. Not in Columbia, South Carolina. It was in Cypress, I think. But it's closest biggest town was Columbia. That's back when they raced like here in Hagerstown, Tim, back in those days. That was actually a Thursday night race. So they raced 3 or 4 times a week back in, 52 races that year. So yeah, it was 20 turn race with only 25 cars being on dirt. I mean, that's what they have the problem with Bristol, having 30, 40 cars on that track and all, throwing all that dirt, overheating them, clogging up the radiator. So that back then they only limited you to like 20 to 30 cars on a dirt track. So yeah, you flew through it. And back in that 69 year, I was amazed. Only 12 cars actually finished that race in real life, and we had I think 19. So I was surprised because a lot of those races we've done so far, we've done 9 now, and we're lucky sometimes to have 10 cars still running at the end of the race.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
seems like either the evading wasn't that good, or just probably better, worse technology than
Plus, I mean, they didn't have the equipment to just or the know-how to let's make this part so all we got to do is unscrew 4 or 5 bolts and we can put a whole assembly on instead of trying to fix that one little piece.
Mhm.
So when that car would come in one piece, 1 5-cent bolt cost you the whole race. Nowadays they just jack the car up and take the whole darn thing apart. Well, I remember back in the 80s, heck, 1 or 2 guys changed engines and transmissions and still finished the race. I mean, they was in the 20s, but it wasn't in the 40, you know?
Right. And it makes
Yeah.
a difference
Yep.
for points. Not
Exactly.
that I kind of follow like the points thing.
Because
Like,
they
I don't really
stopped
follow
doing that
anything
with
about
that
NASCAR.
engines. Yeah, they got so good at changing engines and all, they changed the rules where you couldn't do that. It was nuts. Yeah, well, nowadays, man, I'd like to see them be able to do that. That'd be something.
What are we, about 6 weeks away from the Daytona 500?
Yeah, February, I think 12th or
Probably the week after the
13th. It's
Super
no,
Bowl, right?
yeah, it's
So that'd
normally
be
around
the
Valentine's Day,
19th. Yeah.
19th. And like I say, it's normally around Valentine's Day. Like you say, they don't want to mess around with the Super Bowl, and plus Fox has it.
Well, I mean, for if you did it early enough in the day, I'd assume
February
there'd be more
19th,
people
you're correct.
watching.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, and then that'll be right after pitchers and catchers report for spring training.
Dave's got it down to the days, 42 days. I hear you.
There you go, Dave.
Yeah. Oh, exactly, JT. Yep. I agree with you. Yeah. Me and Troy Carter did a 1979 Indy. That's when IndyCar and USAC split up that year and had 2 different divisions. And it was crazy. We'd have 5 or 6 cars because if those cars, even nowadays, get in a wreck, they're done. You know what I'm saying? It busts up the suspension and all. And sometimes we didn't even have a full crew in the top group. It was nuts. It was fun. Fun to do. I wouldn't want to do it all the time, but it was fun to do. I didn't have a YouTube channel back then. I would have loved to have that on here. Because like I say, we was cracking up.
Well,
After the first
remember,
3 or 4
YouTube
laps, there was
channel back in
2
the day
cars
was-
running.
You saw Rob's video today. Actually, it's kind of ties in his video. Did you see what he picked up at an auction?
No, I didn't.
The little mini VHS-C that you would use for your camcorder, and you have to find the big one to
Put in it.
Yeah, he picked
Yeah.
up like 2 boxes of those.
I remember those.
It'd be like, okay,
Did
let's
it?
see. Yeah, or else you had to hook the AV cable from the camera up to the TV, and you'd always
right.
screw it up because you didn't have, the third. You'd have the 2, but you didn't have the third. You had the 2
Right.
audio cables, but you didn't have the video cable.
Back in the day at work, we had a video camera looking out to videotape and walking to chow, and I had a guy that was all OCD and crazy. Well, the video camera had a rewind button on it, right? So we had a VCR to play it in case there was something goes on, so you can look at it. So I go over after chow lines is done. We reused the same tape. We didn't keep them. went over, hit the rewind button. He freaks out. What are you doing? What are you doing? I'm like, I'm rewinding the tape. You're going to break the camera. I said, if it wasn't designed to rewind, they wouldn't put a rewind button on it. He was freaking out, man. He was freaking out. He swore I was going to damage the thing. Yeah, he thought I was going to damage the darn video camera. I'm like,
Well, I mean, that's the whole thing back then. You didn't rewind the tapes in the VCRs. You know, yes, there's a rewind function, but was
function. Yeah. I remember
wasn't
people
meant to do the
buying
whole
rewind
thing.
things. Yeah, I never did. I still got a VCR DVD player hooked up to the TV. It's both.
Those are worth some money now.
Oh, are they? Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
like I say, I
because
still use it.
they're kind of rare, and you know,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say VHS are ever gonna make a comeback, but
Right.
you know.
Yeah, it's still hooked up to the TV.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
because
got
of course having kids, man. My oldest daughter's 27 years old, so I mean we had all kinds of Disney VHS tapes and stuff like that. So
yeah.
yeah.
So now it's right at the push of a button, you know.
Oh, exactly. Yep.
Disney Plus has everything, you know.
Yep. Yeah, I
I
mean,
remember-
that kind of aggravates me because I don't buy that, and you can't see some of those good Disney movies unless you have that now go straight to their channel.
And then they block out like Song of the South and you know all this stuff that's not quite quote unquote kosher.
Oh, they're trying to be politically correct, are they?
Yep.
Yeah.
So they've cut a couple of those out, and then I remember the one that they had. What was it? Rescuers Down Under. They had one of the windows had some adult activities going on.
Oh, really? I never heard about that.
At that scene.
Yeah.
I don't know how they saw it because it went by pretty quickly.
Yeah, I heard that some of them perverted artists used to do a lot of crazy crap to see if people could catch it through there. It's pretty funny.
Or the Lion King about good little boys. I heard about that one.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. Oh. Yep. Easter eggs is what they call them, ain't it?
Yeah, but allegedly, and the funny going back to like VHS tapes, I think. Oh, was my sister? Somebody got Aladdin one year for Christmas, and so of course we sat down and watched it that night. And they had to remind Robin Williams many times during filming, Robin, this is Disney.
When he was ad-libbing, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I bet.
Yeah, there was no way they were going to pay him to do the second one. And I think one of the Simpsons voices did the genie for the second one for Return.
Oh, is that right? Yeah.
It might have been Dan Castellaneta.
I didn't know that. Yeah. Yeah, I remember when he passed away, I was working 4 to 12 when he committed suicide.
Yeah, it was Dan Castellaneta who was the voice of the genie for the second movie.
Yeah.
Homer Simpson.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was in a meeting and all of a sudden it just popped up. Oh, Robin Williams died. It's like,
yeah.
Huh. So, yeah, I swear the first time I ever watched Good Morning Vietnam.
Oh, that movie was
God,
awesome.
The first radio show,
Yeah.
I about fell over laughing.
Yeah.
In other words, this bombing did not happen. In fact, I was there and it did happen.
Yeah. He was funny as all get up, man.
Oh.
Then when he's chasing the girl all over town.
Yep. There's 100 more that look exactly like her.
Yeah. Yeah. Then the boy sets him up.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. That was a funny movie. It was awesome. And I love the music.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's probably why you don't see many reactions to it because it's okay. How do we not get ourselves copyright struck?
Yeah.
From YouTube.
Right.
Unless you hit mute while they're playing the music.
Yeah. Yeah, like you say.
If you sing along to it, they'll be a little bit more lenient, but you might want to only do like a bar or two because
yeah.
One trailer they did Hall & Oates' "You Make My Dreams Come True."
Uh-huh.
Like I got to cut this short. I'm not trying to get any copyright strikes.
Yeah, old Rob got in trouble with the WWE. That was crazy.
Well, what was it? Well, it's not as bad as when Juckett and Gardner got shut down during the pandemic for the Floby video.
Oh, I didn't hear about this. This is before I started watching.
They were watching some video about a cat getting vacuum like haired. It was like
Uh-huh.
vacuum hair removal. And needless to say, they were cracking up. All of a sudden, their channel just went.
No kidding.
It
How
was
long?
no, it was just for probably a day.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I never heard that story. That's cool.
Of course, you've heard the one about him, Ron, getting in a fight with the what was it, the CBS banner?
Yeah, I never seen that. I should go in and download that video and see it, but no, I never watched it.
I had to call his wife in to get the banner off
No
of him.
kidding. That is nuts. I didn't hear that part. I didn't know they had to call and help him out.
Yeah.
Uh,
Oh.
sure. Yeah, because I've heard him say that banner will never go back up. She won't let me. Yeah, because now he
Nope.
has that ABC one, I think.
Yeah, he's got the meatball banner one. And
Yeah.
it's like, it's one thing he did with his stimulus checks. You know, he had to get the banners. So
Yeah. Mm.
ugh.
I did
Yeah,
go
I'm
back
still
and watch
deciding
ID
whether.
Gesture through that Race to Moscow video. He was talking about him throwing the box across the room. I went back and watched it. Then I went back and watched him because I like Appa. I went back and watched his Appa football rant. Oh man, he just torches that.
Yeah.
That's a classic.
Well, I mean, the thing is, though, is that at this point, would you really buy anything without watching something first on it?
See, he did. And matter of fact, him and another gentleman was playing it on stream together. You know what I'm saying? Before, yeah, he's that's what cracked me up. He had watched videos and all, and which I give him credit for, wasn't 100% crazy about it, but wanted to give it a good try. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Then he went bat crazy on it, man. I mean, just went
Yeah.
crazy.
What else we got going on in the chat here?
Oh, it's ID Gesture. You got to go and subscribe to his channel. He has a lot of good content for real, David. And like I say, when ID gets on a rant, 9 times out of 10, I agree with him. But ID knows how to rant better than most people, man. Sure. Yeah. ID Gesture. ID Jester. Yeah. He has a baseball as his logo thing with ID on it. Yeah, like I say, he's a great guy. Very helpful and all. And he's getting me to spend some money on war games, it looks like.
Yeah, he's got his little every Saturday.
Oh yeah, the War Room. I like watching that with him.
Yeah.
Now he's mad at me. He went out and bought Red, White, and Blue Racing. He says I held off for 7 years. He put a message on my video that he was watching. He says I've held off for 7 years. Now you're making me get this. I'm like, sorry, I didn't want to be an enabler. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, like, I mean, I could have played all day today. The football wasn't great, but like I said, I watched the Browns game. I'm watching the Blue Jackets game. Rob will probably be on here about 7 o'clock ish, and
yeah, doing a
maybe I'll
review.
film a game tonight. We'll see. But it's like if I get one game filmed a day,
yeah, that's good.
That's about all I can do. And it's like I don't need all these games to, just be sitting in my closet collecting dust.
Troy Carter and me, like I say, he hasn't been able to do nothing remodeling his house. And what was I trying to talk him into getting? He's like, you just said you got 3 or 4 games you haven't played that you got last Christmas. Why are you trying to get me to buy more games? I'm like, I know. Yeah, because like I say, I got that lacrosse blast last year. And my intention, like I say, my daughter played lacrosse in high school, was to get that so me and her could play head-to-head. Because I miss head-to-head games. I like solitaire because it's so hard to get somebody to commit every week, every month, or whatever to get together. Yeah.
Like I can just if Sean D ever gets into I don't know when he sleeps or eats.
I know. He doesn't. I'll tell you who doesn't sleep much. I mean, I don't know his schedule, and that's Al, Red Sox fan. 1, 2. I
lately,
don't sleep much either. So 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, I tune in, and he's on. I'm like, well, he's good for us insomniacs that don't sleep. Yeah,
yeah,
I was up
or the
late.
West Coasters.
Yeah,
Like, I
yeah.
don't know. Well, when did he get married to Teresa? When did that happen?
Well, I don't know. I've always thought he was. See, I'm late to the game. You guys have been on here a lot longer than me, Tim.
Right.
Yeah, I didn't start until it was late 2000, early 2021 is when I started getting on here.
Okay.
And truthfully, it was got that red, white, and blue Troy Carter. I looked at that years ago when it first probably came out, not realizing that it just had came out. But I'm not into fictional stuff. And anything I seen on there when you went to his channel, play.com channel, he was always doing fictional scram to advertise the game. So I didn't think you could get
real
NASCAR.
racers.
And I'm like, that'd be awesome if somebody could create real NASCAR cars with
now
it.
I think if Rob makes this truck thing happen, who knows? Maybe Keith puts that as
he won't do it. Don Weed has came up with. That's why I told Rob, get a hold of that Don Weed. He is awesome. He's done every NASCAR season that Keith hasn't done, and he's done 5 or 6 Xfinity seasons and 5 or 6 truck seasons. So now that he's got all the NASCAR seasons done, he might go into it. That's why I told Rob to get a hold of him. He's got it down to a science about just inputting the stats in, and it tells you what qualities and all to give. He's got a good system.
Stats like average finishing position.
Yeah, I mean, at the beginning, he told me it took him days and weeks to come up. Now, don't get me wrong, he was going backwards. So the further back you get in NASCAR, it's harder to get the correct stats. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But if he gets all the stats, he can do a season in one day. And then another gentleman named Tim, I can't remember Tim's last name, he puts it all on cards for him and formats it.
Gotcha.
Exactly, JT. Yeah. 2 o'clock in the morning, he starts his video, not ending it. He's starting it. It's great for people that can't sleep. I enjoy getting up and watching him when I wake up in 12, 1 o'clock and can't get to sleep.
Yeah, no, I'm way past that. Truck season on motorsport.
Oh, cool. I didn't know motorsports had well, I guess it's easy. All you need to know is the start and the finish, correct? Isn't that right, Dave, with that? As long as you know where they started and where they finished, the game kind of takes care of itself with that. I think that's gives you I think the way it works, and correct me if I'm wrong, Dave, is you get a starting point. So if you go from last to first, Tim, it gives you more movement points for each turn compared to the guy that was in first place and finishes second. He doesn't move as much per turn, so the guy in 40th can catch up to him. Oh, I'm right. Yeah, that's what I thought how the game engine worked. So like I say, it ain't that hard to use any, because I told Dave I probably could get local short track here in Hagerstown. If I could get their stats, I could almost do a season of actual drivers here in town with that.
And also, for those wondering, my first full game that I ever put up on YouTube was February 7th, 2019. It was game 35 of the 2016 Minnesota Twins replay.
Oh, you're like me. You started in the middle. That's exactly when I started the channel. I was already in the middle of the 1976 NASCAR season. Yeah.
Well, I was done. Well, I did all just recaps of the 67 Mets. And I thought that was all I could do because I didn't think I had enough, space to film it on my phone.
Right.
So, yeah. I can just imagine what it's like to try to get, something off of a VHS tape onto YouTube. Like, unless you've got, I don't know how you'd even do it.
Right.
and unless you would somehow get it to go on like a SD card.
Yeah, they got systems out there and all that you can change your VSS to digital. Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
I do know that because somebody at work, it was Friday. Somebody at work was talking about going through a divorce and has a bunch of old home videos and stuff like that. And somebody was telling them about putting that all on digital and letting whoever else, whichever husband or wife, keep the VCR tapes and just getting them to digitize it so they could both have it.
There
Yeah.
you go. Makes it a hell of a lot easier now. Jeez.
Oh, exactly. Yeah.
Like you can have the physical part. I just want a copy.
Right. Well, I was talking to Troy. Me and Troy grew up together, and I bought my first board game in '84. It was APA 1983 season. And that year went to school. Him and another kid was sitting there talking. We had a local, I don't know if it was local. It might have been Maryland, Virginia area, but it was a toy department called Juvenile. And they was talking about how you went down there and see if they got the game. I'm like, what game y'all talking about? They're like, oh, we play this football game, Dwayne. It's based on real football players and stats. I'm like, really? I said, I just got a baseball game like that. I'm like, what are y'all playing? And that was Status Pro Football. And we're waiting for the new season to come out. So that's when me and him hooked up and started playing. And we played the whole 1984 NFL season. And I wish we had that on here. That would be so awesome. Some of the crazy games we had. And we played a lot of games head to head, talking shit to each other. You pick a team, I'd pick a team. Yeah. Like
Well,
say,
hell,
actually
what you had
played
to do before Tecmo Bowl came out.
Yeah. 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 I was before that. Like say, we played every single game. And the 49ers and Dolphins both made it to the Super Bowl, but the Dolphins won the Super Bowl, beat the 49ers in our replay. Yeah. And that Redskin team, man, they was tough to play because Art Monk, that was the first year somebody called 100 and some passes. Hardly anybody else on that team called any passes. So to get them to catch a pass, of course, when you're playing head to head, Monk's the only receiver that's worth a crap. They're doubling him, triple covering him, and yeah, it was hard to win with them. But
right before they got Ricky Sanders and Gary Clark,
I think Clark might have been a rookie, to be honest. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. Yeah, if he wasn't, it was his first or second year. He wasn't much, like I say. Yeah.
So it was essentially Art Monk, and then maybe if you wanted to throw it to like Charlie Brown.
Yeah, Charlie Brown was definitely there because Charlie Brown was there with the Smurfs. You had him, Virgil Say, however you wanted to pronounce it. Alvin Walton, I think, was on there as a safety. That was
his name spelled S-E-A-Y.
S-E-A-Y, yeah.
Because he's not related to that Chargers wide receiver that played with one kidney, was he?
Oh, I don't know. That's a good question. Yeah, that's a good question.
That was Mark Say.
Yeah.
Played with one kidney.
Status Pro Baseball. Now, that digital diamond I was talking about, Dave, the version 11 is supposedly going to have Status Pro Baseball cards in that game that you can play Status Pro Baseball in digital diamond. The only thing I didn't mind Status Pro Football with cards, but I'm a dice guy. The cards, especially in football, if you were smart enough to count cards, there was 2 or 3 real good cards and there's 2 or 3 bad cards. So if I'm on offense and I know the worst cards for interceptions has already come up, you can go crazy throwing the ball knowing you can't throw an interception. You know what I'm saying? Compared to dice, it could happen on any roll, That's what I love about dice games. That's why I love Glory Days Boxing. Title Bout used to be my favorite boxing game, but when Anthony came out with this Glory Days Boxing and its rolls, and like I say, every roll, possible knockout, every roll, and Title Bout, you went through the deck, and if you could pay attention, you're like the lowest cards are already out of the deck. You can't get knocked out. Not right. The rest of that round. Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that football game coming out. 2001 college, Glory Days college football. I want to do something, like I say, with Maryland and maybe 1 or 2 other teams and do everything else fast. And then he's coming out with, he said, I was watching this video 2 or 3 days ago. He did Nebraska against Southern Mississippi, I think. And he said he's going to do the pros. He thinks that he's going to break down and do them since everybody's asking for him.
Now, can he get away with? I guess my thing is that he can just use the names. He can't put team names or anything like that on there.
Yeah, he can. That's what opened up the floodgates. They've never really pushed it as far as that stuff goes. You can't do likenesses. He can't put pictures and stuff of the players
Right.
on there, but he can use their name. Their names are free game. Again, I don't think they've really pushed it, but yeah, that happened back in the I want to say the late 80s, early 90s. That's when PlayStation and all that stuff was able to flood the market, and then the NCAA blast them for the likenesses of the college players, and they stopped putting out the NCAA games on esports.
Ed O'Bannon part of that, like for the basketball, because they used to have an NCAA basketball game. It's like, wait a minute, that looks like me.
Same thing, right? And they wasn't getting any money. The NCAA was pretending to be worried about the kids, but the NCAA wasn't getting no money for having the kids' likenesses on there. Is what it really got down to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if they could have got money, the kids be damned back in those days. But yeah, but yeah, that opened up the floodgate. That's like with red, white, and blue with his cars. He doesn't put. He might put like the correct color, and let's say Target. He might put one little dot on the front, but he doesn't do the real Target symbol. You know, he's got to watch stuff like that with copyright. Mm-hmm. But as far as the names of the drivers and all, that's all fair game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess they're saying, how can Dwayne Martz own the name Dwayne Martz? There's 50 of us out there. How in the hell can I copyright that? And the Dwayne Martz down the road wants to make money off of Dwayne Martz, and he can't. You know, I guess that's how they get away with it. Yeah, because that's what happened with if you remember Dale Earnhardt, they sued Teresa. She won the lawsuit as far as no, she lost the lawsuit as far as his name, because you can use his name. His boy was using the name Earnhardt for I forget what business he was in, home improvement type business or something, and she sued that he couldn't use the Earnhardt name, that she owned the Earnhardt name, and she lost the lawsuit.
Yeah. Now, I will say this: there's actually Barry Bonds' 2007 card is blank. For the
really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
I kind of went through it when I was pulling it up. I'm like, who is this without a name? And I think that might be true of the replacement players who went on to play in Major League Baseball. They might not be able to have their name on there. I know they can't get any pension rights, which is. I hope one day Major League Baseball goes out and changes.
Well, that's like the Redskins. I know back in 81, 20, 30 years later, finally gave those guys their Super Bowl rings and their Super Bowl money for however many games they played that year during that strike. Because without them, they don't make the Super Bowl. They was, I think, it's either 3-0 or 4-0, however many games, because they beat the Cowboys that year, and the Cowboys brought almost everybody back for that Monday night game. Yeah.
Well, I mean, the movie The Replacements is loosely based on the Redskins. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, give Gibbs and them credit. They planned for the strike. Yeah. They had those guys out practicing for weeks before the strike happened. They was all prepared. And that shows to me, too, that you get the right ball players talent-wise working as a single unit, you can beat almost anybody if you can execute. I mean, don't get me wrong. If the talent level's too far apart, you can't. But if it's relatively close, a better coached, more organized team is going to beat the better athlete.
Yep.
Yeah. At least in football. I mean, baseball is more of an individual sport with the pitcher and the batter, but yeah.
And I'll even go with hockey. So you get the hot goaltender.
Right. That's why I like hockey, but I don't when you get everybody making the playoffs, and that's all you need is a hot goalie, and you can be the worst team in the league under 500. He gets hot, and you're winning the Stanley Cup. Whatever. I mean, I
No,
don't.
I
I
would
don't
say
like.
that the 2012 Kings, if you count the overtime losses as actual losses, were under 500. But it was not. I mean, Jonathan Quick was fantastic that year, but they did have offensive production.
Yeah.
I mean, it
I,
wasn't like the 03 Ducks who
I
essentially
said the
made it
same
to the
thing with basketball though too. I could care less if you want to let everybody in. Have shorter seasons. Why are you playing so many stinking games just to seed them? Same with baseball now. Baseball is aggravating the living crap out of me. You had to play 162 games to eliminate 10 teams.
Yeah,
Bowl. You can knock that down to 100 and some games and get done in October.
yeah.
Yeah. Not be playing in November and December because I keep praying Minnesota and Colorado make the World Series and they're shoveling for weeks. And let me tell you, I want that so bad.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you got it one year for Colorado in 07.
Yeah. Like I said, I think that's the two teams, American and National League, that could probably have the worst weather with both being outdoor stadiums. So that's my
Well,
wish.
hell, in 97, when the Indians played the Marlins, it was like 30 degrees the one night.
Right. Yep.
In October.
Correct. Yeah. You're playing your most important games in some of the worst weather you play all year. It's stupidity. Stupidity.
Well, I mean,
And
you
it's
could
all
argue
for
if you
money.
like the AAA seasons when you're done by mid-September.
Yes, because we used to have well, we had the highest we ever had here was class double A. Hagerstown did. Mostly it was class A. But yes, you're exactly right. Yeah, they have their championship in August.
Yeah,
Yep.
always
Because back in the day, I mean, they stopped doing that. You can increase the roster to 40-man rosters in September.
Yeah. Yeah, the running joke was always up in Cleveland is that at some point, either in the late 80s or the early 90s, that the AAA Indians could give the big club a run for their money.
Yeah. Well, again, if
Well,
you're cohesive and know what you're doing, it might
well,
be.
you
Yeah.
also had Manny Ramirez, Jim Thome, Paul Shuey. You probably had a couple starters down there. I mean, they did play an exhibition game, I think, in Columbus. Maybe. I do remember seeing that they did let the minor leaguers play the major leaguers, and that's always,
Yeah.
like, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know enough about hockey, Dave, to tell you
What was his question?
how. He just said he bought he just got hockey manager 9. I don't know enough to tell you how to as far as when to do this, when to make line changes. You know what I'm saying? I don't know hockey well enough to do that. I sit and watch it and enjoy it, but I can't tell you strategies and all that.
Well, there is a thing for like super advanced for Stratomatic. I've only played a handful of games for Stratomatic hockey, and trust me, it's kind of it'd be a long process. And they have my issue. Number one, they don't have every player.
Yeah, I'm big on that too.
Like Stone Cold Hockey seems like that'd be fantastic for if I want every player.
Right. Which one does? Is that Hockey Bones I hear Dave Gardner talk about that has every player?
If it does, then okay. But that's why I asked Rob. I was like, for whenever they make a season, it's like, because I got to have everybody, because I can't do a 2008-2009 Columbus Blue Jackets replay because there was a goaltender that had 3 wins.
Right.
That came in that was like the number 1 had mono and the number 2 guy was kind of meh. So they brought this kid up and he won like 2 games or 3 games, and that ended up being enough to push him into the playoffs. So, I mean, if I really want to do it, it's like, okay, what if they didn't get hurt?
Right.
Know? And they do have like a role for like, it's between this, like the rest roles for Stratomatic. That
do you know enough to make cards for them, Tim?
No.
Nah. Yeah, me either.
No.
That's one thing about play.com. He doesn't do that either. So that Dave Weed I was telling you about that makes up the seasons that Keith doesn't, he cards every driver, whether it was one race or 30 or 40 races. So because I use the actual starting grid
Yeah.
instead of doing the race week. And so with play.com seasons, I'll put somebody in that's of equal skill. I don't try to put somebody in that ran one race and won the race
Right.
and have him win the race. I try to put somebody of equal skill in, or say it's like car number 21 is actually in the race, and that the driver for that team for some reason didn't drive in that race. I'll use that actual car that ran in that race, and it'll be the wrong driver. But yeah, I like having. I'll tell you another thing too. I like and I like every season being available. Not that I'm going to buy every season, and even if I'm crazy enough to buy every season, I'll ever play it. But I like the idea that, hey, you call me up and say you want to do the 1955 baseball season. I like to have that available.
Yeah.
So that makes me like certain companies more.
I mean, like I said, if I had more time, it'd be, health.
Yeah, because that digital diamond, you buy that game, I think it's like 20 some dollars if it's not on sale. 1927 to 2021 or 22, depending on whenever it comes out. You have every season from 1927 to 2022. And me personally, I don't know much about baseball past 1940. I mean, I know Ted Williams and.
I mean, before 1930? Okay.
Yeah, 30 and back. I don't know much. I mean, I know
you got like
Murderers
Babe
Row
Ruth.
27 team and stuff like that. I can name you 7 or 8 players on that team, but I couldn't tell you who played for Boston that year. You know what I'm saying?
I could barely name like 3 players who played on the 1920 Indians championship team.
Right.
Except for the guy who had the unassisted triple play in the World Series.
Right.
Wamsgans.
Is that right?
He had an unassisted triple play in the World Series.
That is awesome. That's as good as the perfect game almost.
Yeah, the only thing I basically remember from that. And then, of course, you had the stories of like Mel Harder and Bob Feller and, growing up, because that was the only thing. I mean, they finished 500 or better. 86? Yeah. And maybe a couple other times, like maybe they got within a game or two of 500.
Right. Oh, believe me, I watched the Braves. TBS came to Hagerstown in '82, and that was the year the Braves started out 13-0. And I'm like, oh, this is cool. And back then, I could probably only watch about 100 games of the Orioles, and I could watch 150. And if they was good enough and be on NBC on Saturday, I could probably watch 155. Atlanta Braves games. And like I say, they was playing well. And I told Dad, I'm like, I like this team. So we started watching them. And then '83, Ted Turner had a genius idea that this manager called Joe Torres keeps finishing second to the Dodgers. We're firing him, and we're going to get somebody that's going to solve that problem. And they did. They finished 5th every year. They didn't finish second to the Dodgers. It was genius. He says the biggest mistake he ever made was firing Bobby Cox and then getting him back. I think it was getting rid of Joe Torres.
Well,
because like I say, it was obvious Joe Torres was taking a 3rd or 4th place team and making them second. All he needed to do was get him a few more pieces, and then he would have beat the Dodgers back then when they was in the West.
Right,
and that was a big disadvantage for him.
Well, being the only East Coast team in the West. For, LA,
you're going out a hell of a long road trip.
San Francisco.
Yep. St. Louis.
Yeah.
Well, no, St. Louis, I think, was in the East, if I remember right.
Yeah.
I think it was screwed up. They was in the East back then.
It has to be 30 years since the last two division.
Well, I like to see them now since there's no more pitcher. I like to see them realign it, and it'd be a true East-West Central, and just get rid of the American and National League as you know it now.
And then
you can have the rivalries, and you can get rid of that stupid American League, National League playing each other one time a year bull crap. And if you get bad weather, then what?
Yeah.
Yeah. You can have your New York Mets, New York Yankees rivalry. Because, of course, they won't like that because you can't have a Subway World Series then. But Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you kind of have to keep it somewhat separated, but when they got rid of the league presidents and all that stuff,
Yeah, umpires.
yeah,
No more American National League
no
umpires. Yeah,
players.
I say you completely do a realignment and combine the two leagues however you want.
And then, yeah, just the World Series is whoever finishes
Yep.
the playoffs, and okay, the World Series is the top half and bottom half.
Yep.
You know,
Yeah, I agree. Like I say,
like if the East plays the West, okay, who cares if it's two American League teams now?
right.
I mean, sometimes the LCSs were better than the World Series.
Correct. I agree. Yes, it is. And I mean, my Braves took advantage of it, and now this year Philadelphia. But here you are getting teams, in my opinion, has no business winning the World Series when you got teams winning 100 and some games, and neither one of them can make it to the championship game in the National League. And I don't like either one of them. I
Right.
don't like the Dodgers, but that's pretty darn sad when they can't even make it to the freaking championship game.
Well, is it also a reflection on how bad the National League West is?
I just think it's you get hot at the right time, which tip my hat to Philadelphia. They did. I mean,
Right.
and you just steamroll. And I mean, I look back with the Oakland A's. I look back at the Atlanta Braves. Most of those World Series, they had one or two hot pitchers, and you couldn't beat them. And that's why they lost. The A's went up against the Dodgers, couldn't beat Hershiser back in.
Nope.
All he has to do is win 3 games and luck into one. That's a tall task,
Right.
especially
Plus, they
back
had the
then when you
momentum
could
with
pitch on
facing a
short
hard
days.
Mets team, which is
Yes,
fun for RJL. I believe he starts his 88 replay
right.
tomorrow.
Yeah. Yes.
Um,
No, I think he's waiting until Tuesday. He said he's going to wait
Tuesday.
until after the championship game. Didn't want to
Okay.
compete with it. Yeah,
Fair
he didn't
enough.
want to compete with Georgia and TCU. Yeah.
Okay. So,
Yeah, he does a great job with that.
oh my gosh, it's amazing that he still has a voice after something.
Oh, I know. During a game every day, coming home from work, you know there's got to be times he wants to say the hell with it. You know
Yeah,
it. You know it.
like that.
Yeah.
That was why Tenacious Earl stopped doing it every day. I'm sure his wife wasn't very happy that every day he
Yeah, I
had to go
enjoy
out to the
Earl.
garage and
Yeah.
take time. Especially, well, he also has children that are, well, one's in college now, but the other one's still in, maybe he's in middle school now. But I mean, when you got
Yeah,
two
I
kids
enjoy
that
him.
you need to take care of, it's
'Cause he's been
kind of
playing
hard to.
some college football, that fictional
Yeah,
college football with second season.
yeah,
Yeah.
and he's usually, well, he's been live a couple times, but he's just uploaded it. Like I'll just
Yes,
go
he hasn't
comment.
been doing live very much. I noticed that too, Tim. Yep.
Yeah, and I'd like to see if maybe Earl Shamblin could get back in because now he's retired from the post office.
Oh, is that who else was on the baseball with Earl?
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, I've never met that gentleman. I've never seen him, you know what I'm saying, where Earl comes actually on the channel.
yeah, he's not usually, but if he decided he didn't want to do it, then I can see
Yeah.
why the other Earl went back to his old
I like
tenacious
there's
strat.
another guys that can go on a good rant. Earl can get him wound up. He can go on a pretty good rant.
Oh,
Yeah.
especially during his Phillies replay.
I've heard the stories. I've never seen them. Like I say, Tim, I came to the party late. He actually talked about it in one session. I was in the chat, and he's like, "Oh, that's when he was doing his draft for the baseball, and he was going to start it back up. How he does the draft and picks
Of
out
the
which teams." And
Yeah,
he's like, "I know you guys got a kick out of me with the Philadelphia's," and I'm like, "Man, that must have been something." But yeah, I never seen it.
and
Yeah.
how the PC is biased towards the Braves.
Is that what it was? Oh man, yeah, I missed those videos. Yeah, I didn't get to see them.
Uh,
Well, I'll tell you though, I like Action PC, but I've played a lot of football games, and it seems like if whoever I'm talking myself, a buddy, or whatever, if the actual human being gets a big lead, guarantee you the third and fourth quarter, the son of a bitch is going to be a tight game before the end of the game, and I swear.
you should like. I know this is way old school.
And I
but
mean, the only reason you feel that way is because you can't see the engine. You
right.
don't know how it's coming up with the numbers. So you're thinking, bull crap, bull crap. How can all this keep happening?
Well, it's like I'm playing NBA Jam Tournament Edition on my Sega Genesis, and like that they hit every if the computer's down big in the third quarter, they're hitting every 3-pointer,
Is that
every
right?
shot, and essentially you're playing keep away for the fourth quarter.
Right.
If you like, I'll usually be close-ish, usually about 8 at halftime, and then the third quarter will come out and they'll just miss everything, and then the fourth quarter when they're tired, somehow they'll hit everything.
Well, what I
just
noticed with
away.
Action PC football, what I think happens is the first half of the game, it's amazing that they don't get the defense great compared to what you're calling. But then in the third and fourth quarter, they nail everything. They even nail keying the right player and all that. I'm like, this is bull crap, man. Yeah. Oh crap. And it's not quite as bad on offense, but on defense, they nail it because you put that crap in before you know what they're doing. That isn't another thing I dislike about that game is I make a substitution on offense, or the computer makes a substitution on offense. I'm not able to, because you got to click first, make a substitution on defense. My defense is already set, and here they come in with 3 wides, and I got a freaking standard defense in there. To me, any game I've ever played, offense makes the substitution, defense makes the substitution,
yeah.
Offense calls their play, defense calls their play, and you show it.
Yep.
Yeah. So that's the only thing I don't like about the game. But other than that, it is a great game. You can't have everything.
Played it for a couple times, but he says, I don't get that many viewers, and I'm not that big of a football fan anymore, so forget it.
Well, to me, football is awesome head-to-head, and it's okay solitaire. Baseball, to me, can be awesome both ways. As long as you're playing fair, there's, you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Yeah. Where football, I'm running a run play on 3rd and long, trying to trick them up. Well, I know that. Now, do I call? You know what I'm saying? No. Right. Or do I run the run knowing that I'm going to call the prevent defense? Deep in my mind, I'm like, am I cheating doing that? You know what I'm saying? Or should I just call a freaking pass play? And then I get a 13-yard carry on 3rd and 9. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, did I cheat there or didn't I? So, yeah. And especially if you're rooting for one team or another.
Yeah, that's sort of the problem I've had with the 2007 Indians. I'm like, this team was better than I remember. And then you look at the cards and go, were they really that good, or did they just get them good dice rolls that I'm not getting?
Right. That, and like I say, what was, it was RJL with the 61 season. I assume when he does that, what is it? Fast score? Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
If I'm correct, when those numbers are close, like he says 10-9, that means it was a close ball game.
Mm-hmm.
The Yankees, I think, must have won a lot of close ball games, and Detroit must have blew a lot of teams out, because when you would hear him do the fast scores with Detroit, he'd go like 20-2, and the Yankees would be 10-9, and they would lose a few of those games where Detroit was. They might get a terrible roll, but was still winning 6-5 because the score was so lopsided. So that, to me, with that kind of engine, if you get a lot of close ball games, you could go from winning 90 games to losing 10, maybe 10 of those games and only being a 500 team. I don't think you should lose any more than that, but yeah.
I think, it's, maybe I'm not playing hit and run as much as I should, or maybe I'm not sending out I'm terrified of sending the C Steelers.
Right.
Like, I got outs,
Right. Earl Weaver's thinking.
Yeah.
3-run homer is the best offensive play in baseball. Yeah. Well, why would I run myself out of a 3-run homer? Yeah.
Then you get the Cardinals who had,
McGee and.
No. I'm talking like 60s.
Oh.
Like you had Brock at the top. He's a AA Steeler. Let's see. They had at least 3 or 4 B Steelers. And okay, so you had Brock's at AA, Cepeda's a B Steeler, Johnson's a B Steeler. Let me see if I can get a couple ones back, and that might be Yeah. And then they had Bobby Tolan backing up. He was a beast stealer.
Darn.
So, I mean, you could just run everybody out there.
Right.
And meanwhile, you got the only one that's above us, D, is Willie Mays for the Giants.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. So they didn't steal all that much.
Yeah.
Like, I was like, how did they do it? Did they just run hit and runs, or you just got lucky?
Right.
And then I'm not doing double steals, which I should do. That gives everybody an automatic because they throw to the lead runner.
Right.
So it's not like, oh, we pick, you roll a dice first and see which base you throw to. It's
They always go
automatic,
for the lead.
the lead runner.
Yeah.
I have to go look at that rule again, but yeah.
Well, that was one thing, and everybody knocked about APA was the base stealing, because it's all just in the game. You don't making any decisions on it. The basic game.
Oh, is
It's
that
all
the
off
one
card.
where like he gets a single and then automatically steals second?
Yeah, or if you back in the day, like Brock and them would have walked and automatically stole, there was a little asterisk beside the walk, and that symbol meant that if the second base wasn't occupied, they automatically steal second. So your walk turns into a double, more or less.
Okay.
Yeah, that's how they generated enough steals for real good base stealers.
Right.
Yeah, but like I say, it was all in the game. You didn't. Now, if you wanted to play, I call it playing APA instead of playing baseball. If you had a real good base stealer, you wanted a strikeout batter behind him, and you hit and run, because every time you rolled a 13, which is a strikeout, not the dice 13, but the number 13 on the card is a strikeout. And if you're hitting and running, if he was a 10 or 11, he automatically stole. So that saved you from striking out, got him a steal. That's playing APA. Maybe he was the eighth batter in the lineup. You move him up to second so you could hit and run behind Vince Coleman. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I call it playing APA, not playing baseball. And you could skew the stats. You know what I'm saying? If you looked at the card and saying, this guy's going to be my number 2
45
batter.
steals for the year.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I say, you could, if you really once you got into the game and understood the game, you could do crazy statistical and stuff with the cards and just play the cards right.
Yeah. And that was the one thing I was kind of pissed about. The Blue Jays in 07 had, the Blue Jays, they had a +3 and a +2 arm catchers. And I'm like, ooh, here we go. Couldn't get anybody on base with less than 2 outs. I'm like, golly. And then the A's had I think they might have had, if I had the right guy in, they'd have been the first time in Stratomatic that I've ever played where all the outfielders had plus arms.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Let me see if I can pull that up. Let's see.
What year was that?
2007.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So Shannon Stewart was a +3 in left field. Nick Swisher was a +2 in right field. And then who was there? Oh, and if Travis Buck played, he was a +3 in right. He was a +3 arm.
Oh, darn. Ain't no going nowhere. Dwight Evans everywhere. Or Dave Parker. Dave Parker probably had one of the best arms I've ever seen. Who did he throw out in that 79 All-Star game at home? That was freaking awesome.
Wish I remembered.
Oh, man. It was on the fly, perfect, right to the catcher.
Well,
like
that was the baseball players were bred different because you had the right fielder always had to have the best arm because
exactly.
the farthest to third base or to home.
Yep. Yeah, like I say, Dave had a hell of an arm. The Cobra did. I like Dave. I liked him when he went to Cincinnati. I liked him when he went to Oakland.
Yeah. Remember, he still showed up in his last years with Milwaukee. He's our only All-Star.
I don't remember him there. Yeah.
1990.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, like I say, I'll tell you who had a good arm, and I thought he should have went to Boston and played in Boston. That's Brett Butler. When he was with the Braves, when he played left field, not center field, I don't know how many times he threw guys out trying to stretch a single into a double. And I'm thinking, man, if you played in Fenway Park, you'd have so many putouts and assists rather. It would have been crazy because his arm might not have been as great as some, but he was so accurate. That ball was on target almost all the time. All the shortstop or second baseman had to do is just drop the glove, and the tag was made for you.
And then the Indians stuck him in center field.
Yes. Oh, I hated that trade. Oh, I hated that Lynn Barker trade because Butler was my. Everybody
they
loved
also
the
stole
Murph.
Leo Franco from you guys.
Yeah, Butler was my favorite Brave when I first started watching them. Everybody loved Murph, of course, but I thought Butler was awesome. I'm like, man. And then then Ted Turner got fined for that. You know that?
No.
Ted, he was the player to be named later, which is supposed to mean you don't know who he is, that you haven't decided yet, which is bullshit. So Butler was looking at buying houses in the Atlanta area. So rumor was he was the player to be named later. So he knocks on the door and tells Ted, hey, I'm looking at buying houses. What should I do? And he's like, don't buy a house. You're the player to be named later, because he played the rest of that 83 season. Finished the 83 season up and got traded at the end of the year when the season was over. Well, MLB found out, and I forget how much they fined Ted for telling him that. Crazy. You want the man to go out and get a freaking mortgage and then have to try to sell a house and move. That's fucking ignorant.
Yeah, it's amazing that these athletes try to buy these houses in their first few years. I'm like, that this may not last.
Right. Forever. Well, I watched it was a documentary, and I think it was, of course, the man that loves making documentary, it was Jose Canseco, about how these players get in trouble. He says it's not the initial purchase when they buy all this stuff for people. It is afterwards. The people can't afford the upkeep and stuff, and they got to keep buying. And if they buy them a house and they got to pay the freaking taxes for them, or something goes wrong with the house, they got to help with maintenance. He says it's the gift that keeps giving that gets you in trouble. The initial gift, if that's all you gave them and walked away, you'd be fine. But most of them can't afford the upkeep and
you got to buy them a house that's appropriate to their income, their personal income, not your income.
Right. He says that's where most athletes get in trouble, is the initial price of the.
They buy the houses for their parents, and it's like, well,
now they got two houses are taking care of the rest of their lives, and when the money dries out because they don't invest it properly. Well, I was watching something on YouTube about Larry Bird, about all the money he saved and what all he did because he was scared of being poor.
Yeah, well, I mean, you grew up in French Lick, you don't exactly have much money growing up. It's amazing.
Because I mean, that's how he hurt himself. Was working on the farm down there and screwed his back up. Was doing his own work, because they used to always show him on the tractor and shit during the off season. But that's how he screwed his back up.
Crazy for the last couple of years in the league.
Oh, exactly. What could have been. I mean,
you had 13 good years before that, so
But I mean, they just got Reggie Lewis. And if he was healthy, instead of losing in the playoffs, they may have won another championship. May have.
Yeah. That was a good memory for me, though, because one of the teams they lost to was the Cavs in '92.
Yeah. That was the last time I think they made the playoffs, wasn't it?
No, I think because they played the next year against Charlotte, when Charlotte that was their first playoff win, was against Boston. I think then they went in the downhill.
Yeah.
That may have been either he retired or that was his last year, or they just had enough talent to get by.
So. Yeah, crazy.
Oh, but anything else going on in the chat room here? Dave not knowing anything about hockey. Yeah, just keep watching. I mean, that's all I can say. And the game will slow down. It took me forever to watch a hockey game and realize when offsides happened.
Oh yeah, that's another. Well, they have changed that rule with the blue line and all, haven't they?
Well, it used to not be that all they had to do was touch the blue line and they were considered clearing the zone.
Right.
Yeah, you had to actually physically be outside the blue line. Now you just have to. Everybody has to be touching the blue line.
Yeah.
And then,
then they changed icing too over the years, haven't they?
Now it's if it's clear that the person's like the opposing team's going to be the one that's going to touch it, they'll just.
It doesn't have to hit the board, right?
Actually, I think it just has to get past the face-off dots.
Right. But it used to have to hit the board, didn't it?
or or that or go behind the goal line.
Goal. Yeah. 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 Like I say, I know a little bit, but I don't know enough for strategies and stuff like
Well,
that.
Well,
I
one of
just
the
got
ways is
Action
that
PC Hockey. I played a game last night on it. It was the 64 Red Wings against the 64 Bruins. It was a 3-3 tie, but like I said, I let the computer make all the line changes and all for me.
well, and then like Stratomatic will give you all right this many cards between line changes.
Yeah,
So
right.
there
Now
is some of that.
I know freaking Rob went off when Hockey Blast, but it does the same thing. It plays minute by minute, and every minute you're supposed to change the line.
Right, because
Yep.
because essentially in the game of hockey, it's usually about 45 seconds to a minute.
Yep.
Is how long that the forwards should be out on the ice.
Because I was surprised he likes that Stone Cold Hockey.
Well, I
Since
think
it
it's a
doesn't
lot
have no
because it's just
passing
dice
and all.
rolls. He doesn't have to move anything. He doesn't have to
Yeah.
check a whole bunch of charts.
Because he was always asking about a good hockey game with passing. The best one I've seen on YouTube was at Inside the Crease, because they play every 20 seconds compared to every 30 or 40 seconds. So you got more to do. But then, to me, now with YouTube putting it on here, if I'm worried about you, I don't want a 3-hour video. But if I'm playing a game, I could care less if it takes 3 hours. If I get the enjoyment out and I get the stats I want to come out, and
which
that I
is
want.
why I've been a little leery about using Strat Hockey for a video.
right.
Like I don't want to put out like period 1 and then not know when period 2
Now,
and period 3 would.
I like what Alan does, but I prefer to watch the whole game.
Yeah.
If Alan put a 3-hour video up with his football, I'd watch it, me personally.
Right, yeah.
But I understand
not
why
many
he
people
only
are.
plays the fourth quarter, because most people ain't like me. They don't want to sit there for 3 hours. They'd rather sit there for an hour.
Well,
So,
the trick is that what you tell people is that you can change the settings for the video speed.
oh, really? I
you-
never knew that.
Yeah, if you click on the gear on the bottom.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Huh, let me go here to one. Let me bring up one of my own videos.
Video.
All right, we'll bring up the race I did today.
Ladies and gentlemen.
All right, we're at
All right, so the gear
the gear
next-
setting there. It says
Yeah.
settings.
yeah, and then the second one
It
down
does
is
say
playback.
playback speed, don't it? Normal.
Yep.
Yep.
Click on that,
Okay.
and then
Oh,
anything.
yep.
So
You can
there's
slow it down, or you can speed it up to 1.25.
or you can actually go to double
1.27. You
speed.
could double it up to 2.
Yeah.
Yep, and you can slow it down to 0.25. Yeah, I didn't know that. Learn something every day.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
trust me. Not that demos' videos are boring, but sometimes I just want to go quick. I do that with.
Oh,
Demos'
exactly. Instead
video.
of skipping yourself, right? That way you see everything. And if you see something you like, you can stop it, right? Instead of
Right.
just skipping on with the bar. Yep. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, that's a handy little tool. Yep. And plus, I assume they get credit for the whole video you watched doing that too, don't they?
Yeah.
If they were actually getting money, which I'll never have that problem because I'll never get enough subscribers and
subscribers,
stuff.
enough people watching, and
Yep.
like,
Which is
I
not
have
why I
time
got
to-
on here. I got on here for 2 reasons: to help other people out. Plus, it gives me a log of stuff I did. And if I want to go back and it's like, oh, you remember that great race I did, that great game I did? Now I can go back instead of looking at a sheet of paper. I'm like, oh yeah, now I can go back, because me and Troy Carter did a 1970, I think it was 79 Charlotte race, and to this day it was the best finish I ever had. It was Richard Petty, Cal Petty was in the middle group, and on the last lap made it to the top and the lead, and Kyle Petty made it to the lead, and the old man knocked him out of the freaking lead and knocked him back. And it was like, man, no break for the kid. It was awesome. On the last turn, he came from like 10th to win the race, and he beat his son, knocked him out. It was awesome.
There you go.
And like I say, we was talking one day. I'm like, you got to go back and watch that, because Troy couldn't remember. And I'm like, that was the best race we had, bud.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the other thing is that like if I did live games, I don't have to wait the 8 hours.
Yes,
with the
that's
upload.
why I got this. I was talking to Rob. I'm like, does it take 3 or 4 hours? He says, hell, it takes more than that sometimes, Dwayne. I'm like, you're kidding me. He's like, no, that's why I do StreamYard. When you do it live, it's automatically downloaded. And I'm like, oh, I got to get this stuff. And
Yeah.
so I did it for free. And then I don't need it every month paid, but there's some months when I'm off.
Mhm.
Heck, within 2 weeks, I'm up to 20 hours.
Right.
So I said, I might as well bite the bullet. And that way I don't have to set it. But I shouldn't say this on here. I figured out a way to beat the system if I didn't
Well,
want to
yeah, all
pay.
you
And that is
do
to get
is-
another email
Yeah.
and use that email. Get 50 emails and I could have 200 hours worth of free. But I like a lot of the features that comes with it with paying, which I wouldn't get if I scammed the system.
Right. Well, that and if you really want to do it, just do the backstage thing and don't go live and just use it for,
Yes, that's what I was telling my buddy Troy Carter. He doesn't have anything with besides his phone. He doesn't have anything with a camera. I said, if you get, excuse me, a camera, we could, if you don't want to record it, we could do stuff on here, just me and you playing, just like we're sitting beside each other. We don't even have to record it.
It's all because YouTube, which is part of Google, didn't want to retain Google Hangouts.
Oh, is that right? I see.
Yep.
You guys know a lot more because I wasn't into that
That's
stuff.
what Jester was using when I joined his channel for season previews.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was Google Hangouts.
Mm-hmm.
And when they decided to stop supporting that for YouTube, then it was, what the hell are we going to use?
Right.
And StreamYard
That's when all this
up.
came up. Huh?
Yep.
But there's something else out there. What is it called?
Well, it's like OBS.
It starts with a E or something. And it has a lot of the stuff that I have to pay for on Steam comes with their free package.
Huh.
Yeah. What is that?
Not Everbridge, is it?
Let's do video.
See, the issue that I have with mine is I don't have a backup camera. And unfortunately, to do this live, you either got to have a tablet to, look at it. Plus, I got to pick this honking thing up and try to aim it down. And I only have a 720p camera. That wasn't one of the things I looked for when I got
I was
this
wrong.
laptop.
It starts with a V.
Oh.
Vimeo.
Vimeo, yeah.
Yeah. It has a lot of stuff that I'm paying for on Steam as part of their free package. But what I was afraid, if I cancel Steam, about the time I do that, they're going to get the genius idea to start charging you for everything I wanted.
Yep.
So I figured they're a new company and they're hooking you to come in. And then one day they're going to be like, sorry, we're no longer offering this as a free package.
You got it.
Yeah. So I figure I'll stick with this. And it's simple. I couldn't believe how simple this was when Rob taught me how to use it and get on with him. Because like I say, I went 2 or 3 months. Well, you was in the videos with him just in the chat before I even attempted. He kept telling me to come on, and I told him I don't got a camera. He's like, oh, it's simple, Dwayne. Go get a camera. Go get a camera. And I thought, yeah, simple. All right. I'll hook it up and spend 5 fucking hours trying to log on every day. Of course, sometimes I have spent about an hour or two waiting for the email to come through.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know what it is. Like him sending out his, like, through Gmail, like for some reason, his take forever to get through.
Yeah.
Then
when I get them, I get 3 of them out at the same time. I don't know.
Right. Like yours came through pretty quickly, thankfully. But
yeah, exactly. Yeah. I don't know if
he's got some.
I don't know if it's because he sends it to 50 people all at one time.
And they're trying to get it all to everybody at the same time. Yep.
Yeah. So I don't know if that slows it down.
5 at a time, and you get there very quickly.
Yep, I think so. I think that's why when you said that the link was dead when I sent it to you the next time, it was just you on there. Now, which email do you use? Do you use the Gmail?
I would prefer for this to use Gmail. Usually,
Gmail. That's what I thought. I'd use both because it wasn't sure. Yeah.
Yahoo doesn't.
Yeah, because he sends them to both of mine. I got AOL and the Gmail.
Yeah.
What's that? What doesn't hyperlink it?
Yahoo doesn't.
Oh, gotcha.
So I always have to copy and paste.
Paste, right. Yep. Yeah, now, like I say, I got AOL He sends them to both AOL and the Gmail, but both of them, it don't matter. I can click on it. Yeah. But
Amazing
yeah,
that still
I've
exists,
enjoyed
but-
doing this year. That's for darn sure. And I've met a lot of great people because of it.
Yeah.
And some people I know as well as I do people that lives here in Hagerstown, like yourself, you know what I'm saying? And Rob and all, I see you every day, you know, it's crazy. I talk to people at work. I'm like, I was talking to such and such from Tennessee, and they're like, huh? Well, hell, I can tell you where he lives at, his kids and all that, just as much as I know about you, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, hell, I'm talking to a guy over in Great Britain that doesn't know how to say Maryland or Maryland. I mean, I love talking to Alan. He's
Oh, yeah.
awesome.
Brett.
Yes, he is. Yeah, me,
It
him,
is
and Rob
not a
was you on there
tie,
that
it is a
day? He was on
draw.
there talking about. That's when he was starting that college football. He says my next game is going to be against Maryland. I'm like, what did you say? He's like, Maryland. I said, buddy, I live in Maryland. I don't live in Maryland. Of course, after saying that, now he has to say Maryland just to aggravate the living shit out
Well,
of me.
there was you followed wrestling a little bit, right?
Yeah, like I say, it was before I got my channel up and running. It was months before I did that.
So William Regal, Steven Regal, used to say it was the wrestler's name was Umaga, Umaga. He's deceased now, but for some reason it always sounded like Umanga.
Yeah, the Mango Kid, huh?
Yeah, or Umanga. And then they can't say H; they have to say H.
Yeah,
It'll be Triple H.
Triple H.
And just like after a while, it just became normal. Like that
Right.
was the way he spoke, and so
Right.
you know it was kind of funny.
I know
And then,
Rob
of course,
gets on
he
him
introduced
for
me to
saying
the
the
word-
scores backwards.
What's
They'll
that?
say Rob gets on him for saying 20 to 30. Well, no, you always say whoever's leading first. Oh my God, darn! Give the
Well,
poor man a
You have
break.
to
You can't
remember, he
figure it
also
out.
lives in Europe, where they go day,
Versus.
month, year instead of month, day, year for the dates.
Yes, and they do the verses instead of at. Yeah, Man City United versus such and such. They don't say Baltimore at Cleveland.
Right.
Yeah, yeah. And normally the verses means that's the home team. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. But I get a kick out of him, and I love when he pretends he's from the South, North Carolina. He does a pretty good Southern accent for a Brit. I'll say that.
There you go.
Does do a good job. North Carolina. Then when I found out they don't have air conditioning over there, I thought he was bullshitting me. I thought he was just didn't want to turn it on. He's like, we don't even own it. I'm like, I thought I'm naive to a point, but they're pretty much on the same longitude as we are. So I figured their weather was similar. I didn't realize that ocean screwed up that weather as bad as it did, where they don't have change in season hardly at all. He says wintertime it's cold rain, summertime it's warmer rain. I laughed.
Well, I mean, you always look at the Open Championship, and they're always in long sleeves.
Yeah. To me, it reminds me of San Francisco here.
Yeah.
Where it never changes. You watch a football game or a baseball game, they're dressed about the same.
Yeah, like what always used to get me when the Giants played at Candlestick Park. There'd be people in fucking like winter coats in summer.
Right. Exactly. Yep.
Like
Boggins and all on. Yep. Yeah, I agree with
the
you.
bay winds hit, and boy, that can drive the temperature down.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, living here on the East Coast, it's a different world, that's for sure. Well, even where I live at, you go 50 so miles west of me, it's a different country. You got the mountain range air, and on the other side of that mountain west, different country. 10 degrees colder, and they get a hell of a lot more snow. A hell of a lot more. I live in a valley. You got mountains to my left, mountains to my right, east and west, and it protects us so much. It literally, our worst storms come up from the south, so the mountains don't affect it. That's when we're called the Northeasterners, which
Yeah.
that's when we get our worst snow in this area. If it comes from the east or west, we normally make out pretty good.
Yeah.
But I like to change the
usually
season.
about 2 counties northwest.
What's that?
Lake Geauga in Ashtabula County, which is
Hmm.
about, maybe it's a county, northwest county over from Cuyahoga County where Cleveland is. It's called the Snow Belt for a reason, because that always is where the lake effect hits.
Oh, just like Buffalo up there in New York. Because
Yep.
somebody was on one of the channels says they lived like 20 or 30 miles, and it's a world of difference from Buffalo. Yeah, not that much further, but they don't get near the snow Buffalo gets. Somebody was on here talking about it on one of the channels.
Yeah, I still have the discussion about the quickest way to get from Buffalo to Detroit is to cut through Canada.
Right.
It is.
Yes. I remember when you and Rob was talking, he said it was an 8-hour drive. I'm like, hell, it can't be no 8-hour drive.
Yeah,
I'm
if you
thinking
only
this.
drive to the United States.
Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing that time. I'm like, man, there's got to be a road that goes almost straight. It's got to be. I understand where he was coming from, the way he went, but I'm thinking there's got to be a shorter way than that.
Yeah.
Because I was talking to John here earlier. He was talking about Hall of Fame, Canton, and baseball Hall of Fame. They're both about 8 hours away from me.
Okay.
No matter which one I would go to. So more or less, it's at least a stay overnight trip to go up there 8 hours and then walk around and enjoy yourself and try to come back home. It'd be crazy.
You could get done with the Football Hall of Fame in about an hour.
Oh, is that right? My daughter went. She was working for a restaurant back in the day called the Tilted Kilt, and she used to go around and help do openings. And then one was up near Canton, and she went there, took pictures and all for me. Yeah. Yeah.
So the one that they had, the Tilted Kilt by the casino in Cleveland, closed down.
The ones in Hagerstown did too. There might be one or two open now. Yeah. He was the owner. I met him once or twice. Hell of a nice guy, but it must have been a terrible business man. You know what I'm saying? Did not know how to manage money. But like I say, hell of a nice guy.
Either that or just didn't. I mean, look how many Hooters are left. Not many.
Right. Exactly. Yep.
Like, attitudes change.
Yeah. Well, truthfully, when my daughter went to work there, everybody in this town was going batshit crazy about me. You're going to let her work there? I'm like, you go to a lot of restaurants and they're not dressed any worse than what the hell she is. I'm like, and second of all, if you knew my daughter, I don't have to worry about my daughter. If something stupid happens, it's because my stupid daughter allowed it to happen, because my crazy daughter ain't going to let something happen. And she only really had one problem the whole time she worked there. And they escorted them out quicker than quick. You know what I'm saying? They're not going with that crap. Yeah.
Any self-respecting restaurant would.
Right. So, but yeah. And the food was good. I loved the food.
The food wasn't bad.
Yep. Yeah. And then when they closed up here in town, they got what they called, what was that called? It was Barrel something.
Not Cracker Barrel.
No, Rustic Barrel or something like that. It had good food. Yeah. And that's what took over. And then they closed up shortly after that too. They didn't stay here in town long. So she went and got another job. Now she works for an insurance company.
Yeah.
Works at home.
Thing on this, was a place not too far from me that served breakfast and lunch. Freaking great breakfast.
Oh, really?
Closed after 75 years.
Darn.
They couldn't get anybody in line to own it. And
yeah, that's what happens. Kids don't want to take over the business.
And then
happens a lot. They said normally the third generation kills the business.
I don't know if they're open for breakfast on the weekdays. I know they're open on the weekends. It's a little kind of hole in the wall place.
Right.
To the shopping center, but like, I mean, I can't do McDonald's or anybody else's breakfast anymore, so I got to do any place that actually serves like eggs or anything like that. Hey, what's up, Bob?
Hey, what's going on? I think I sent you an invite, Bob, if you want to come in. I think I did. I think I got your email.
Let's see what's going on give a quick football update here. And by the way, that say was not related to the one that was.
Oh, he wasn't?
No. because his dad died when Mark say the one that played for the Chargers. His dad was he died when he was like 13 or 14.
Oh, gotcha.
Eagles are leading 19-3 about 5 minutes into the fourth quarter. Washington's up 20-6 at the end of the third quarter, but they're in the red zone. And then the Rams are leading the Seahawks 16-13. Denver is leading the Chargers 24-20.
I'll be right back, Tim. My phone's ringing.
No problem.
Alrighty.
Yeah, and then San Francisco's leading Arizona 38-13.
38-13. Sure.
Yeah, they haven't pulled any of their starters yet, but
yeah, that team, and there's an example of a team. Not Baltimore. Starting quarterback goes down, no big deal. Bring in the backup. Backup goes down, no big deal. Bring in the third string. Bless you. And they just keep on winning. Yeah.
They should send some if they win the Super Bowl. They should send some of their bonus to Carolina for giving them Christian McCaffrey.
Right. That's for sure. Yeah, I mean, if that boy stays healthy, he's a hell of a player. It's just him not staying healthy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
mean, if he stays healthy, Cam Newton probably has a job down there.
Yeah, probably true.
Yep.
The other thing would have been that you'd have to actually get qualified receivers.
Right.
For Carolina. I mean, I'm trying to remember who they were. They didn't have the first one. They had Musha Muhammad and Ricky Prohl, but the second Super Bowl, it was Tengen Jr. and I couldn't name any of the, and Greg Olson, I think, might have been the tight end. Like, I couldn't name the other wide receivers for that Carolina team that went to the Super Bowl. They might have had Devin Funchess from Michigan. But yeah, it looks like these games were the hardest to pick for scores. You didn't know who was playing. You didn't know
versus the other guys.
You know.
Look what Hyundai had.
Okay. But anyway.
Alrighty. Sent that out to Bomb. Hopefully he gets it this time. Said it was giving him an error.
Yeah, it's that must have done that to me too for the first link. I was like, okay. Oh.
Yeah, I think my daughter's boyfriend said Ravens are going back to Cincinnati next week.
No.
Oh, they're not?
Cincinnati got the 2 seed.
Oh.
So they've got Miami.
Oh, really? Who's Baltimore got then?
Whoever the 3 seed would have been. So that would have been they didn't win the division, so that would have been. All right, so Buffalo's a 2 seed. Let me see what the playoff race is here. Yeah, it's Cincinnati and Baltimore. Yeah, you're right. I guess they're going right back. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what my daughter's boyfriend said. Yeah.
Quick trip home and then go right back out.
Yeah, because I mean, I didn't realize that, but that might have been one reason why they didn't play everybody.
Figure if we lost,
Instead
we're
of
just
dealing
going
with a
right
coin
back.
flip, right? Not
Now,
show your
thankfully,
hand.
they avoided the coin flip.
Yeah, and like you say, not showing your hand. Only half the plays maybe that you want to run against them, you ran. Device not connected. It said for Keith. Oh, there he is. Hey, Keith.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
What's
Good,
going
and
on,
you?
Keith?
All right, I didn't see your invite until a few minutes ago.
Oh, that's fine, man. Yeah, me and Tim's been on here. I was just going over. It's been a year since I was on here, going over what
Yeah.
I did in 2022 and what I plan on doing in 23.
Mm-hmm.
So, about anything big changing on here, like I told Tim, talking to ID
Moderating
Jester, I'm
some.
going to put some war games on here, I think.
All right.
Yeah, some Civil War games.
Okay.
That'd be the biggest difference. And like I told Tim, have you been watching ID and Dave Gardner with that Digital Diamond baseball?
I hadn't. I
think I'm going
I've
to get
actually
it
got it
so I
on my
can do.
computer from Steam. Right? It's free, I think.
No, it costs you, depending if you get it on sale
Oh
or
wait,
not.
yeah. It costs something, but you get all the seasons. Maybe that's
Yeah,
it.
what I'm going to do with it is get it to keep my stats, and I'm going to probably get Appa back out, and it'll give you something to look at on the screen instead of me
You
just
can
rolling
you can
dice.
manually enter stuff on there.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah. It has codes for ground out,
Okay.
fly out, walks, and stuff, and you just
Gotcha.
literally type it in. So you roll it, look at your Appa chart, find out what the result is, type it in, and then it has your narration if you want. You know what I'm saying? You can see that or hear it. Yep. So I think that comes out in March, the new version. So I'm going to wait for that to come out in
Yeah,
March.
I got some History Maker cards.
Yes, you can use that with that diamond.
Yeah, I was thinking about that.
Yeah,
Well, essentially,
I
all
got to
you
say,
do
it keeps your
Pieces on
stats.
Forrest, you make the lineup and then
See, it has. What the good part about it is the game has the that day's lineup. If you want to use as played lineup, at least use that. My opinion is how I'm probably going to play it. Is use the starting pitcher and use the as played lineup for the opposing team, and me make decisions whether I want to do with the Braves lineup.
okay.
Yeah, because one thing I like, if somebody just hit in 4 straight games, I'm not benching him. Maybe he was 0 for whatever, and I'm pretending like he's hot and keep playing him. You know what I'm saying? I don't like doing that kind of stuff when I'm doing a replay to box myself in there too tight that I got to play it the way it was done. Then why am I playing it? I might as well just, especially if you're doing a PC, make both of them computer and just watch it as a spectator.
Mhm.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Instead of having to buy the Appa with Ernie Harwell calling the games.
Oh, I love that. He got me. The first time it ever came up, he got me. Do you remember this? This reminds me of Linda Ronstadt. And I said, what? He says, Blue Bayou. I'm like, you bastard, you got me. I literally said, what? And he says, Blue Bayou. And I'm like, oh, that was awesome. Freaking awesome. I was hooked after that. It was like, damn. Yeah, when he tricked me into saying what? Yeah. Yeah, crazy. Yeah. Now ID Jester imitates Kurt. That broccoli, what is it? What's Kurt say? Broccoli, cheddar, melody, gas. ID Jester's been doing that. It's awesome.
Didn't Glenn Fry write that song?
I don't know. Let's look it up.
I think he wrote some songs for her. Because I think the story was, she was kind of getting popular, and they said, well, there's this new songwriter named Glenn Fry that we want to introduce you to, or something like that. And like he might have wrote something for her.
That's just a video. One like a Wikipedia on the song. That's just bringing up videos now. Let's do lyrics. Sometimes the lyrics will say who wrote it instead of looking up the song.
Right.
What's this thing Elon Musk is doing?
It's
on
a shame
YouTube?
about her.
What? Oh, Linda Ronstadt?
Song lyrics. Now this site doesn't. Yeah, that site didn't have it. This talks about her. This right on here, who wrote it. Just Google it that way.
Yeah, I don't even.
Roy Orbison co-wrote it with Joe.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe there was some other
Yep.
song. Maybe she was
Yep.
singing that one, and when they said that
Yeah.
they were thinking of getting him to write something for her. Yeah, that kind of.
Yeah, like I say, that's a
Roy
shame
Orbison
about
song.
her with that damn disease.
I'm saying it too.
That's a terrible
What does he-
disease.
She have MS?
She either has that or Parkinson's. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Parkinson's.
Man, Parkinson's.
Okay.
There was
Yeah.
an album I got of hers called I think it was Born in the USA. Have you ever seen that album cover? I'm in elementary school, and I had to take the album to school and show all the guys at school. See if I can bring it up here.
So she also has progressive supranuclear palsy, an incurable degenerative disease. So that's a double whammy.
Oh, with her standing with her arms spread out?
Yeah, skating.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then inside of that, there's even a better picture inside with her legs. Oh, where's the inside jacket? See if they got that. Here it is. See if I can bring up my screen. Present, share my screen. See it
No.
over here? It doesn't show my screen.
No.
Okay, here. Why isn't it a share? Windows. Why isn't it letting me share my screen? Here, share screen. Okay.
Okay.
She was tough back in. This is like 78. Like I say, I was in like the 3rd or 4th grade.
No.
I was in
That
love.
was the inside.
That was the inside jacket. Yeah. The album actually opened up. Yeah. It opened up like a book. And inside, oh, yeah. It was like, of course, like I say, as a 10-year-old kid, I thought that was like pornographic shit.
Ken just come here or something?
Well, what was the one album cover that got in trouble for showing the pubic hair?
Oh, I'm not sure.
That was like a Wasp album, I think, or something like that.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I never heard that one. Yeah. Yeah, like I say, that album cover was awesome, man. Good songs on there too, don't get me wrong. Yeah.
What song was that?
Oh, you think you got that? She did a few Elvis songs on that album. Let's bring that up.
Oh, that was the Black Crowes Amorica album. The original one had a little bit of hair sticking out of the bikini bottom.
Oh, was it?
Yep, and until they had to airbrush it out. Like, no, can't do that.
Live in the USA had Back in the USA, Love Me Tender, Just One Look. That was probably the 3 biggest songs off of it. Yeah.
Ugh.
Bob says he thinks he has that album too. Yeah, like I say, Me and Dad belonged to those album clubs back then, RCA and Columbia. We belonged to both of them. We was getting albums every month.
Yeah, I was part of the Columbia House one.
Yeah. Yeah, RCA, if I remember right, got less free, but didn't have to buy as many. And Columbia gave you like 8 or 12, and you had to buy more.
Yeah, you had to buy like 6 over 3 years.
Yeah, like say
My
RCI was like
mom
1 or
went
2.
like crazy. He's like, "What are you doing? You're not going to buy that many." I'm like, and granted, this was when I was like 16 or 17.
Yeah.
But yet when sister wanted something for Christmas, yes, he came through without having to go to the store.
Right. Exactly. Well, me and Dad, like I say, sometimes they had a great setup. You had to return the card in order not to get an album.
Yep.
Because they had the monthly album that if you returned the card and said you didn't want it, or you could add to it, or you could say, I don't want that monthly album, give me these albums. So every now and then we'd screw up. You could send it back, don't get me wrong. But
Right.
9 times out of 10, we kept the album when we screwed up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a good setup by them. Like I say, having to mail it in to say, no, don't send it to me.
Right. And then
Ramses.
they also had a DVD club for a while. That's how before my apartment got broken into, build up my collection. Now it's like I said, who buys?
You had somebody break in your house too? I did.
Yeah,
too.
Apartment, the old one.
They finally caught the guy. I never thought they'd catch the guy that robbed me.
Mine, the guy was stupid enough to steal one of my checks, so his name is right there.
Yeah, the guy that robbed me robbed a bunch of other houses around here, and that's right when I put Dad in a nursing home. So I took all of his money out of the bank and I kept it at the house. I couldn't put it in another bank account and show that. So he took a bunch of money from me. What he mainly took was Xbox, the Wii games and stuff like that is what he mainly took. And like I say, then he took that cash. And they caught him with some stuff from other people, and he bought a car, and they assumed he used the cash to buy the car. This is how they charged him with breaking into my house, because they didn't get any of the Xbox or something back. So
yeah, by then that was probably. Is anything quickly pawn off the record exchange or an exchange?
Yeah,
price?
I mean, luckily I still had the box, so I had the serial number and everything for the Xbox. It wasn't like so I thought for sure it would show up in a pawn shop, but probably an illegitimate pawn shop that didn't register that stuff.
Yeah.
Or he sold it to a friend who never took it to a pawn shop.
Probably.
Yeah, because like I say, when the it was sheriff's department deputy sheriff came, he asked me about the serial number. I said, actually, I think I still got the box because I kept it in case we ever took it off. It was easier to store in a box more than it is without it. And he's like, okay.
Yeah, just imagine for all of us who had our NES systems back in the day, if we'd have kept our boxes, you could pawn that shit off.
Right. Yep. Yeah.
You especially kept the Nintendo in good condition. You had the box with the styrofoam on it, even if you didn't have the shrink wrap.
I remember the first Nintendo, me being a racing fan, they was advertising on something about Bill Elliott. They came up with a Bill Elliott racing game. And at the time, we didn't have a Toys R Us here in Hagerstown. Had one in Frederick. I was 16, 17 years old, able to drive. So I'm sitting there. I go downstairs and I said, Dad, I'm going to Frederick. I'm going to buy me a Nintendo and get a Bill Elliott game. He's like, okay, yeah. And the Bill Elliott game had 4 tracks, if I remember right. You had Daytona, Talladega, and 2 road courses. That was it. And you was Bill Elliott. You could have been Bill Elliott in a Ford. They had a green Pontiac, which is supposed to be like Rusty Wallace.
Bill Elliott's NASCAR Challenge.
Was that what it was called?
Yeah, I'm looking it up right now.
Yeah. Like I say, you had a Ford, a Pontiac, and a Chevy. And the Pontiac, I think, was supposed to be Rusty Wallace. It was green, and I can't remember what color the Chevy was. Of course, the Ford was red for Elliott in that Coors car.
Ugh.
Yeah.
You had a Pontiac Grand Prix, Ford Thunderbird, and a Chevy Lumina. Ugh.
What was the Chevy? The color of the Chevy? Was it black for Earnhardt?
I don't. They barely got anything for.
Yeah.
I mean, the PC version looked nice, but I don't see. Maybe I can pull up some of the.
Yeah, the Nintendo was little boxes. You know, the car was box shaped because of the what's the word I'm looking for? How you digitally make graphics back then.
Oh yeah. It was essentially dot by dot.
Yes. Yeah, they was boxy. Nothing was rounded. There was no rounded curves, like I say.
Right.
Yeah.
Here we go. The Grand Prix was white, the Thunderbird was red, and the Lumina was gold.
Gold. Yeah. Yeah.
Ugh.
Like I say, I'm pretty sure the one might have been Riverside, the road course. There was two road courses and two super speedways. You had Daytona and Talladega. And you had two
Here we go.
road
Hold
courses.
on. So you had, oh yeah, Daytona was one of the tracks. I do
Yep.
see that here.
And I'm like I say, I know Talladega was the other one. You had two super
let's see
speedway tracks.
Yeah, you could fix up your car,
Yeah.
practice.
Oh,
You know.
Rams almost stopped the ball like an inch away from the goal line, but
Oh, they think they're
guy
back in the
couldn't
Super
stop
Bowl.
himself.
Well, mine was it was due to all three of us getting good grades.
Is that right?
We got threatened for, if this takes over, you're not doing your homework. Goodbye.
Right.
It was the same way we got cable. Well, part of it was due to the Indians doing well in '95. Only reason we ever got cable.
Is that right?
Yep. Because too many games were not on the local channel to watch, and we wanted to really watch it. So it was like,
Right.
and then of course it was only on one TV until finally there were too many fights going on. It's like, all right, well, splurge and split it, and
Yeah.
on the TVs,
Yeah.
And
What was your first game you got for the Nintendo?
Oh, this is the Mario that came with it.
Yeah.
I can't remember the first other one that we got,
Right.
but I do remember it was pretty much, if we made Honor a Merit Roll, then pretty much we got a game or we got
Right.
something for Christmas. Like, God, I still have the majority of the games except now. The problem is I don't want
Look
to
who
use
it
my,
is. The man we were just
Hey!
talking about. Hey. What's
Give
going
me
on,
a
Robert?
second, guys. You kind of surprised the heck out of me with this idea. Give me a second here.
Alrighty.
no problem. But yeah, no, we played the Mario and Duck Hunt. Don't have the Zapper anymore. Must have got lost.
Oh
somewhere.
yeah, I remember that. Yes. Yes.
You
Exactly.
could have possibly let me know through my Facebook or the Universal account to let me know, hey, look, Robert, we'd like you to be on the show. You're lucky I checked my email.
It was a last minute thing, Rob. I was just on here. I just realized it's a year since I started the channel. So yeah. Yeah.
Oh, boy. Well,
Yeah. It's been
Look
a
at
great
this.
year. Like I say, met a lot of great people like yourself on here. It's been awesome.
look at this. A distinguished group of cards and dice people here. Look at this.
Yeah.
Thank you.
How about that?
RDL, you know why I was in Al's channel just a little bit ago with what happened to this game there? Did he?
I don't know.
History maker,
I
he just saw something went
I
off.
don't know what he did. I obviously was playing it, and all of a sudden he lost everything. I think
That
So,
happened to him about 2 or 3 days ago.
So yeah, it happened to him too. I mean, yes, maybe he maybe he just lost certain what do you call it? Maybe just lost his connection or something. I don't know. He's been having some issues too. You're right about that. You're right about that.
Yeah, like I say, 2 or 3 days ago, I was watching him, and he was playing History Maker baseball then, and he came back. I forget a few minutes later and finished the game up.
So we have a distinguished group of panel here. Look what we got.
Yeah,
Do you have all the inside pitch seasons now?
I have every single one from 1956 to 2021, and I've already I've been helping Chris a little bit with maybe just deciding certain seasons he should do next. He took my 1990 because I know we got a lot of Reds fans out there. Everyone was begging for him to do the 1990 season because of the bad boys, the Reds, and he asked me. I think it was October. He asked me. He said, well, I can only do one season. I really want him to do two of them. I wanted him to do 1957 and 1990. The reason why I want him to do 1957, I'm kind of OCD. So when you look at his inventory and you see 1956 and then 1958, I hate missing them. So
I'm with you. Yeah.
I'm kind of OCD, so I said, Chris, can you please do 1957 and just get that, just get that one done, and
Yep.
then start working on the rest of the 90s and the 2000s.
Yeah, me and Tim was just talking. Even if I never buy every single season, I love it being available. If you
It's
call
just-
me up and say, "Hey, Dwayne, you want to play 1950 something on Steam?" I want to be able to do it, even though I might never have to, but I want to do it. That's why certain companies. I mean, I still like their games and love it, but other companies, I love the availability of having every season. It is awesome.
it's the one thing about the reason why I bought every one of his printed seasons is that I fell in love with the game. Let's be honest. The first game I was playing was, of course, Payoff Pitch, and it was the first thing I was playing. And Joe Bryan, it's an awesome game system, and I really felt. I mean, this was what was it? It was like during the COVID era, the 2020. I was doing some action PC baseball stuff. Was doing, this. And then I decided to sit down. I see Stratomatic. I said, Stratomatic? Is someone actually rolling cards, rolling dice for this kind of thing? I mean, really? So I go ahead and I put on Al Red Sox fan. And he's the reason why I say he's king of the hill, because he really was the first guy I was actually watched doing this. And I was watching these dudes rolling the dice, announcing each play. And I said to myself, I used to do that when I was a kid. I mean, literally. I mean, on baseball cards
Back in the 80s, right?
back. No, maybe back in the 70s.
I'm trying to help you.
I know. I thank you very much for the compliment. But I'm a little old. So and I said to myself, I can do that, maybe. So then I just started watching the rest, started watching more Al Red Sox fan, watched ID Jester, watched some of what was it, baseball demos, David Baseball demos, Earl at Tabletop Baseball, plus, and what Earl, of course, at Tenacious Sports, watching them, seeing how they're doing it. I'm saying I can do this, but the question is what game do I want to play? I mean, I like Stratomatic, which I do, but it doesn't have all the players. And then I watched ID Jester's reviews, and he decided on, he was doing Payoff Pitch. And I looked at Payoff Pitch. I said, wow, the card quality is awesome. It seems like it's an easy system again. Just roll and done, one roll, and that is it. And I just started I ordered some couple of seasons of Payoff Pitch. I ordered the newest that season was 2019 and the 1969 season, because 1986 wasn't available yet. It is now from Joe, and which is my favorite season. Let's go Mets. And he went ahead, and I just started practicing and playing it. And then I did an unboxing on the channel and to do Payoff Pitch. And then I did my first game, the Cubs. What was it? The Tony Porter Cards and Dice mentioned you should do the Black Cat game. The Cubs and Mets in September.
Yeah, gotcha.
And amazing, that was and that game actually went 17 innings. The first game was 3 hours long. I said to myself, I wonder if this is a portent of what's approaching me in the future. I said, okay. And then we do the 1994 restart, which was successful. 1994 restart. And oh geez, I didn't turn on the chat. My bad. I forgot what the things out there.
And Castro just said congratulations.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, there it is. Good to go. And then I was about to start 19. It was that's when I did the selection show, and that's when we chose you guys. The subs chose 1985. This is all right. So we start the 1985 season because there wasn't that many seasons available for Payoff Pitch. And he only about at that time he's got 25, 27 seasons. I said, okay, we'll just go with what he has. After playing a little of the 1985 season with Payoff Pitch, I was getting a little bit stagnated. And I realized, as much as I like the system, which I still do, it's awesome. It's awesome sauce. I will not knock that game. I still have the cards. But it's when I realized that on certain dice rolls, compare whatever if the D10s are high, it's going to be an out. It's going to be an out, whether it be pop out, foul out, whatever. It's going to automatically be an out. Okay, unless of course it's on the batter card and and the batter card is like it's like a wheelhouse or something like that. It's going to be an out. And then I started watching more of Dave baseball demos playing inside pitch, and I said for some reason, and I first had an issue how the game was working. I was watching him do it, play the game, watching how it was how it maneuvered, how you did the rolling the pitcher card first and the batter card, just like payoff pitch, because payoff pitch is the same way. And then I saw how he was doing it, and I was having issues with the base running. Said, "Oh, he gets the third base. You roll the die, it's a 3. He'll make it." I'm saying, roll a die, get the 3, and that's when I realized, okay, the base running mechanic of this game may be a little complicated. But I saw he was having so much fun with it. I know he was having fun with inside pitch. I know he was remember at that time, Dave was, is the Stratomatic, loves Stratomatic. He loves it. Now, of course, inside pitch is his favorite. And the one thing I liked about inside pitch was the cards had colors on it. Every card is different. You must read the card. You cannot, if it's a 6-6 on, a 6-6 on Reggie Jackson is not going to be the same thing as a 6-6 on George Brett. All right. It's going to be it's going to be totally different. You got to read the card. You got to know where it's words. And I'm saying this looks like actually, and then of course it takes 2 dice rolls. And then of course, I say, okay, do I want to go with a game with 2 dice rolls? I said, we'll find out. So I ordered a copy of 1956, which of course was the first, and I played it out. I started practicing with it. I said, this game's a blast. This game is a lot of fun, and it really is very unpredictable. You really do not know what you're going to get with inside pitch. You really don't.
I think its best selling point though is that the cards, not needing charts.
The card that's the thing about inside pitch. If you guys have watched, remember I had the demo game just recently. I just had my demo game on New Year's Day, and of course you guys know the '88 season starts this Tuesday night, as we start the '88 campaign, and I said, the dice run the whole game. Yes, you still have to make decisions. You still have to make, batting decisions, pitching decisions, whether the strategy roll is the one thing I like about the strategy roll actually helps me decide if I want to steal a base, bunt, hit and run. It's suggested. You saw me when the demo game you guys saw that I went ahead and did it as a hard and fast, but I prefer using a suggestion. Like a steal is available, you got the jump or the bunt. Maybe the bunt looks pretty good, or a hit and run. I like the hit and run at certain points. And then I think about the base running, and I said to myself, the base running is a little clunky early, but I started to get it down pat. I really pushed myself to really learn this game even more than I did payoff pitch. And remember, guys, inside pitch doesn't have any chart. The only chart inside pitch has is this one, or these two. And that's it. And of course, you got your rare play chart. Now, the rare play chart, unfortunately, if there's one caveat to inside pitch, not enough rare plays. So actually, David Baseball Demos, he was also playing. Well, thank you, Mr. Castro. Bringing it to like Clay Dreslow has a good set of inside for a season ticket baseball. He's got a good set of rare plays here, and they actually can be converted to inside pitch. Not every rare play can be used concerning certain ratings that, of course, season ticket has that inside pitch doesn't, but you can convert it, and I'm probably going to create some special rare play charts of my own.
You want to use it in the '88 season?
Yeah, I may use some. I may part-time it in the '88 season, because the thing about it, there are certain rare plays that are in Chris Davis's inside pitch chart that are not in the season ticket baseball chart. So, and I kind of like, I was at one point I was like rolling. If it was a rare play, if it was an even number, I would use the inside pitch chart. If it was an odd number, I would use a season ticket baseball chart, and I might just do that off and on. I mean, rare plays are rare plays. It's not going to make much of a difference. where it comes from. If it's a rare play, it's just a rare play. And I was considering doing a full team replay with Inside Pitch, but I'll be honest with you, I prefer all the teams. And the reason why is I get to see all the players in that season pretty much. Pretty much. After falling in love with Inside Pitch, that's when then we, of course, with my season selection show, where I let you guys go ahead and decide what the next season could probably be. And I seem to get the most views for that one. I get every time I do a season selection show, I'm looking at the counter, I'm saying, holy cow, 30 people watching. I'm saying they want to know what season's going to be available. And I mean, I had a lot of people say, some people say, why don't you just choose the season? I said, I mean, there's so many seasons to choose from, but I kind of like the voting mechanic where you guys make a vote. I don't care what season it is, from 56 to 2021 or 2022. I don't care. I'm going to have fun with it because each season is different, thanks to Fast Score. And of course, for those people that
I was just going to ask a question about Fast Score. It takes the actual score and then kind of gives a probability as to how the score is going to come out based on
me
what
and
the
Tim was
real
talking
score
about that
was.
earlier.
It's what he does is what Brian Davis does, who's the creator of Fast Score. He gives pitchers and teams certain numbers, certain target numbers where they do, and you're right, it does take the final score in a way, because
I think that's what helped Detroit out a lot last year. They must have blew a lot of teams out.
They did blow a lot of teams out. And the thing about, some people say, well, how realistic is it if certain teams that make the postseason don't? Well, do you want to just go ahead? Do you want to just go ahead and forget about it? And let's say, okay, I'll play 60 games of regular season baseball. The games, the whoever wins doesn't matter. And we'll just take the records that
right. Me and Tim was talking about. I think a 10-game swing is realistic. You get more than 10-game swing, then I think you might have something wrong with your engine.
Well, we did have a couple of we did have a few surprises, like the Cincinnati Reds in '61 didn't make the postseason. They won the National League that year.
But they had a lot of close games where I think Fast Score hurt them.
Yep, a lot of that's the thing. And but then again, most of the team, but in the American League, the top teams in the American League all got in. The Tigers, the Yankees, the Orioles, the White Sox. They all pretty much got in. Now, remember, of course, I add extra playoff teams to the mix to make the postseason a bit more interesting, and the later part of the regular season a lot more interesting. Because, I mean, yeah, we could just do a regular replay and have the top division winners in. But then again, okay, so the middle of September, all 4 divisions are decided. So what? Why should we play? Why should you play a game between like maybe the Toronto Blue Jays against the New York Yankees when the Baltimore Orioles have already clinched the division 3 weeks ago? It doesn't make that's why
Fast Score and just get to the playoffs, right?
Exactly. Might as well just get to the playoffs and just do it. I mean, no, I like the idea of Inside Pitch doing the doing the board games, and of course they matter because I use board game wins and losses as tiebreakers. Okay, I don't do 1-game playoffs anymore. It's all tiebreakers, and it's percentage tiebreakers. There has to be a certain minimum, but as long as it's close enough, it's close enough for me.
Wait, have you thought about ever using that digital diamond and doing the letting it do the simulation?
No, because I don't want no gamey AI.
Gotcha.
What I use is Action PC Baseball, which I've gotten, of course, the new one lately. But Action PC Baseball I actually have Action PC Simulate along with me with the season.
Oh, do you?
Yes, but there's a reason for that, because while I'm simulating with Fast Score, I'm letting Action PC simulate behind me. And sometimes Action, their simulation engine is way off.
Oh, is it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the relief pitcher usage.
All right.
Juckets even said has been kind of.
Yes, it can be.
Oh, the worst part is if a starter had one relief, and if you don't go in there and tell him not to use it, he could relieve the day before he's supposed to start and messes up the whole rotation.
Exactly. It can be way off.
Yep.
And you can have a gamey AI on it. But what I use it for, of course, is to get the current rosters. So when you see me shut off a game, the first thing I do immediately is, of course, get all the mark all the records on on my yellow sheet.
All right, take care, Keith.
Take care, Keith.
Thanks for stopping by.
Take care, Keith.
Thanks for your help this year.
you know, and that's the first thing I do is get the records, okay, and then what I'll do is then immediately after that, write the records down and say, okay, now we got to go to Action PC Baseball. I simulate. So if my next date, remember, 4/4/88 is the first day of the new season starting on Tuesday. I will simulate to the 7th, but not run the 7th. When I get to the 7th, all I got to do is go to the next game schedule that, you know, I tell you guys will be coming up. Okay. And then just click on those teams. And that team will give me the roster that is on the roster for that current day. Okay. And then of course, that's when I go to, you know, the cards and immediately just deal them out. Okay. And I act for every single game I do this. I deal them out, then go down the line. Who's ever not available, okay, you know, is not available for that game. And that's where I also find my traded players. So if there's a player that's listed but is not, because remember, Chris Davis does not do what Joe Bryan does, Joe Bryan, beautiful when he does this. He creates a card for every single team
that is cool.
Player is on.
Most games
beautiful.
don't.
So if that guy was on 3 different teams, he's going to have a card for 3 different teams.
And the stats are comparable for that team, right?
That's right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Specifically for that team. Since Chris doesn't do that, and that's okay. That's fine. All right. It's not even really a nitpick.
It's
not even a nitpick. It's fine by me. Okay. Then I'll go ahead and I will, okay, let's see. So I find, okay, this guy's not on this team. So then I got to immediately go, and the action allows me just to go ahead and click one button to go to the internet and bring up the player that I was looking at and goes right to Baseball Reference. Okay, that's one thing about Action PC, goes right to Baseball Reference. Okay.
Yeah, they added that a few years ago.
Find the year he's on and said, oh, okay, he's not on the Red Sox this year. Right now he's on the Braves. So then I got to go to the Braves pack, take him out and put him in the Red Sox pack. Okay. Mm-hmm. And of course he'll be traded later and I'll put him back in. That's why every time you see if I do a game between Detroit and, like, for instance, Detroit and Boston, if you see a player that does not have the card, like for the guy is for Boston, but he also played with the Braves that year, and you'll see Atlanta always say that, hey, look, he will be on that team later, or he came from that team, you know, after the trade deadline. And, you know, so that's how I prepare for the next game. Then, of course, you know, I use I just use regular scorebook, nothing special. Regular scorebook takes me 5 minutes to make a sheet. 5 minutes, that's all. And then utilizing Baseball Reference and such, I just go ahead and get the and you know, just get everything all set up. So as soon as I'm done with the game, about 10 minutes later, my next game is ready for tomorrow. It doesn't take that long. It's repetitive.
Like me and Tim was talking about, you amaze me, because there's got to be days you come home thinking, sure, I don't want to do this. And
are you kidding me?
You struggle through it.
Are you kidding me? I look forward to every single game I play.
Oh, really? I figured you had a bad day at work, not feeling well. That's great.
What drains me are the extra inning games, especially on a day when I got to go to work the next day. If I get an extra inning game on a Friday or a Friday night or a Saturday night, I'm fine with it. I don't care how long it goes. But when I get an extra inning game, like on a Sunday night to Thursday night, knowing I got to go to work the next day, okay, that can drain me, especially when I go, oh my, like, remember, guys, we had these 16, 15, 16, 17 inning games. And even I'm going, come on, Dice, end this already.
Robert, I had 3 consecutive games in my McCormick replay. All go extra innings. I'm like, oh my God.
Remember, I was the king of extra inning games. Extra inning game, another extra inning game, more free baseball.
More free baseball.
I'm saying, come on with the free baseball already. Jeez. So,
the ghost started sneaking out of the dugout, didn't he? Robert's like, "Where's that ghost runner?" I go, "Oh, I can't do it."
That's why I fell in love. I fell in love with Inside Pitch, and the reason mostly because the game system is really exciting. There is no perfect game engine, like we all know. Every game engine has its strengths and its weaknesses. Okay, some have better ratings. Some are maybe a little bit too abstract. Some don't print out all the players. We know who we're talking about. Some people, the card may be a little too busy. Some people say the card might not have enough information on it. All right.
Yeah.
Every game system has its own strengths and weaknesses. The one thing about Inside Pitch to anybody who watches this, okay, Chris Davis absolutely has the best customer service. The best customer service. Only about a few weeks ago, let me see here. I'll give you an example. From the Oakland Athletics, you can see a card. You can see the card here. Oakland
Recurring cut.
Athletics,
Yeah,
cut.
hold on. We're gonna put you on the full screen here just a second,
All right.
Rogeo. Okay,
So,
There you
you're
go.
good.
okay,
Yep.
so Oakland, these are some of the cards that, look, okay, so that's fine. Now, if you know how each one of his cards are, if you take a look at the cards, what's missing from these cards, if you can actually tell. What's every one of his cards has got it, but these are missing it. Can you know what it is?
Oh, up at the top there, ain't it?
Look here, see here. I'll tell you
About
how
the
it
automatic outs or
no,
automatic hits?
no. Take a look.
It's got the star lines.
Right,
It's got the hold and the
right.
walk ratings.
Right.
It's
But
got.
what's it missing?
Is there any left-right splits? Yeah,
No.
there's.
It's something you only use occasionally, and it only comes off the rare play chart.
All right, then.
I ain't seen it.
Take a look at the hit by pitch up top. If you played inside pitch, what's supposed to be to its right?
Oh, is it the pass ball and wild pitch ratings?
No.
It's- I guess I've never really looked at the cards that much.
Okay. They're missing the injury rating.
Oh, yeah.
There were 6 cards in the 1988 set, and I found in Oakland, okay, which were all missing the injury rating. So I immediately sent him an email letting him know that they were missing an injury rating. And he went ahead, and I told him that, and that's in his file. So, and it's always good that I tell him these kind of things because he can go ahead and clean up his file, all right, in the system. Because if he's sending these cards to me, anybody else who's ordering the 88 season is going to get the same error. It's going to get the same defect. So he went ahead and he replaced them, sent me immediate replacements. And usually I tell him he can wait until an order is done, but till I place another order, because we're approaching the next season. So we know 2022 is going to be released for him very shortly. Okay. Probably February or something like that, whenever he gets to it, and maybe an extra season. I told him really he should do at least 1957 this time, but that's up to him. And and he sends replacements. Here's another one. Now this should be kind of easy. Look at the team and look at the colors.
Yeah, Chicago was not using the red in 1988.
This is off his new season, the 1990 season. Les Lancaster. He actually has his pitching card in Cubs colors, but his batting card is in Cincinnati Reds colors. I went ahead and mentioned that, and he sent me replacements. Now, why am I going ahead and showing his errors? Because that you tell him what his errors are, and he will fix it. If you're missing a card, if you're missing a player that actually played, for instance,
I'll tell you another good guy, Dave at Action PC. My buddy's computer crashed. He emailed him, said, "Hey, my computer crashed." Did that like 8 or 9 o'clock on Thursday. Friday morning at 10 o'clock, he sent him all the files that he had purchased.
No, Dave Cook at Action PC Baseball is another another excellent customer service. I had a little issue with him a little bit, but not because of the game engine, but because of some seasons that I got from him that were updated, and I never received the updated ones. And I showed him that I had proved them. He said, "No problem."
Right.
Boom.
Yeah.
And he sent me every single updated season. And I have every season from 1901 to today.
Oh, I got from 1940 to 2009.
Right. I have every season from 01 to today in Action PC Baseball. I don't really care about baseball from 1900 behind. I really don't care. To me, 1901 is the actual start date of Major League Baseball to me, even though the first World Series is 1903. But to me, that's when baseball really started. But his customer service is exemplary. Plus, then again, I mean, Chris, there are not many game designers out there that will ask for customer, suggestions on how to update his game. Remember, for version 3 of Inside Pitch, he emailed me, he emailed Rick Query, he emailed some other people. Hey, I'm going to update these rules probably one more time. What do you think needs to be put in? What should be put on the chart? What should be taken out? What can I clarify? And he took a lot of suggestions from people.
That's awesome.
that he thought that would work. For instance, one of the suggestions in the original version 2 rating, remember you have to have an odd number under the error rating on a fly ball to the outfield. But in the version 2 rules, it didn't matter what the number was on a pop fly ball in the infield. I mentioned that to him. He said, yeah, you know what? They don't drop many pop fly balls in the infield either. So
Correct,
now,
yep.
of course, the odd number, it has to be an odd number on a pop fly, on an error, okay, in order for the fielder on a pop out to for that to be an error. One guy decided, how about the hit and runs? Should strikeouts matter? Well, then again, he updated the hit and run ability. So now, depending on how many strikeouts the player has, he can increase or decrease the hit and run ability. The strategy role. People were saying it should be put on the chart that it can't be overridden. He did that. He also added. He made the arm ratings in the outfield a lot more capable, more important to the game. Okay, everything on Inside Pitch is all run off the dice. There's only 2 charts that resolve a play in Inside Pitch: the bunt chart and the squeeze bunt chart. That's it. Everything else is either a modification to the roll, and that is all. The charts do not resolve the play. The play is resolved by the dice. Remember when I was talking about in the demo, people. I mean, I had some people say, well, the base running mechanic is a little bit confusing at some point, and it was. That's why I created, for people that have issues with the base running mechanic, I created the card here, which makes it easy for me to just write it in, and then all you need to do is just add the base running rating of the runner on base, where the ball was hit to, add that or subtract it, and you got your die roll right there. Okay, but one thing I like about the base running mechanic is that if you got a slow runner on first base and you got a guy in left field with a heck of an arm, with a heck of an arm, okay, with a good arm. If you got a guy that's mud on first base, but you got a guy in left field with a heck of an arm, on a base hit, I really don't think that guy on first base is going to get to third. But you have on some of the games where single 2 stars. So no matter what happens, whoever's on first, doesn't matter if he's Greg Luzinski, okay, he gets to third with no problem on that. But an Inside Pitch, it will practically be impossible for Greg Luzinski to get to third base. Okay, when you got a guy in left, if a ball is hit the left field and the guy has an arm rating of -2, and Luzinski's base running rating is only a 1, and even on 2 outs it's a 2. Okay, ball hit the left field, 2 minus 2 is 0. There's no chance he gets to third base, no matter what. That's like I said, the dice run Inside Pitch, and you really have to roll it. That's why it's just amazing how his game works. But unfortunately, you got the detractors, and that's okay. I mean, no, like you said, guys, no game engine is perfect. I don't think I've not been doing this as long as you guys.
Ask ID Jester if every game's perfect.
Oh,
right?
ID Jester. Oh, boy. If there's an ID Jester rant, trust me, I'm on the front. I'm there with a thing of popcorn.
Exactly. He is awesome.
ID Jester's rants are classic.
Yes.
And
I went back and watched the and I love Appa. I went back and watched the Zappa football one they was talking about, and I said I got to go back because I'm new to all this Robert. It's been about a little over a year or so since I've started watching people on YouTube and all and doing this. And then I hear all these stories about ID and his APA rant and his road to Moscow. I had to go back and watch it. And like I say, I love APA. I think it was the first game I ever bought in 83 or 84. I had the 83 baseball season. So yeah.
APA is an awesome baseball game. It just, I just got bored. I just got bored. Same thing with Fall Classic. Fall Classic is an awesome game system. Tony Porter, if he watches this, I know he's going to destroy me because he's going to tell me you didn't play it enough. And he's probably right, but I'm not going to argue with him. But I just, you saw me. If you ever check out, and all my streams are still on there. And I think the 9th game I was trying to do a 1986 Mets replay with Fall Classic. And I was rolling the dice and it came up. Oh, look at that. Snake Eyes, home run, automatic. Roll again. Oh, look at that. Another home run. Look at that. Another roll again. Oh, okay. Another home run. And I said, I'm bored. I'm bored because it just did not, I wasn't excited. But with Inside Pitch, okay, I can't get bored of that game. All right. I can't get bored of it. I roll the dice for the pitcher result to see what the pitcher is, and I said, "Oh, it could be a strikeout, or it could be a fly out." You know, and you know it. You know, and then if it's not again, you go straight to the batter card. I mean, some of the games I've had are crazy. Let's see, Ken Castro, dead ball season's coming. As far as I know, and by the way, Ken happens to be right. APA Master, if you're going to play APA, you got to play APA Master. At least in Master, the pitcher does actually have some sort of control over the game, but not in APA Basic, in my opinion. But other than that, but dead ball seasons. The thing about him doing dead ball seasons, which I know he was thinking about, he doesn't, the dead ball season information is very hard to get. Okay. His pitcher cards are done on a pitch by pitch basis. Okay. He goes through every pitcher that pitched during that season, and he goes by the pitch by pitch to decide, okay, is it going to be a walk? How many walks go on the card? How many strikeout pluses go on the card? How many S1s go on the card? How many HRs go on the card? Okay. He uses this formula, which of course I don't know what it is, and I've never asked him. It's none of my business to know how he creates these cards, although I was able to create pitcher batting cards because I kind of figure in a way a simple batting card, which works not for the DH years, but I don't think he has that. I don't think there's any access to pitch by pitch back in the dead ball era there, Ken. I would love it if he would. I mentioned if he was going to do dead ball, I figured seasons he should do would be like 1908, 1914 or 15, 1919, the Black Sox. But although it's
1918, a lot of Boston fans would gobble that up.
1918, a lot of people would love to see that. Yeah. But I think he's more concerned about today's baseball because, well, nobody's probably alive that maybe watched a ball game from that day. Not many people. So, even when I was playing 1961, the last season I did, okay, some of those players I didn't even know, but that was okay because I learned.
How you doing?
There he is.
Hi, how you doing, buddy?
So I didn't know much about the 61 season, but every season I have done so far I've learned more about the season than ever before. I learned more about 94, and even though I've done 94, 1994 is not available at Inside Pitch yet. I've been telling him that's a season he does need to do because a lot of people do want that season. But I've learned more about the baseball seasons as it is, 76, 85, 79, which a lot of people still say is the best season I've done yet, 81, 61, he just
Yeah, I started watching the 79 was the first season I watched you.
the
Now I
79.
went back and watched other ones. Don't get me wrong,
A lot of
Robert, but that was
people,
the first one I watched live.
a lot of people said that the 79 season was the best is the best season I've done in terms of regular and the postseason. They said the postseason was the best postseason I did yet for 79. And
Of course,
I
that
like
was big down here.
79 seems to be a
79, I was in 5th grade
seems to be a
with
favorite.
Pittsburgh and
I was also fifth
Orioles
grade.
and living in this area, man. That was a
Yep.
big deal.
Boy, that shows how old I am. Dang. But
I was 7 years old. I was 7, 8
Was
years
you?
old.
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
and,
I was like I say, I was 10 getting ready to go into middle school.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it was so, and I told him, I said, look, I actually gave him a schedule. I really did. I told him, I said, look, you should do 6 to 7 seasons of baseball a year. You should do 3 at opening day, 2 at the All-Star break, and 2 at the World Series. Now, of course, remember also he's a one-man show. So he also does inside blitz. He does inside the crease. He does inside the paint. He does inside. He does,
Wow.
he does the scoreboard games. I mean, he doesn't. Inside the hole. I mean, really, he just. Chris is a one-man show. I begged him for me to help him out. I say, go ahead and send me your calcs. I'll be more than happy. I could probably do 1 season for you per month, easy.
Right.
I got no life. I don't go anywhere.
Robert.
I got no life. I go to work, I come home, and I roll dice. I mean, I got no life.
Good. That's good.
I got no life, but
That's the life to have, though. That's the life to have. I say.
that is so. And it's amazing how it is. But I gotta tip my hat, though. As much as a lot of people have gotten to like the way I do things, I gotta tip my hat to Al Red Sox fan. I gotta tip my hat to ID Jester. I gotta tip my hat to Baseball Dave, Baseball with the Demos. I gotta tip my hat to Tenacious Earl and to Earl at Tabletop. I gotta tip my hat to Dave Gardner. I really, really do.
Dave's great. Yep.
They're all spectacular.
You all are.
They're all
I'm amazed at all the people I've met on here that are just great.
They are all spectacular people. They all know their class. And the reason why, to me, Al, that's why every time I see Al, I always go, he's the king of the hill, because he does everything. I mean, everything. He does baseball. He does football. He does basketball. He does hockey. He does tennis. He will do wrestling. He does Glory Days boxing. Which of course may be the best tabletop game on the planet.
Oh, I agree with you.
All right.
It's my second favorite game behind Red, White, and Blue Racing. It is an awesome game.
It really, I gotta tip my hat to these people. They were doing it longer than me. Okay. And it just amazing. And that's why I say Al is the king of the hill, because he does it all well. They're all great. They're all wonderful human beings. And
they help you out anytime you need it.
Yes.
And
then of course we got to give we do have to give out a special shout out. Okay. To Ron Juckett, to Uncle Ron.
Uncle Ron's great. Yep.
That man is an inspiration.
He is a great commentator.
That man
is a great commentator.
Not just a great commentator, and you're 100% right, but not just a great commentator.
But he's just a great person.
What an amazing human being he is.
Yes.
And what he goes through in life, I don't think I could do it, but what the man goes through and how he perseveres through it and how he does his Retro Sports Network, okay, just, you got to give nothing but absolute kudos to that man. That is what you call courage, to go ahead and not be sidelined with something that he has to deal with every day, and just pushes forward, and he brings so much joy to everyone.
Yeah, and does it with a smile on his own face. That's for sure.
Unbelievable, and he loves doing it.
Did you see where the city that he lives in gave him an award when we used to do the daily messages on Facebook during the pandemic?
Man,
really?
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, somebody nominated him, and he ended up getting recognition from the mayor's office for his daily messages during the pandemic. Amazing.
The man couldn't have deserved much credit. I mean, he is just amazing how he is. I mean, I got nothing. Like I said, and he does it all too. He does baseball. He does football. He'll do basketball. He'll do hockey. He'll do tennis. Okay, he's like our Red Sox fan. They're both amazing. Okay,
Mhm.
I give Uncle Ron the credit just because of what he's going through, and he's loved. He's got a wife. He's got cats. You know, he's got.
Oh yeah,
You know,
got cats. Yeah.
that man. I tell you right now, when that man. As far as I'm concerned, that man should be loved every day of his life. And I would love to meet him in person one day and just sit down
That'd
and
be
have
awesome.
a drink with the man. Really.
Yep.
Ron Juckett is just amazing. We have a lot of good, amazing people in here. You
Oh,
know,
yeah.
exactly. That's what I say.
like you guys and such. It's just really,
Yeah, it's been a pleasure. Like I say, 1 year on here. It's awesome. Really enjoyed it. Like I say, I talked to
1
people
year,
at work.
1 year on
Some
here.
of these
Yeah.
people you know as well as you do people you grew up around.
sure.
I mean, they live thousands of miles away from you. You see them every day or every other day. It's something. Yeah.
Sure is.
you know,
The
I've
internet's an
learned a lot.
amazing thing. It's really amazing how it brings people close. You know.
Did you? I mean, I've learned a lot too. I mean, I've learned.
But
a
I don't
lot.
know you. I don't know you, sir. I don't know who. I'd like to watch some of your replays, but I don't know who you are.
This is RJL Network.
I'm RJL Network.
Yeah.
RJL Network. I'll have
Yep.
to watch some of your stuff. That's for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
RJL Network. Yes.
RJL
I've only been
Network.
doing this starting.
There's so many that I probably don't even know, but there's so many I know too.
Dave,
Well, it is a great honor to meet you, sir.
And you too, Tim. I want to watch some of yours too. I haven't done it
So-
yet, but
I'll go do another not shameless plug. Tuesday around probably about 7:30. Robert.
Probably since it's opening day, I'm probably going to start it at 8. So
Okay.
8:00 will be opening day of the 1988 baseball season. It'll be the
Cool.
Detroit Tigers versus the Boston Red Sox. Jack
Awesome.
Morris pitches for the Tigers, and Roger Clemens
Jack.
goes for the Red Sox. I mean, when I
Okay.
choose an opening day game, I usually choose the best pitching. And I said, as long as I scroll, and of course, the one that makes it easy is, of course, using Fast Score, which I use for the 10-minute ticker. And I said, let's see here what we got here. I got him, and I said, I saw Jack Morris, Roger Clemens. I said, okay, that's good enough. That's my opening day game. I don't have to go any further than that. Okay, Morris the Cat versus the Rocket. Yeah, what a great pitching matchup to start the 88
Sure
season off. So,
Yep.
Yeah, Jack cost my Braves a World Series. That's for darn sure.
yeah, it was
That was one of the greatest games I've ever watched. Stayed up until I think it was almost 12 o'clock with him and Smoltzy.
And the
Yeah.
one thing, Dave, is that I let my subs actually choose the next season. This is going to be my 7th season replay. Now,
Wow.
It's one game per 3 days of baseball. So I play one game, and then I let Fast Score, aka the 10-minute ticker. Okay,
But he's on every day, Dave.
do the background. But
Okay.
I'm pretty much on every night.
Well, that's cool.
If I'm not on, that means something just came up and I can't get to the board. I mean, hey,
Yeah.
unfortunately, even though I have no life, sometimes life does get to me once in a while. Okay, so but
I hear you.
usually before the World Series, okay, of the current replay, all right, and a replay is one game per every 3 days of baseball. It's about 60, a little bit over 60 regular season games. That's enough.
Yeah.
And then then we get right to the postseason. And of course, I have more teams in the postseason than the historical. So we actually have more rounds. We have a division series. We have a wild card series.
Nice.
Which means if a team didn't make it in the playoffs during the actual year, it has a good chance to get in here. And then of course in the postseason, all games are done by inside pitch. Every game is rolled. And a postseason can take about a month. So figuring starting January 9th, and I do an all-star, and of course I do an all-star games. I do the all-star game. This year's all-star game was in Cincinnati. It was in Riverfront in
He
'88.
did all of the Star games this year, remember?
Yeah, 1961, they had 2 all-star games, one in Candlestick and one in Fenway. I decided to do both.
Yep.
Okay, but there's only one in '88 was back in Riverfront. That's who got it this year. And then, then of course it's one game per 3 days of baseball. But then the final week of September, though, it's 1 per 1, which is which decides there could be some playoffs on the line.
Okay.
And I may want to choose a game that may have major playoff implications. You got to be the top 3 teams each division to make the postseason. Okay, and I'll explain the rules when I do opening day,
Well,
like I do.
I'd like to try to follow your process a little bit
And,
for my own sake.
So it's a demo
Because
game you can
Exactly.
watch.
I've been
And,
trying to figure out a way to do some of these games so I don't I like the way your system sounds,
Well, it's simple, and the thing about it is
Yeah.
there's no gamey AI. Dice and cards run
Hmm.
everything. There's no simulation engine. There's no simulation engine. There's nothing. A fast score takes care of it. Most of the time, fast score seems to get it right. There are a couple of surprises, and that's good. You want, like I told him earlier, if you don't want any surprises, then why am I even doing a season replay? Just take the top 3 teams from that year and just seed them up and play. What's the point? You want to have some surprises. So, like I said, my Mets in 1988 won the National League East that year. Maybe fast score might either we may not win it. We may wind up in second or third. Hell, we may not make the postseason at all. Who knows? Okay. Every team is guaranteed to be seen at least twice. I do 2 schedule blocks, so every team is guaranteed to see at least twice. Some you'll see some 3, 4, 5 times to round it out, but you'll get to see every single team. Okay, and then when it comes to August is when I cut off teams that are no longer in the postseason running. So if they don't have winning records or they are more than 5 games out of a playoff spot, I will no longer put them on the board. We'll only stick with teams that are in the postseason running. And then of course, the final week where I usually choose the best game, I will let Fast Score decide certain division championships and postseasons, but games on the board do matter. So wins on the board are the tiebreaker in case there's a tie. I'm not going to do tiebreaker games anymore. And then, of course, we have the postseason. It's an as-played lineup. Every lineup is as-played. But in the postseason, injuries are full-time. So let's say the Mets get in the postseason and we get a rare play, check for injury to pitcher. Oh, no, Dwight Gooden is out for the postseason. What am I going to do? So,
Exactly. He's gone.
It's gone. So,
He's gone.
if you really, I'll tell you the truth there, Dave, check out my channel. Every
I certainly will.
Every one of my seasons is in a playlist, so you can go ahead.
Great. That's what I was going to ask you too about that.
Yes,
yeah.
Every season
That's
is
great.
playlisted, so it's everything on my channel is organized. Okay, so if you want to check out something from 1979, just go to the 79 playlist. Type in maybe a team you want to watch. Type in a team like you want to see the Pirates. It'll go ahead and show.
Pirates.
It'll
We are family.
We are family, exactly, and it'll bring up all the games that were played for the Pirates. Thanks to YouTube, put
Grandma.
all in there. All the
doing,
games for the Pirates. You want to see the Expos? You want?
I want to see them all. I'd love it.
You can watch all these games I did. I even have some of the best games ever rolled was Mike Schmidt hitting for the cycle. A natural cycle that was in the 76 replay. I do have a no-hitter, which Steeler fan still.
Wow.
Steeler fan. I don't know. He's not in the chat, but I know for a fact he not too happy about that. But his Astros won the '85 series, so one of my so he got his revenge. So some of the best games in Inside Pitch it's fun. We had the best game. The best game was 79. I think was it 79? I think it was. Yeah, it was 79 when the Yankees were about to lose the division series to the Brewers, and they went ahead and got the run to the top of the 9th inning.
8 was it 8 runs?
I think it was 8. I think it was like 5 or 6 runs he needed. 5 runs, and they won the game. There is also I also have a playlist of the best games. I have a playlist of the best games there, so you can go ahead, just go to the playlist where it says best games. We always choose a game of the year at the end of the season review. We do a game of the year. I let people think what the game of the year could have been. The best game that was rolled.
I'm put it on for you.
But
you hear it?
But then of course we have I also have the
but you have you on. Hold on a second. I'm sorry.
No,
buddy.
It's okay.
There you go, Grandma.
Then the one thing I do is I have now before I do the World Series, I have an Inside Pitch season selection show, and this show, I eliminate all the seasons that Inside Pitch has available, till four are showing, and then you guys in the comments of that video decide what season you want me to play.
I don't know.
So you guys
Battery probably.
you guys could. I mean, 1988 was just
Let me
won
see
over 2016. I'll be honest. I thought 2016 was going to win. I actually thought 2016 was getting a lot of votes.
Yeah.
Okay, I really thought I was going to say, "Holy cow! I'm finally going to play some contemporary baseball." Nope. 1988 was able to pull it out.
I don't know. These batteries don't seem to be the best. Let me try these Duracells again.
There was of course, remember 1961 just beat out 1992 by one vote.
Yeah.
One
Yep.
vote. 1961 beat 1992 by one vote. And to a point where
Wow.
I think Brian B said, "I should have had my wife vote for that season." So,
Oh, dog.
and now if there is a case of a tie, then I do a best of 7 dice
Packers
roll
what?
off like I would have
I heard
done
Packers.
there, and we would have decided what would have happened there, but we haven't had that yet. It's I don't know. I do this every night, guys, and yes, I'll admit there are some times. Dwayne's correct. Sometimes I do get a little tired and maybe a little burned out, but that's why I have this 2-month off season. Remember, I haven't rolled an inside pitch game since the first week in November. I think that's when the 61 World Series came to an end. I haven't rolled an inside pitch game since then. I've had 2 months off. I have other things. I got war games, other games I like to play, try to do. Okay. And
You did your marvels.
I did some Marvel Champions.
Yep.
I did some Pacific War. I did one Pacific War game. I did
I like war games too.
I
Yeah.
went ahead, I did all this, and of course Jester is awesome when it comes to the war games. But exactly, Ken. Yes, exactly. The thing about it is taking 2 months off, first of all, rests the voice because I need it rested. Okay. And it does make me get excited for the next season. For instance, I mean, when the 1988 season, I'm going to have fun with because as a Mets fan, the 88 Mets were a pretty darn good baseball team. They just didn't make it to the
Sure
World
were.
Series. Okay. A lot of people will say the 88 Mets were actually better than the 86 Mets. And they pretty much were in terms of batting average and ERA. They actually had a better pitching staff. The pitching in 88 was better than 86. But, of course, 86 won the World Series. 88 didn't get there. But I know the 88 Mets are going to be fun to play. But there are a lot of good teams that were good in 88.
Did the Red Sox have Jose Canseco that year? I just out of curiosity.
Jose Canseco was on the Athletics in 1988.
Yeah, that was
the
Smash
Athletics.
Brothers,
Okay, all right.
Smash
Okay,
Brothers
all
or
right.
Mark McGuire and
Okay.
Canseco were both
Mark
on the
McGuire.
Athletics.
Great,
You're
great,
going to
great.
see.
I'll probably go for them.
Yep, you got
Yeah,
the Red. The
very
Red.
good team.
They're on there. Kevin McReynolds, of course, is on the Mets. Very young. Chris
Yep.
Sabo is on the Reds in '88.
Sabo, yeah.
Very a young.
Mr.
Have
Gong.
all those
Second
baseball
year, Eric
cards.
Davis.
Yep.
Baseball
Second year,
cards are
Barry
crazy.
Larkin.
I was kidding.
Yep, 88 is going to be a blast, and then of course, before the World Series, I'll go ahead and let you guys decide on the next season, and we start that in July. I'm only going to do 2 seasons a year. I think that's enough. So from like January to April, stop, then July to October, stop, and I think that's it. I think 2 seasons is good. So maybe I can get done with all of his seasons by the time I turn 98, 99.
That's what, 70 years from now?
I can see it right now. Okay, so here we are. Okay, people. Here's time to pitch. And it's a 1-2, and it's a strikeout. We
And
check
the die falls on the ground, and
die
about
falls
3
on
hours
the
later,
ground.
you get
Excuse me, this might take about an hour or 2 for me to get this here.
You want the Ernie
it.
I don't think I can.
record
Well,
I don't
more
think
dice on
I
the
can
table.
reach it. Yeah.
Because it's not a ball game until a dice falls on the floor.
Oh yeah, right at tie, rolling on the floor.
Yeah.
Dave's
dice.
Facebook. And then now, of course, I have no pets, but remember, Dave sometimes gets the feline delay,
Right.
the dreaded feline delay. I love cats,
Yeah, oh, yeah.
but
That's great.
when Tabby likes to go ahead and we have a feline delay, I'm afraid. And I said, feline, you might as well just postpone the game. It's all right.
Feline
Once
delay,
the
yeah.
feline gets on the field, it's
They
done.
get on the field and they get the cards all messed up and they get everything. They want to help you.
It's I'll tell you the truth. Another person I like, Dwayne. I mean, you're every you're awesome there, Dwayne. And I'll
Oh,
tell you
thank
though,
you,
Tim,
Rob.
your Stratomatic replays have been excellent. But
Thank you.
let me ask you this though. I mean, you play the Cleveland Baseball Club, formerly known as the Indians, now known as Guardians. Okay.
I still call them
What
the
if-
Indians.
What have you found out? Because here I am. I feel like I'm monopolizing conversation.
No.
Tim, what have you found out about playing because I know not just the Indians, you also played the Rockies. I think you did a Rockies replay
Yeah.
too.
Mhm.
Did a Rockies replay. What'd you find out about playing those teams in
Well-
those seasons? What'd you discover?
Oh, geez. Well, let's start with the first one I have full season. Well, I did the 71 Indians first. That wasn't YouTube advised.
Right.
And then I did the 67 Mets, not realizing that was Seaver's rookie year. And so I was like, okay, and then you realize Ed Charles is the guy jumping in the air in the 69 when they're celebrating. So it's like kind of, I think I was playing that season when he died in real life. So it's like sort of, okay. And they played last place teams. The Rockies, when I realized they don't score as much as they do in real life. Not even close. And not even
Right.
close to cover up the bad pitching. Like they won 93 games that year. I didn't even
Hey,
come
Grandma.
close for the Rockies.
Grandma, are we on the right chapter?
And the Indians replay, I'm actually doing 2007. They just had great years. Like you're talking like Johnny Peralta, Casey Blake,
AWWL.
Josh Barfield, anybody other than Grady Sizemore, Victor Martinez, and Travis Hafner had better seasons than what I'm rolling for them now. So that's a little bit frustrating.
Okay, we're on the right channel.
Are you keeping the stats too?
I probably will at the end of the season.
We got to win.
Then again,
That's all I know.
I haven't
I'm gonna
rolled
get loud.
a 2007 Indians game in 4 months.
We got to win.
I took 3 months off, just burnout. I mean, I've been doing this, for YouTube it'll be 5 years in April.
So you've been doing this for 5 years. I've only been doing it since the summer of 2020. And the only reason why I started doing it was because there really wasn't anything to do. We were in the middle of COVID. I wasn't working. Thankfully, I was still receiving unemployment, which was keeping me alive, but
I thought you was on here a lot longer than that, Robert.
Huh?
Yeah, I thought you was on here a lot longer than that. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I mean, you've been doing it for so long. And
Well,
then,
I guess it's because you're doing a video every day. I see all those videos. I just assume it's 10 years worth of videos. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
it's
For real.
It's 2.5 years of
Yeah, that's
videos.
awesome.
As I said, they're all in playlist. So anybody, if they want to watch the whole 79 season, they can. They want to watch the 85 season, the 76 season was a fun one. They all are. I didn't get bored with any one of the seasons. I didn't get bored with any of them. 1961, we just finished with a blast. I love that. I'm still surprised the Milwaukee Braves beat the Detroit Tigers in a best of 7.
That was
I can't
awesome.
believe a 61 Milwaukee Braves beat the 61 Tigers. The 61 Tigers was a machine. That was a good team.
Yep.
I can't believe the guys just didn't.
Oh, yeah.
I can't believe the guys went that way. But hey, now the thing about it is, I don't know who to give the rings to. Well, I'm going to give the rings to the Atlanta Braves franchise in 1988, but I can definitely say for sure nobody in 1961 was playing baseball in 1988. I already checked to make sure. I already checked to make sure, and the oldest player that I found was Don Sutton. But Don Sutton wasn't pitching in 1961.
No.
That's 27 years later. Nobody was playing baseball from 61 to 88.
No.
So nobody to
you
give
have-
really the rings
You had
to
one player
except for
from
the owner of the Braves.
61, right? When
What
you
was
did
that?
the Angels, you had one player that was playing in 61,
Willie
right?
Davis. Willie Davis was a rookie, or not rookie, but I think it was the second year with the Los Angeles Angels. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm wrong. With the Dodgers in 1961, but he won the world title with the
Hold on one
1979 Angels.
Sorry, Grandma.
Beating Steelers fans Astros.
Right.
Yeah, I'll be off in a minute.
So
I'll
he
get
was
off in a
the
minute.
only one in 61 that got a ring from the 79
That's
team.
what I thought.
He was the only one, but nobody in 88 gets a ring. Nobody.
No,
I
Robert,
actually
I'll have
did
to check to
be
see if there
sure,
are
but
coaches.
nobody gets a ring unless. Now, what I didn't check, however, is the managers of the '88 teams. I got to see if there were any managers in '88 that played baseball in '61. I have to really look that up.
That's a
Yeah.
good question. Hey guys, I gotta let you go. The Packers are coming on. I'm gonna watch that with Grandma
All right,
here.
Alrighty, Dave. You
And
have
I
a
guess
good one,
take
man.
care.
Here.
See you, sir.
RJL, I'll be watching your channel. I'll let you know what I think. I'll leave some comments
Please
and
do.
stuff for
Please
you.
do, sir.
Okay, and Tim, you too.
Constructive.
All right.
constructive
Dwayne, I always watch
complimentary is
yours.
just fine.
I love your racing.
Oh,
You
thank
guys
you,
take
Dave.
care.
I appreciate it.
Bye
right.
bye.
Bye-bye.
Take care,
Have a
there,
good
Dave.
one. Well, you was talking about what you learned from playing the season. I always find one or two guys that you didn't realize was either as good as they was or was worse than you think they was that year. And you're comparing their whole career. You know, I'm like, darn, we did the 1969 American League, me and my buddy, and I hated Belanger. I'm like, you cannot tell me you can't find a shortstop that can hit and feel good. And that year he hit 369, and I didn't know it. I'm like, it figures the only stinking year we're playing, and he's a big Orioles fan, and I'm cutting up on him. He hit 369, and that was one thing I didn't realize until we played the season. Stuff like that. It's like he actually could hit 300 one year. That's amazing. I think it was actually 290 something. I don't think it was 300, but close enough. Stuff like that, you find out, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, I've learned more about I learned more about the '85 season. You know, I learned, and I learned that Greg Wheels Luzinski can go ahead and literally kick my Mets out on his own in 1976 against the friggin' Phillies. That series
one
still
range.
pains me. Like I said, like I said, that's why we say we got to channel it. There's inner Greg Luzinski out there. It's 76. You'll learn about it. 79, 81, 85,
Well, you know, the
61.
first video I watched of yours, RJ, was
Say that again?
History Maker Golf. I was thinking
History
about
Maker
buying that, and the crowd groans. Ooh,
That's right.
The
got
crowd
the million
cheers.
dollars,
Yeah. That's the first video I watched of yours.
I love History Maker Golf.
Yeah.
The reason why I stopped, not because I don't like it, I love it. It just takes too long to set up. It just takes too long to set up.
Yeah.
It before I'm trying to do it the way normally, and setting everything up, the cards and everything on the score sheet, and I really don't have much space on this desk. One of the reasons why I can't stream with certain things that I really want to. Maybe one day I'll get a bigger location.
Is that why you don't put many war games on?
Right, because I don't have enough room for it. What you see is what you get on the desk. And oh, by the way, Dolphins in the playoffs. We backed in, but we backed in, but we got in. Although that game against the Jets was just awful. Yeah. But we got in. But and we're gonna lose to Buffalo anyway. That's we'll get crushed 35-10 or something. But either way, but the thing is that I don't have the space. So the one thing I can do, that's why baseball is so easy, because everything is just in one location.
Well, especially with inside the pitch, with everything being off the card.
Yeah, it's right off the card. I don't worry about looking at the chart. If I go, you're playing APA, I got to, run on first.
Oh, man, I grew up with the big APA boards.
Big
that
APA
big,
board.
man. They was huge.
Replay baseball, the same thing. Replay baseball. Fall Classic doesn't have it. It's off the cards, yes, but I just Fall Classic I just, like I said, I couldn't get into it. APA, same thing. Roll the dice. 66, home run. 11, home run.
At times, I like that.
Home run. Yeah, but
because that's like when I don't know if you watched Anthony talk about his football game. He changed his mind and made certain roles more predictable. Instead of one team, a 7 would be a fumble. The next team, a 9 would. He made them all the same. He thought it would be easier for people to pick up on the game.
Yeah, I couldn't do that. And the reason why I think APA, the problem I have with APA, that's really not that. That the dice, whatever the dice results on APA is not the problem. The problem I have with APA is pitching is abstracted. So you're telling me that a grade A Sandy Koufax is the same thing as a grade A as a grade A Nolan Ryan. Wrong answer. Okay.
Right.
No.
I agree.
A grade A Sandy Koufax is not the same thing as a grade A Nolan Ryan. I know they have these little adjustments, these X's and Z's. It
Right.
doesn't matter because whatever comes off the batter card, home run. It's a home
Correct.
run. I mean, no matter how the pitcher.
The pitcher with the grades stops you from having 3-run homers and gives you
Yeah,
more
but
solo. Yeah,
That's about it.
that
and I
is
just-
about
I
it.
just
I
think
agree.
that-
I love it, but you're
You know,
correct.
then
I
if-
can't argue with you, but
and then
I
if-
do love the game.
And I'm not going to knock it because one thing about APA has every single season available. And APA, of course, you can get all the players from APA. They are reprinting some of the older seasons that did not have all the players. They're doing that now.
Right.
But their seasons are expensive.
Yes, they are $100 and some
Yes.
dollars.
$100
$85, I think, is
for
one
a
of the
set of
cheapest.
seasons. I said no, and plus their customer service is garbage.
See, I haven't dealt with them since they left Lancaster.
I have.
Yeah.
The one hockey season I got from them, Stratomatic Hockey, 95-96 Panthers.
Oh.
Panther season.
You mean the
Okay.
Apple hockey? Yeah.
I actually found a mistake on one of the cards. They had a player rated for position. He never played at all at that position, and I actually mentioned it to him and said, "Hey, look, you got this guy. I don't know who it was. I think it was. I don't know who it was. It was on the Penguins or something, and he was rated as a center, and he never played center in his life. So." Was never center. He was either right wing. He was right wing or left wing. He never played center. He was never a center in his life. And I mentioned that to them and said, "Here, he was never center here. Why do you have him listed at right wing? This should be fixed." And they said, "Well, we're sorry, we don't fix our cards."
Darn.
Okay. Yes, there are some rating issues with Chris's inside pitch. Yes, there is rating issues. We know that. Okay. The 85 Don Mattingly card comes to show. But the thing about inside pitch is this. If you really have an issue with some of the ratings, remember, David Baseball Demos, his caveat was the splits, was the cookie cutters. Okay, like if the guy hit home runs against righties, but never hit home runs against lefties, but Chris is going to probably put that a chance from the home run against the lefty, okay, because that's what his game engine is telling him to do. His game engine, his calculation engine is telling him to do this, probably to get certain statistics up, maybe. All right. And remember, Dave had an issue with that, and he wasn't wrong. Okay. But if you see it like Don Mattingly in 85, he rated a 2. I actually talked to Chris. Chris says, really, he should be rated a 4 or a 5. Change the card if you want. That's fine. Just cross it out or change the card. Okay.
Now,
Ask him to
here's a
make
question for you, just your opinion. Do you like absolutes like that if he never hit a home run against a lefty that he can't hit it that year, or would you like him to have at least one shot at it?
I'd like to have him at least one shot.
Me
And
too.
And
I
that's
agree.
one of the reasons why he does it that way. Plus
Yeah, I agree.
here's
Because
this.
then me and Tim was talking there, you end up playing the game, not baseball. You look at the card and you say, I can't bring him against the lefty here in the ninth
Right,
inning. He
yes.
can't hit that 3-run homer. So I'm going to bring in Joe Smuck, who hit 100, one home run, and gives me the chance for the 3-run homer to win the game instead of bringing in the dude that's hitting 300 on the bench.
That's
You end
right.
up playing the game, not
So
baseball.
essentially, you end up playing the full season rather than what he was situationally doing at that time.
And
Right.
remember also, you could have a player can have a 0 home run, but he can still hit one. How? If he's at a ballpark with a +1 home run rating.
Right.
Remember, some of his ballparks do have that, and
Right.
some have -1 home run parks as well. The Astrodome comes to mind. So if you got a player who's a 0, but he's got a +1 on the home run park, pitcher throws a meatball, and he goes ahead and says, "Oh, he's got a 0, but the ballpark rating's a +1." You go ahead and roll that die. Oh, look at that! Kaboom! High.
I'll throw Dwayne
High.
Piper as a legitimate example. I'm sure Cleveland Stadium probably has a +1, and he got that +1 against Steve Stone that night.
Like I said, that's how his system. That's how his system works. The one thing now, that's my caveat with APA, because pitching is abstracted. Stratomatic. Stratomatic, the number one reason why I just couldn't do it. And I want to thank, by the way, I know he's not in the chat, but I want to thank Nicholas Valvaris who is also known as My Basement Media Productions, when you see him in the chat. When I got the 1986 Stratomatic season, which was the only Stratomatic season I wanted to get, because that was the first ever Cards and Dice baseball game I ever purchased years ago when it first came out in '87. And
I've never played Stratomatic.
He went ahead and I had to use a Stratomatic card viewer, and I was able to take pictures of every card off my Apple phone. Then I emailed him every single card that was not carded by Stratomatic. He put them on a cardboard for me, advanced only, super advanced only. They don't have basic. They don't have basic
Right.
cards. Okay,
That's
for
correct.
that. It's super advanced only. Okay. And he went ahead and sent me a pack of every 86 player that was not carded by Stratomatic. That is the number one reason I just can't do a replay with Stratomatic, because they don't card all the players. Now, I don't
That's
know
you
why
make
they
your own
can't.
cards up, Tim.
I don't know.
You'll see like when I just have the piece of paper with their name
Yes.
on it.
Uh-huh.
That's because they aren't carded, but I have the
Gotcha.
thing on my laptop.
PC game, right?
What's that?
The PC game, right?
No. I have what I have is I use the app. I take a screenshot
Okay, same thing I do.
and then I email it to myself, and
Mhm.
that
And
I'll
then
pull
print
it
it
up on
out.
my laptop.
See, the thing about I don't know what Stratomatic's issue is, because, well, hey, Strat, you do have a PC game that has every single season, and it has every single player, and it has every single card. So, what is your problem, Stratomatic? Why is it they're missing
Now,
so
how much
many
does a
seasons?
Strat season cost?
Stratomatic seasons cost like what, 50 to 60 bucks?
50,
Oh, so
60
they're not
bucks,
that
and
cheap.
No, they're not that cheap. The
Right.
shipping
So
is
if you
also
have to
high,
add $5
too.
more to card everybody,
Shipping is
nobody's
also-
going to be jumping up and down.
right.
Plus-
Yeah.
Like if they're
Quality-
$20 and you got to add $40 more, I could see people jumping up and down saying, I just went from paying $20 some for a season, now I'm paying 60 to get 10 more guys on each team. I could see people bitching about that. But if you're already paying $50, $60, what's 65 or 70?
Right.
And
Right.
also Stratomatic's card quality is meh.
Poor.
It's
Poor.
too thin. Where Inside Pitch, the card quality they use is Chris uses 110-pound card stock, which I did purchase 110-pound card stock that I use to print out the French players. So as soon as I know what season I'm doing, I'll go. I have all the French players. I'll take out I have a PDF editor, so I remove the lines. Okay, crop the cards, then increase the card size a little bit to about 104%. So then when I print the cards out and then cut them, they're going to be very, very close to the actual size of the cards that he prints out on a perforated paper. I don't mind. I don't need perforated paper. I have a paper cutter. I have no, I get perfect cards all the time when I cut them. All right, and that's the thing about another reason why we love Inside Pitch is because every buyer is carded. If he's not in the main set, you just get you just download the PDF, and the PDF is free. Plus, I also tell you, if you're missing a player, let Chris know. He will card it. And normally, I mean, if it's a player that maybe didn't have a bat, like what's the guy from the Oakland Athletics? What was it, 1970? What was his name?
Herb Washington.
What?
Herb Washington.
Herb Washington did not have a single at bat, but he was on base because it was a stolen base threat. Okay.
Yeah.
He never carded him. Not even in fringe. Not even in fringe. So I had him card it. I downloaded it and I printed it out as a fringe player, which he would be a fringe player.
Right.
Okay. If it's a printed player that's a mistake, he will send you a replacement because it's printed. Okay. So that comes from his own printer. All right. But you get all those players. Strat, you don't get all the players. You either have to use the card viewer and do like what Tim does, or what I did, or if you have the computer, if you have the PC version of it, you can take a screenshot of that card from the card viewer in the Stratomatic PC game, which looks like
Demos
even
does
today
that.
it still looks like it's made in the DOS ages.
Yeah.
But because they've never updated that game. That's
No.
another thing I want to tell Stratomatic. The year is 2023. Why does your baseball game looks like it was made in 1993 on a Commodore 64 or an Apple
or
II
486.
or a 486i? Okay, we're in 2023. You can easily make your game a lot more graphically pleasable, like Out of the Park Baseball or something like that. Out of the Park Baseball is awesome. I felt the game engine was a little gamey when it comes to replays. Out of the Park Baseball is terrific for career play. There is no game better than Out of the Park for career play. You take a team, you start at any point of the year, you move forward, you draft your own players if you want, or you start with the current team and play through. There is no better game engine for career play than Out of the Park. In my opinion, when it comes to replay, Action PC Baseball is best. When it comes
Mark,
to
I cut you off there for a second. I'm going to go ahead and get out of here real quick.
All right, Tim, you take care.
All right, Tim.
Thanks for joining us.
You know, so
Do you
really
have History Maker Baseball?
you know what? I've been, you know how many times I've had History Maker Baseball in my cart and I've had my hand on the mouse ready to click. Okay. You don't want to have it where, and the thing about History Maker,
I don't own it either.
History Maker
what I was
Baseball, I like watching other people play it. I like watching David baseball demos. I like, now Al has got into it.
Yeah, he's really gotten into
Tenacious
it.
Earl. Okay. I like watching other people play History Maker Baseball. It's a completely different type of thing. What turns me off? Not enough seasons. He doesn't have enough seasons, okay, for History Maker. If I was when I purchased it, when I'm almost ready to purchase it, I would have gotten that and the all-time franchise greats. I would have gotten all the teams for franchise greats and would have tried that out.
Gotcha.
But then I realized, I say, you know what? It's still chart-based. And this is the reason why I didn't get it, because it's a chart-based. The problem with charts are finite. There is what's the word? There is not much variety in a chart game. Whatever you put on the chart is all that can happen in that ball game. It's all that can happen. And you have to go by the chart, since the chart is what runs the game, not the cards. The cards tell you where to look, and then the card will tell you, okay, if, like I said, you know, History Maker Baseball is, if this happens, then go to this.
Right.
And if that happens, then go to this. Okay, fine. But charts are finite. There's not much variety. You can only, if you got a 10-page chart book, that's all the plays you get. That's all the plays you get. You know, there's no other variety of play. That's why, to me, APA, you know, it's all chart based, but you know, like I said, people like you said, there are people that have no problem with it. You know, 13 it's a strikeout, 14
right.
it's a walk,
Wow.
11 it's a home run, 66 is a home run. But I told you, pitching
I think as far as back in the 80s, I think that was awesome as a kid. You roll, it was like the pitch comes in and you see the dice stop and the ball gets hit and you're like, home run. As a YouTuber watching it on there, it's not as appealing. Would you agree?
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah.
And
I
then
mean, like I say, to me, rolling the dice was like the pitch coming in. You see that, you don't even have to look at the card, don't get me wrong, but you can visualize the pitch coming up and bang, he hits it out or swings and misses. Yeah.
But as I said, but for Stratomatic, not having the cards carded was the number one reason, but there is a number two. I'm sorry, I don't like 50-50.
Yeah. See, like I said, it's hard to believe, but I've never played that. I played Status Pro Baseball and all that, but I've never played Stratomatic.
Stratomatic 50-50. So I go ahead and I get Sandy Koufax, okay, pitching 1963 Sandy Koufax with the 1.74 ERA and almost 400 strikeouts, okay, and I bring up a lineup, all right, of decent ball players, whatever. I go ahead and roll. Let's say I roll 10 dice, and all 10 dice come off the batter card, not the pitcher card.
Because that's how it's based, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, batter, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So batter 1-6, let's say home run, single. Okay. Next batter 3-4, base hit. Next batter 2-4, ground ball, whatever. the pitcher doesn't. It's a possibility, and yes, that can happen. Although it's kind of rare that you would get 10 straight rolls off the batter card. But even if it's 9 rolls or 8 rolls on the batter card, so when you roll here, the pitcher doesn't even come into play.
Right.
It's all what the batter does. And the one thing about Fall Classic I had an issue was it's rolled off the batter card. Not the batter card is where you roll the dice off of. If it's a blank, then you go to the pitcher card. Last I checked, doesn't the pitcher have to throw the ball? Doesn't have to make a pitch to the batter in order for the play to begin?
Right.
Last
The
I
old
checked,
saying
the
is it's the
batter
only
goes
game
ahead
where
and
the
does it.
defense has the ball, right? That's the old saying.
I think the pitcher has the ball first before he tosses it to the batter. That's why I like payoff pitch so much, because payoff pitch always started with the pitcher card.
Right.
That's why I liked inside pitch, because inside pitch always starts off with the pitcher card. Now, of course, the one thing about payoff pitch, the pitcher and batter always comes into play. Okay, because like on payoff pitch, you could have wheelhouse, in play, tough, patient. All right, and then you have to check the batter card to see what the result of it was. All right. Inside pitch, however, it's a possibility. You could roll off the pitcher card, all right, but the batter card may not come into play. But what that shows me is how tough the pitcher can be. Like, remember, when you roll on the pitcher card, if you roll you can roll like a 6-4. Let's say there's a pitcher card with the star lines, right? And you roll a 6-3. There's a star line, okay? Automatic star line. So you already know, okay, that that the batter's going to be out, and then you roll another die to see what the star line result is. Okay, sometimes the batter doesn't get a chance, but that just tells me that the pitcher dominated that at bat. Okay, the pitcher dominated the at bat. If it goes off the pitcher card, then goes to the batter card. Okay, pitch is coming across the plate. Does the batter strike out? Does he walk? Does he get a base hit? Does he ground out? Does he hit one over the fence? That's the thing about inside pitch, where the pitcher and the batter, okay, really have to work together to resolve a play. But yet sometimes the pitcher card, okay, already decides it. But that just tells me the pitcher had great. When a star line comes up off the pitcher card, it means the pitcher had great stuff at that at bat, and he just got the batter to fly out to center or ground ball to short, double play. That just, anything like that. The pitcher card does have splits. So, against the righty, it could be a blank. Against the lefty, it's a strikeout plus. And then, of course, these other games I'm seeing lately, time travel baseball. I see played by Tony Porter. Season ticket baseball. Dave Gardner really likes that game.
Yes,
I look at that card and I am so confused. I look at that season ticket card and I downloaded it, take a look at it, and I said, this card is too busy.
See, I haven't seen the card. I've only seen the because he's entering into Digital Diamond.
Yeah. And yeah. I look at the season ticket card and I said, it's too busy. There's too much on here, I think, sometimes. And then of course, the thing about the thing about season ticket baseball, you roll a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but a 6 is automatically off the ballpark. Is off the ballpark chart. So you got a 1 in 6 chance of the pitcher and batter not even making a difference. Right. It's going to be off the ballpark. Where in inside pitch, okay, there are only 2, 2 or 3. I think 3. Hold on. Why am I guessing when I got the cards right here? Let me see here. Bruce Hurst. Let's see. You got a range play at the park, and at the park, and at the park. So 3 out of 36 chance of going to the ballpark card, where one of them is going to be a range play and 2 is going to be straight off the ballpark. So, yep. Then what else I'm seeing? 4th Street baseball, which uses diagrams of the ballparks. I think it's too confusing.
There was a game back in the 80s that did that.
Sherco.
You placed the outfield in the was that what it was?
Sherco baseball.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I never played it,
Sherco.
but I remember reading about that. Of course, that's back when you didn't have the internet. You actually had to read about it.
The old days when you actually had to read a book.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah, yeah.
Sherco
They
was that.
outfielders and infielders had range, and you had to decide if they could get to the ball or not. Yeah.
Status Pro, what you do play. I do like.
Now that
and by the
digital
way,
the
and by the way,
diamond is supposed to have Status Pro inside that game engine now.
Status Pro is it's excellent. The only thing, and John Wise asked which baseball game I like best. It's Inside Pitch there, John, in case you're wondering. But Status Pro, the only issue I have with it is the facts. Now, people say, of course, that's the game engine. That's how
Right.
it works. The only problem I have with with fast action cards,
Once the number
once
comes
that
up, you can't
card
come up
is
again
used,
till you
that
shuffle.
card will not show up again
Right. I'm with you.
until you reshuffle.
Yep. You almost got to reshuffle every card every time you use a card.
That's
If
why
you
when I
want to
was
randomize it.
when I was
My
using
buddies, they came up and used dice, and what ends up happening, you get too many hits.
right, and when I was going ahead, and that's why when I was playing Payoff Pitch, I actually had 3 fast action decks I purchased from him. I used one fast action deck for innings 1, 2, 3, 4 to 6, 7 to 9. They're already shuffled. All I gotta do
Right.
is just, okay, let me get the next one. Let me get the next one. Already shuffled, and that's it. But once that card is used, you don't see it again.
Right.
And that does take away some of the, and yes, it does remove some of the randomness.
Correct.
Okay. Just removing one card from a deck brings a randomness down from a 1 into 100 to 1 into 99, 1 to a 98.
'Cause
Now,
we used
yes,
to play a lot of Status Pro football, and you would have maybe 2 cards with 11s and 2 cards with 48. That was your range.
right.
So interceptions was on 48s a lot off the quarterback. So if you seen those 2 48s come up and was paying attention, you knew there was a good shot the rest of that deck you wasn't going to throw an interception.
Throw an interception. That's
Now
why
it could come
I
off
had-
the defensive back, could intercept you, but not off the quarterback's card.
Yeah, that's why I didn't. That's why That's why, as much as I did like Status Pro, and I did play it back in the day, but I felt it just wasn't random enough.
Well, that's
because
why
of
I
the
think
card is
Glory
used.
Days Boxing is just a tad better than Title Bout. I love Title Bout, but the dice makes Glory Days Boxing so much better.
The Glory Days Boxing, there really is no.
And I love the
strategy in
toe to
that.
toe.
There is the thing about Glory Days Boxing. There really is no strategy. You just really what you do for Glory Days Boxing is you choose 2 fighters, put them down, and just roll dice, and that's it.
Now
So
he
you
does
don't-
have strategy cards. You do know
He
that,
does
don't you,
have
Robert?
strategy cards, yes.
Yeah, okay.
But I'm not knocking the game because of that. I'm not knocking the game at
Right.
all because of the way, even though it does that, and there's really not much strategy play, but because the way he set it up, you have no idea how that fight's going to go.
Correct.
You can re-roll that fight 10, 20 times. The
Did you
same
see Al
dude.
Red
gonna
Sox
be-
with that Spinks fight?
Yep, that Spinks.
Yeah,
and,
that's a good example.
a
Getting
great
dominated
example.
the whole fight and wins it.
That's why if people want to tell me Glory Days Boxing is the best tabletop game on earth, I'm not going to argue because it just works. Okay,
Yes, it
you don't
does.
have to really have strategy.
Yeah, I got it here on the table now.
Yeah, it's amazing. I have all his
Yeah.
cards. I have all of his decks.
Yeah, I spent $110, got the bundle, and didn't order the
Yep.
supplemental sets.
Yep, the same thing
Yep.
here too. I have them all. They're all in a
Yep.
box. If I want to
Exactly.
play a game of Glory Days Boxing, I'll sometimes just play it offline and enjoy and see what I get.
Yep.
I'm still learning the rules, and it really isn't that hard to learn. It
It's
isn't
a
that hard to
simple
learn.
game to pick up. I mean, it's repetitiveness. That's why you're so good at that
Right.
inside the pitch. Yep.
Well, that-
You played
well,
enough, it becomes natural.
Well,
Yep.
but trust me, it took a while before at one point
Oh, I bet.
I got frustrated with IP because of the base running rules, and now of course, and I said, okay, well, I really like this game. I want to get these rules down. So that's why every time when I play a game, I will speak out the rules. Okay, like a ball at the left field, +2 to left, base running arm, throwing arm -1. Base runner's got a 3, so a 4. So a 1 to 4 will get the third. But then I thought that took too long, so that's when I created my little helper.
Little
So
cheat
now,
sheet.
and
Yep.
so now I just write the write the single to left, first to third, or if it's a left, whatever his left field, if it's a single to left, okay, the left fielder, you're going to take his arm and then use the chart, the inside pitch chart. So a ball hit to left field is always -2, okay, or modification. And if the fielder in the outfield is a -2 arm, so it's a -4. But I made it even easier, so I created this. And there you go. So all you need to do is just get whatever the fielder arm in left field. Here's your calculations: -4 first to third, -1, -3. And I just write it in, and in less than 30 seconds, I'm done. And that's it. So I created this little chart here, okay, with the throwing arms and the calculations to where it's hit. So all I need to do is just, okay, if it's an outfielder arm of -1, so I just go -3, 0, -2. I use a dry erase marker. It's in a card sleeve, so I can always erase off of it. Okay, and then just get it ready for the next game. Some people you go ahead, you can go ahead and some people go ahead. You can put it into the into your score sheet. You could say minus, if you want -2, that kind of thing as well. And that's how I made it for myself, as easy as possible for me to play the game. And then of course, now that I'm streaming it to show people, all right, why am I getting this modification? Somebody in the group, and I won't name names, but decided to bash the game a little bit because of the base running mechanic. And he says, you got to create 1,000 charts in order to play the game. This is all you need.
Yep.
This is all you need. And all it is just modifications. And it shows you what it is. The thing about it, the runner advancement chart on a ball that's hit through the infield but not to the outfield, very simple. If the ball hit, if the base running rating on runner on first is a 2 to 6 and the ball is hit past first base, he's going to third. Okay, it's got all the information here. It is missing a couple of things that I actually had to talk to Chris about. The issue I was having was grounders at the plate. G2 doesn't happen a lot, but in 1961, we had a lot of G2s. There were a lot of ground balls hit at the catcher. The issue I was having was, and it doesn't list it on the chart. If it's a grounder to the catcher, how many times does the catcher throw to a runner on first? How many times does the catcher throw to second and then to first for a double play? I've never seen a catcher do that before.
Yeah.
Usually the catcher's going to throw to first. But he doesn't have that on his chart. Runners on first and second, it says second to first double play try on all grounders except to third base. It should say also all grounders except the catcher and third base. If it's a runner on, I came up with the idea. So if it's a runner on first goes to second, the catcher's throwing to first base to get the out. It's an out. So he goes to first to get the out. If it's a runner on second, he does have that. So runner on second, runner advances on balls hit to first, second, or catcher. Okay. So if it's a runner on second, he's going to third.
Gotcha.
Okay. Now the problem was with the runner on third. So what about if a runner on third and it's a grounder at the plate? Okay. My feeling is because he doesn't really have an answer for he didn't give me much of an. I asked him and he actually gave me an answer. If it's a grounder at the plate and there's a runner on third, the runner on third is probably not coming home unless he's forced. Okay, bases loaded.
Right.
So if it's bases loaded, if it's not bases loaded and it's a grounder to the catcher, the runner on third's not coming home. Play goes to first. Runner on first and what about runner on first and third? Okay, that's when I can make a decision on if it's infield in or not, because he could still send. But I figure if it's a runner on first and third and it's a grounder at the plate, the runner on third is still not coming home. The play goes to first. Runner on first goes to second. Right. Runners at second and third, same thing. Runner at second and third. If a grounder at the plate, the runner on third is not going to try to score unless he's forced. Now bases loaded. Now this was interesting. Was bases loaded? Bases loaded. The runner on third is forced. He has to come home. So I decided. Well, here's what we're going to do here. On bases loaded, If it's a ground ball, if it's a grounder, if it's 2 outs or more, the throw goes to first. Simple. Inning
Right.
over. But what if it's less than 1 out? What if it's less than 1 out and it's an in, and you call an infield in and it's a ground ball at the plate? If it's a ground ball on the plate, I've decided that if it's grounded at the plate, the runner on third is out by force automatically because it's grounded at the plate. The catcher should be there to tag the bag, to tag the base out, and you try to see if you can get a double play. Okay. That's how I'm working that out. I'm still trying to get some more rules clarifications on G2s in that situation from Chris, and I think he's working on it. But he did do some checking on it for me. He never saw a catcher throw to second to first with a runner on first base.
Gotcha.
He never saw that. Okay. Now, what about a runner going from second to third? Try to get the runner. What if it's runners at first and second, and the runner on second has to go to third? You can have the 2-5-3 double play. Okay, so you're all rolling for a double play, but you're rolling for a 2-5-3. The catcher's throwing to third, and then you try to see if you throw to first, but no pivot rating because there's no pivot rating because the third baseman doesn't have a pivot rating. Okay, and it's just straight GDP off the batter and the pitcher, and that's it. And no infield in. Remember also the runner on third, his base running rate is reduced by 2 when the ball is at the plate of the catcher. Okay. So that confused me a little bit, but he clarified it, stating that no, if there's a runner on first base, the catcher's not going to try a 2-4-3 double play. That would be a rare play.
Right.
That would be a very rare play. The catcher's going to get the ball and say, okay, I'm not getting the runner at second, the runner at first. Why am I even trying? Just throw to first and get the batter out, and the runner automatically goes to second. That's what we're having the issue with that. Some people were saying, what about the double play? What about the pivot ratings? Do pivot ratings come into play if you're not in double play depth? They still do, okay? Even if you're not in double play depth, the pivot rating, because even if you play back, I mean, if you want to play with a runner on first and play back, that's fine. And if you got a batter with a ground ball double play rating of 5 or something like that, so he always hits into 1 if it's a grounder, you might as well play back because then, okay, it won't matter. You still roll the GDP. The only thing you bring the double play ratings in is if you play a double play depth, you get that +1 to the double play rating, but of course you take away from the range. And we've seen players, get bitten by the range, when doing that. To me, inside pitch is just so much fun to play. Looking forward to starting 88 in a couple of days. Looking forward to see what the next season will do starting in July. I'm already thinking about next season. I mean, it's funny. I haven't even started 88, but I'm already thinking about the next season. You know how you listen to you listen to the radio and a great song comes on and you're singing that song, but you're thinking, what's the next song going to be? You're already thinking it's not about the song you're listening to now. It's about the next one. So I'm already thinking, okay, we're about to do 88. What's going to be next? 1969.
Well, here's a question for you with inside pitch. I know you don't do the calculations for it, but I wonder how much from 2022 to 2023 the ranges for infielders is going to change because of not being able to shift.
We'll find out, won't we?
Yeah, it could be a big difference with some of them. They might not get to as many balls, and their range could really change.
Remember, his cards, okay, we've not played. I mean, I did do a 2020 World Series between the Dodgers and the Rays, okay, in inside pitch. I did do a 2020 World Series. That's the only contemporary baseball series I think I've done. Everything else has been 60s, 70s, and 80s, and 190s, but I haven't done a 90s in inside pitch, although 88 is actually pretty close because in 88 really is this. I mean, 88 is getting close to this. Is getting very close to the steroid years. It's getting there, but it's still considered part of the defensive era, which is from like 82 to 93. But how his range is going to change in 2023 are going to be very interesting. But remember, that's all baked into his cards. So
right, that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
it's all baked into his cards. So if like Jeff McNeil, who beat the shift a lot this year for the Mets last year, okay, and now that there's no shift, his batting average should go up about 20 to 30 points higher. because Jeff McNeil finished with like a 320 something batting average and won the batting title in the National League for the Mets with no shift. Okay,
Right.
you could have even a better average. Okay,
Correct.
for left-handers, which is going to make left-handers even once again more dangerous, and they, that they were because of the shift. And I'm glad the shift is gone. I think I took away some part of the game. I think they're still using that stupid runner on second base rule. I still think they're using that this year. Oh God.
Oh, really? I thought they got rid of it.
I thought they were too, but I don't remember them saying that we're not using that. I know the pitch clock is being instituted this year.
Right. The
Back it
bases
up.
are bigger.
Bases are big. Here's another thing. Here's a question. Pitch clock. If you don't, and the pickoff rating. Now you can only throw to the base twice.
Right.
The
Well,
third
3
time you
times
must
time.
pick them off, or it's
Right.
a balk.
Right.
Guarantee you there won't be that many bulk ratings in the 2023 that he does after this year. Won't be that many bulk ratings. Okay. So I know they're trying to speed the game up because of this, but I don't understand. When I was, you watch a game in the 1980s, I'll put there's sometimes there got channels that have 1986 Mets baseball game. I watched a game between the Mets and the Phillies. I think it was a game in May of 1986. The game lasted 2 hours and 24 minutes. And I think the final score was like 6-4. Game moved pretty quick then.
Right.
Why is it slowed down? Oh, gee, I know why. Commercials, money, media, all the stuff now that goes on through every single half inning. That the game is not slow. The game is not slow because of the game itself. It's because of everything that's done during the game. You take all that out,
Right.
baseball game will last about 2 hours. Everybody's fine.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm looking forward to the 2023 season. I'm really hoping the Mets lock down Correa. I know they're still having some issues with the injury he says he has. I tell you, as a Mets fan, I can't wait.
I bet. They
was
spend
down
a
here
lot of money.
down here in South Florida. I'm planning on seeing 3 baseball games with the Mets this year. 1 spring training, 1 in Lone Depot Park with the Marlins, and 1 in Citi Field. I'll be going to New York. I'm trying to make a vacation to New York in May on during my week of my birthday, 5/18, and the Mets are actually playing the Tampa Bay Rays at Citi Field. So I may actually be able to do a triple crown: spring training, away game, and home game.
That's awesome.
So I may be able to get so of course if I do go to Citi Field, of course, and that's in May. So the 88 season will be done by then, should be,
Right.
and I can do what I want. John Wise asking, what's wrong with the shift? Are they playing according to statistics? John Wise is correct. They are playing according to statistics. John Wise is correct. But the thing about the shift is, no, I wasn't affected by any of the hurricanes there, John. Thank you for asking, my friend. Unfortunately, the west coast of Florida got kind of smacked by Ian late last year, but I was fine. We didn't get hurt here. But and thank you very much for your concern, sir. But the shift, I think, took away some of the lefty abilities. And remember, the shift has only been around some teams tried it, but if you notice, you watch in the 80s, nobody uses the shift. In the 90s, nobody really used the shift. In the early 2000s, the mid 2000s, nobody really used the shift. The shift only really started occurring about the middle of the 2010s, something like that. That's when you started people saying, "Hey, look, we could take away all the left-handers by just moving everybody to the left." Okay, fine, but
Well, I think the biggest part of the shift was putting the short field like you do in softball.
right. And my question is this: on a shift, when a shift is left, why didn't somebody just bunt the ball to third?
Oh, exactly. Or learn to slap the ball.
Slap the ball. I mean,
Yep.
if you're a lefty, if I was the manager and you're a left-handed hitter, I'm going to say, hey, look, what we're going to do with this offseason? We're going to teach you how to slap bunt. Okay, we're going to teach you where when they have
We
all
both
these,
know why. Because my
know?
contract is going to be very affected if I hit 220 with 40 home runs and drive in 100 RBIs. If I hit 270 and only hit 20 and drive in 70, I'm going to lose money. So
you're going to lose money. But then again, But then again,
That's what it's about.
that's true.
And my whole thing as a manager, if you're my home run hitter and we're down by 5 and you're up there, I don't think you can hit a freaking 5-run homer. Get your ass on base for me. Now, in the 9th inning, we're down by 2 and there's 3 on, then you try hitting that home run
You try
in that
hitting the home
shift.
run. But if you
Play
got
situational
nobody,
baseball with it.
right? But if you got nobody on base,
Right. You take your
flat,
freaking base.
flat punt. There's
Yep.
there's nobody there. I mean,
Right.
that's why I don't understand. I'm saying, okay, everybody's got the shift in. You got a player at third, and then of course, if you have the second baseman, shortstop, shortstop, second base, and outfielder, okay, on right field. But then you got this humongous hole between second and third base where the third baseman is guarding the line. I mean, geez, you could just go ahead and pop. You don't have to bunt it. Really, you could just pop it up into the air, and
Well, my
nobody's
favorite
gonna
play
get
in
it.
baseball with that shift is that bunt single that drives the runner from first to third because there's nobody over at third.
Nobody there at third.
So he just keeps on running. That's my
Keep
favorite
on
play. I
running.
love when that bites him
If
in the butt.
a runner's on first, if the runner's on first, and you slap bunt it, there's
Yep.
not going to be anybody there. Guess what? He's going to be on third base.
Base. I
So-
love that play.
So
That just bites that in the butt so bad.
yeah,
Especially
it
if there's
does.
less than 1 out when you do it. I mean, less than 2 outs when you do it. Sacrifice fly, you scored a run that shouldn't even have been a run.
That's right. And then
Yeah.
and that's the thing. But I think taking away the shift is going to make the lefty a little bit more viable. I still hate the 3 batter rule for the pitcher because that took away some of the power of the left-handed pitcher. I don't like you don't have the left arm, the lefty, the loogie, the left out, 1 out guy. Okay.
Yeah, I
You
don't
have
mind that
guy
because
now.
you're a major league. Get guys out. If you can't get a lefty out, what are you doing in the majors?
Right. So but you got to bring up a lefty. So you got to bring in a left-handed
And-
pitcher to pitch to a lefty. But then
And
again, the next 2
the
batters are
manager
righty.
that started that, I love. I think Tony is one of the greatest managers in baseball, but he's the one that started that nonsense out there in Oakland with his 9th inning guy Eckersley, and then a year next he had an 8th inning guy, and then he had a 7th inning guy, and then he had the lefty matchup guy for the 6th or 7th inning that we need to get him. Like I said, I'm not knocking him. It's genius baseball as far as managing. But man, I like the 70s and 80s when your best pitcher pitched as long as he could, and you brought in a reliever, and he pitched 3 innings, and you probably only used 2 pitchers if he was winning the game.
Exactly. That's why in the
Yeah.
old days you had a starter. If he had a good lead, he could pitch the complete game.
Yep.
If not, if he pitched maybe 7 innings, you brought in an 8th inning setup guy, and then you bring in a 9th inning closer.
Well, I remember Terry
You know.
Foster with the Braves pitching 3 inning saves.
Yeah,
Suter
3 inning
with
saves.
the Cardinals, 3 inning saves.
You know,
Yeah.
Bruce Suter pitched 3 innings, 3 inning saves. Eckersley pitched 2 inning saves.
Yep.
Roger McDowell, Jesse Orozco,
The Goose.
the Gossage,
Yep.
they all pitch these saves now. Oh, okay. And he brings in a pitcher, and here comes the pitch, and it's a
Right.
fly ball center field, and he is out. Oh, here comes the manager. I guess
Right.
the guy after 3 pitchers, after 3 pitches, the pitcher is already tired.
And you know why he does that? Is because after the game, if he doesn't take him out, he doesn't want to be like the Baltimore Orioles and have to sit there and explain, why didn't you take him out and you lost the game? He's managing under fear of the freaking post-game press conference.
Yep.
That's what I think it is.
Post-game press conference, the
Yep.
greatest fear of every manager,
Exactly.
every coach, anywhere, when you
Yep.
actually got to answer questions to the press, okay, and say where the press says, "Why did you take that guy out?" And the guy's going, well, I thought it was a great idea, but well, I guess not." You know what? That's one thing about
Oh,
it.
thank you,
is-
PJ.
Hey, PJ, good to see you, my brother. It's just like, sometimes you just got to play the game.
Right.
Let's go back real quick to that 1979 game I had between the Milwaukee Brewers and the New York Yankees in that division series. I actually brought in a pitcher. I brought in the Brewers were the Yankees are making a move, and I brought in Azelstein, I believe, Ossenmacher, I think it was, to go ahead and pitch. Well, the dice landed on the HR, and Reggie Jackson hit it out and tied the ball game. You know what? You can sometimes make the correct call,
Right. They
Hey.
don't execute, right?
and they don't execute. I mean, you know what? I said to myself, you know what? If he beats me, he beats me. Okay. You know what? I'm going to pitch to Hank Aaron here. And if he happens to hit it out, he hits it out. But I'm pitcher. So great pitching is always supposed to beat great hitting.
Well,
Okay.
you remember the goose against Gibson?
Yep.
Yep. Dick
Goose
Williams
pitch-
gives him the walk him, and he comes out and he says, "I've had great success against him in the American League. I can get him out." And Dick's like, "You can get him out." And Tommy's at the dugout steps yelling, "He wants to pitch to you. He wants
Yeah.
to pitch to you."
What's the big
Yeah.
deal? And that's why I figure that I say, look, bring in your best pitcher. If the batter beats you, he beats you. There's
Yep.
nothing
You
you
tip
can
your
do.
cap,
If you
right.
make at least the right call. Bring in the right guy for the job. Okay. Even if you get beat, there's nothing you can do. I mean,
Well, this year frustrated me. What was it? Was it Oakland? The no-hitter against the Yankees struck out 14 Yankees, one of the best lineups in baseball, and you
Yep.
take him out.
he took him out.
How often this pitcher might not be in the league in 2 years? How often do you get a chance you let that boy have his chance of making history and being talked about the rest of his life, and his kid might hear about, "Hey, I was there when your dad 20, 30 years ago pitched a no-hitter against the New York stinking Yankees," you know?
Remember Clayton Kershaw had a perfect game going, and Dave Roberts yanked him out.
Yep, exactly.
That
That
was
stuff
earlier that
drives
year.
me
Clayton
nuts.
Kershaw had a perfect game
Yeah.
going. I said, hey, you know what? You got a lot of Koufax's type of stats there, but the one thing you don't have that he has is a perfect game.
Yep.
Okay. Which, and Koufax's perfect game was one of the most classic baseball games ever played in the history of the sport. All right. And if you throw a perfect game, then, that's something really, really special.
Exactly.
But he took him out.
Yeah.
Fine. The
And
Mets had a
me
combined
too.
no-hitter.
There's people in those stands, some of them is paying hundreds of dollars, that had a shot at seeing history, and you took that away from them. How can you do it? I don't get it.
That's why I think modern day baseball has, contemporary baseball. I love the game, and I always will love baseball. It's always my pastime. But there are certain rules or certain new, can you let me see? I can only imagine me going up to Bob Gibson in the 8th inning. He's got a perfect game going.
Right.
I say, hey, Bob, I got to take you out.
Yeah.
Bob
You
Gibson.
hit the 100 pitch mark. Sorry,
You hit the
man.
100 pitch mark, Bob. Sorry, you got to come out.
Yeah.
Gibson would look at me and say, look, I know you're my manager. I understand that. Get your ass back in the dugout and let me pitch.
Right.
Okay. Gibson
Yeah.
Seaver would say the same thing. Koufax would look at him and say, you're kind of Meshuggah. You know that, right? You know that. You're kind of forcocked the Meshuggah, Don't hock me a China. Get back. Get being Jewish, of course.
Right.
Get your ass back in the dugout and let me strike out the next 20 batters. Thank you very much.
Right.
Okay. But
Well, I mean,
it's all about pitch counts
we was
because
talking earlier about one of the greatest World Series games you'll never have again. You'll never have a John Moats and a Jack Morris pitching into the 10th inning. Never.
right, you never will.
Never.
You never will. And because it's because pitchers right now are putting more strength.
Throwing.
In
They
their arms.
don't pitch. They throw.
Right. They don't pitch. They throw.
Yeah.
You ever see Sandy Koufax? Sandy Koufax is the best left-hander in baseball history, but he also had the best 12-6 curve you will ever see.
Well, Nolan
Pete
Ryan
Rose-
probably threw 98 miles an hour, and then when he needed to put that ball up there 102, 103,
Koufax had a Pete Rose went on the show one day, and so Koufax took a melon off the table. Koufax had a curveball that did this, bang. He said, "Now how are you supposed to hit that shit?"
Right.
Okay, so
Yeah.
how are you supposed to hit that? You can't. Then when you think he got his curve, he throws his rising fastball. Even Koufax says the most dangerous pitcher, the best pitcher in the world, is the rising fastball. Okay, so but they pitched. Okay,
Yep.
They didn't. Today's pitchers, they
Because
throw.
that's one thing I'll give announcers can get on my nerves. But back in the day, they would say he reared back and put a little extra on it. I'm glad they don't say that no more because
No,
they're
they
rearing
don't,
back,
because
putting a
they're
little
always
extra on every pitch.
putting an extra on every pitch.
Yeah.
Koufax pitched 150. Hell, Nolan Ryan had what, a 254 pitch game or something like that.
Oh, exactly.
That will never happen
Right.
again here.
And I was on short days rest, if I remember
Short
correctly.
days rest
3
for Nolan-
days.
With Nolan Ryan.
Yes.
Okay.
I
That'll
remember
never
correctly.
happen again. The complete games will a complete game now is a rarity in baseball. And that's only if your team is up by 7, 8, 9 runs.
And you're
And
having
even
a
then-
few one pitch bats.
And even then, they may say, okay, you did your job. I'm going to bring in the left fielder to pitch. You know, P-Jet's right. Remember when they announced starting pitchers in the newspaper the day of the game after the meet? Sure,
Right.
absolutely. You look at the, if you look at the, like for instance, we got Jack Morris versus Roger Clemens Tuesday night. If the other games I had, the other choices I had for opening night, which I had a pretty good one. I mean, I had the Mets and the Expos, Dwight Gooden versus Dennis Martinez. That's not a bad matchup.
Is that the year Dennis pitched the no-hitter?
Yeah, that's the one, and the one that and Tom Browning's perfect game.
Yep.
88. All right. Which, by the way,
I just graduated high school. My buddy was a big Dennis Martinez fan,
and by
and
the
he
way,
was in boot camp in
mhm.
North Carolina, Camp Lejeune, with the Marines, and missed it.
And then you had I had Cleveland, Texas, Tom Candiotti versus Charlie Huff, Cardinals and Reds, McGrain against Mario Soto. But when I
Soto
saw
was a nutball. As a Braves fan, I hated him.
But when I saw Jack Morris versus Roger Clemens, I saw that. I said, okay, yeah, I don't need to read this. I don't need to read the schedule any further for that
You
day.
remember Soto against Claudel Washington? That was some classic matchups.
Matchup.
Claudel didn't like you pitching in the middle of the plate, more or less inside. Of course, he got hit up in Chicago. So,
but PJ's right. You look in the most newspaper and you want to see, okay, two kind of schmucks, going after the 9%. But then you see a game between maybe Gooden versus Mike Scott, or Roger Clemens versus maybe Ron Guidry or something. It's
actually, it was 87. I graduated.
Yeah, you and I, we're the same age, because I also graduated in 87.
Yeah.
So well, John, so you're older than us. How about that? You old man, John.
Exactly.
Wise, you old man. But then again, I'm old too. But you look at the pitching match. We couldn't wait to see the next pitching matchup. Because that's why I base some of these games on. But now today, I mean, what pitching matchup I'm looking forward to this year. I'm looking forward to seeing. I'm hoping that DeGrom, he's now on the Rangers. I'm hoping he stays healthy, and the Rangers visit the Mets this year. Because remember, now with the new schedule, you play every team in baseball now. So now it's no longer the 78 games you play in the division. It's now 60 games in division. Then 48 games. 45 games out of in the other league, and or more. Actually, I'm sorry. I think it's 47, because you play against your and you have a rival. You have a certain rival that you'll play home and home. Like the Mets will play the Yankees twice. The White Sox play the Cubs. The Indians play the Reds. The Angels play the Dodgers. Oakland plays the Giants twice. At home and home. Yep, the amazing Mets. And but then you're going to play a 3-game series against every team in the league. So now you're not playing 19 games against each team in your division. Now you're playing 12 games. I think it's 15. I think it's 13 or something like that games each team against your division, and home against the other teams in the league and others. So now, yep, exactly. And P-Jet, and another thing at P-Jet, sometimes you don't have a starting pitcher. You have an opener, and then you have a follower. So that you have a bullpen game, which I also think is ridiculous.
Yeah, but Tampa Bay started that.
Right. Kevin Cash started that. Thanks a lot, Kevin. But you have all of these pitchers, and you're looking forward to the next game that you want to see. I still love contemporary baseball. It actually is a lot of fun. I mean, I wish I think the postseason needs to be a little bit updated a bit. The way the postseason went in the National League, I really don't think Major League Baseball liked that. You
I
had,
know I didn't,
you
and
know,
I'm not a Dodgers fans, but when you win 100 games and you can't make it to the championship, something wrong.
what they need to do is the way I do it. I think you take the three. I mean, if you're not going to take the top two teams each division, fine. I prefer the top two. It makes it easy for me to check standings, so I don't have to make a wild card standings board. Forget it. Top two teams, okay? But okay, so 3 teams and 3 wild cards. All right. The number 6 seed plays the 5 in a 1 game, and the winner there plays the 4 in a 1 game, and that's it. If you're the best second place team, you only have to win 1 game to get the division series. But if you're the 5 or a 6, you got to win 2. All right. And you also, and it should be, and if you want to save travel time, the team that has it, you know, the number 1 second place team hosts both games. So it's all played at that ballpark. So if let's say Mets, Cardinals, Dodgers win the National League, okay. Second place, Braves, Brewers, Padres. All right. Let's say the Braves are the number 1 second place team. So the Padres will play the Brewers in Truist Park, and then the winner there would play the Braves in Truist Park. You could do it that way if you want, or like I said, you could, you know, play 1 game here, 1 game, 1 game, 1 game. You could do it. But the reason why I think I had an issue was, like you just said, the Dodgers won how many games last year? 100 and what? 10? How many games did the Dodgers win last year? 110? 110 wins and don't even make didn't even play in the championship series
game, right? And my other biggest problem is it takes 162 games to let half the league into the playoffs. I told Tim earlier, my dream is for Minnesota and Colorado to play in the World Series, and they're both shoveling snow every game. And maybe they'll think, maybe we should end this before October 31st.
Well, remember when remember 1997 when the Marlins went to Cleveland.
Right, that's what we was talking about.
Was that game 3 or game 4?
It was below 30-some degrees.
One of the cold. I think that was the coldest World Series game on record.
Exactly.
You know, one of the. I think it was in the 30s. I said, how can you play baseball in the 30s?
Exactly. And your biggest game, your biggest showcase is in the worst weather.
It's in the worst weather. Sense. I mean, really. Luckily for Cleveland, the last couple of games, the weather got warmer. After the 30s, the next game was like in the 50s or something like that. And we're both in the 50s the next 2 games at Jacobs Field. But
like I say, I keep hoping for the Colorado, Minnesota. And not knocking Minnesota. I'm happy that they went to an open stadium. But again, knowing what it's like, why wouldn't you have a retractable?
Oh, sure.
Roof?
I'm
glad they didn't.
Welcome to Target Field for today's Game 7 of the 2023 World Series. It is the New York Mets versus the Minnesota Twins. It is a scorching 10 degrees here at Target Field with winds coming off the lakes. Winds coming off the lakes at about 25 to 30 miles an hour. We got snow flurries scheduled today. So it's 10 degrees with the wind chill that makes it feel like minus 20.
Yeah. Snow scheduled for 10 p.m. Yeah. Snow scheduled for 10 p.m.
Grab the ball.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, that's why I just wonder. I mean, why? I mean, Minnesota could have built a retractable roof. You could have built it there. I mean, look at my place down here in Lone Depot Park. Gorgeous baseball stadium. Nothing wrong with that stadium at all. Not a bad seat anywhere. The only problem was not the stadium itself. It's unfortunately where they put it. They put it at the side of the old Orange Bowl. Yeah. Nobody in Palm Beach wants to drive all the way to Miami to watch a baseball game. It won't happen. So that was, and unfortunately, as much as I do, and I remember I love my Mets, but I do like the Marlins. I'm a homer here. I do root for the Marlins as well when they're not playing the Mets. Okay. But the lease down here for Lone Depot Park ends in 2038. The Marlins can't even bring. They can't bring nobody. Can't bring nobody down there. Okay, in 2038, I'm almost ready. I'm going to make a bet right now. The Marlins will move.
Oh, is
They
that
will
right?
get out of here, and that stadium will be a white elephant.
Mm.
And they will leave and go to a place where they will be fans. San Antonio in Texas. The Athletics got to get out of Ring Central. Oh, that's such a dump.
Yep.
Oh, that's such a dump. I thought
I know they're
I thought
talking to Las
Tropicana
Vegas.
Field, I thought Tropicana Field was the worst stadium in baseball, but at least it's enclosed. At least it's air conditioned. And although, okay, so the ball hits off the D ring and it's a base hit, okay, fine. But at least it's air conditioned and it's kind of comfortable. But Ring Central Coliseum, where the Raiders is a complete, should be condemned. And I was there for a game years ago when my daughter used to live in California, and I went to Oakland Coliseum to see the Athletics play the Giants. As a matter of fact, Barry Bonds playing for the Giants. And I went there, and I was around the stadium. I said, this place needs to be condemned. There are cracks in the flooring. There's cracks in the walls. There's not enough bathrooms. Okay. The what is it? The plumbing is awful. There's no drainage. It is an awful ballpark. And I said, Oakland, do you really care about having any sports? The answer is no, they don't. I mean, if Oakland cared, you would tell the Athletics, look, we're going to build you a brand new state-of-the-art baseball stadium. We'll pay, okay, let's go talk to the San Francisco Giants, pay rent, go play in Oracle Park for a couple of years, which would be fine, okay? Rent the place from the Giants for a couple of years. Like, remember the Yankees played at Shea Stadium for 2 years while Yankee Stadium was being renovated into Yankee Stadium 2, okay?
That was in the middle
For
70s.
74, 75.
Yep.
74, 75, the Yankees played at Shea Stadium for 2 years while Yankee Stadium was being renovated. All right. So the A's could play at Oracle Park with the Giants, share it with them for a couple of years. And then after that, you got a beautiful baseball stadium to play in. But nope, Oakland doesn't give a damn. So if I'm the Athletics, you need to go to Vegas. Vegas wants them. Vegas badly wants them, and they could build you a state-of-the-art, top-of-the-line ballpark. You've seen Allegiant Stadium, aka the Death Star,
Right.
which where the Raiders play. Can you imagine what kind of a baseball stadium they could build for the Athletics? If you've seen the football stadium, I don't know if the football stadium can be converted to baseball. I don't think it can. I don't think it was designed as a multi-purpose. I don't think it can be. Maybe, I don't know, but
They probably have to remodel it.
I probably have to remodel it.
Yeah.
I mean, but I think they'd rather build them a new one. So in that case, okay, get them out, Pete, have you seen the homeless camping on street? Yeah, P-Jet is correct. They're bad. They won't be able to support baseball. That's correct. So, I mean, P-Jet's right. So, just move them to a new, they want to move to Vegas. Let them become the Las Vegas A's. The Las Vegas Athletics, it actually sounds pretty good. Las Vegas A's, it rolls off the mouth pretty well.
Right.
Okay. If you want, change their
Athletics
name.
been everywhere. Philadelphia, Kansas City.
They've been up. You want, change their name. Change with Las Vegas Aces. You could do that too. Although I think the WNBA has that name now, but still, but change them to the A's in Vegas. They'll build them a brand new ballpark. Have them play in. Have them play. In a AAA stadium. I think there's what is it? Reno Ace. Reno in Nevada has the Reno Aces. They got a decent ballpark at AAA. Let them play there. Why not?
Toronto,
They're not drawing it. They're not drawing any fans to Ring Central anyway.
Yeah, Toronto played in Buffalo.
Toronto played at Salin Field.
Yeah.
They played at Salin Field, okay, and for a while. And they also played at another park too, Salin, and they also played in what was it? TD Ameritrade? I think park they played it. I think played down here too in South Florida for something like that. I know Salin Field. There was another one they did before they went back to Rogers Center. Rogers Center was being renovated this year. Rogers Center is getting some upgrades. Yep, they're upgrading that, and City Field as well. They're bringing in the fence. They're bringing in the fences a little bit more now. So City Field, it could be a little bit easier now to hit a home run.
This
So
will be the
Citi
second
Field-
time they moved the fence there, isn't
the
it?
second time. Yep. Remember when Citi Field first was built? You had that black wall out there
Yep.
that was so high, which unfortunately killed David Wright's career because he was blasting home runs all over the place. Take care,
Thank you.
John Wise.
Take
Honored
care.
to see you there, my friend.
Thank you, John.
Join me for Tuesday for opening night. You know, but you know, but they had a black wall, and unfortunately, David Wright couldn't hit the ball out in Citi Field. I mean, he destroyed Shea Stadium. He
Right.
couldn't hit the ball out of Citi Field. Citi Field pretty much ended. Yep, looking forward to it too, my good man. We'll see you then. And you know, so Citi Field kind of ended his career, but it was a pitcher's park. They brought the fences in a little bit now. Now it became more neutral. It became more of a neutral stadium. They're going to bring them in again. Okay. And so they're already at the ship. And I think, I'm not sure what the dimensions are yet, but now it'll be even easier to hit a home run now out of that. I think they were doing that to maybe lure Aaron Judge to the Mets, I think at one point I thought, but I really didn't think Aaron Judge was going to leave the Yankees. As much as I know they were talking about it, I just said, no.
Yeah.
Aaron Judge.
I didn't think money wise, I thought it was crazy because endorsements and all. If you're talking strictly money, a New York Yankee batting like he is, the endorsements and all, you give me $100 million more to play out in California on the West Coast, and nobody knows what's going on most of the year because you're playing when everybody's sleeping. I didn't see it making it.
It's funny. Oh yeah, really there, PJ. June 1st, 1969. Yeah, I was only a couple of weeks old.
I wasn't born yet. I wasn't born until November.
But the thing was is that what I figured that with bringing in the stadium and the rules now, and with Aaron Judge and the Mets still trying to pull Correa off, trying to get that deal done, which I still think it should just do it. Just do it. Just get Correa, sign him up. If you get to one World Series with him, all right, you already get your money back and then some. Steve Cohen is a multi-billionaire. Okay, you know how much? You know what he had to do? He had to empty a few ashtrays out of the cars that he had in order to pay these guys. All right, he could just sell one hedge fund and he will be just fine. Uncle Steve will be just fine. All right, so money is nothing but a reference for that man. But and this year was one of the highest free agency. I think, according to Spot Track, I think the total is $3.7 billion spent.
Yeah, crazy.
Now that's a total value of the contracts, not 1 year.
1 year.
Total complete value of all the contracts signed for this year, $3.7 billion with a B. All right. I just think, I'm sorry, is Aaron Judge really worth $360 million? I don't think so.
But the sad part is, look how much the Yankees are getting in TV revenue.
Yep.
How much they're charging you to come to. That's what irritates me. How much they charge you to come to the game and take a family there, which you can't afford. You got to make that your vacation to go to a ball game.
I went to the new Yankee Stadium too in 2016 when I went up there for a vacation. And of course, I did go to Citi Field that year for the first time. But I did go to see the Yankees play at New Yankee Stadium. Gorgeous baseball stadium. But the problem I had with it, it didn't look like a baseball stadium. It looked like a baseball field surrounded by an office building.
Is that right?
It looks like an office building. It doesn't look like a baseball stadium from the outside. You look at Citi Field, that looks like a baseball stadium. All right. Because that's modeled off the old Ebbets Field. Okay. That the Brooklyn Dodgers played at. Okay. It was modeled off the old Ebbets Field, the outside rotunda and everything like that. Jackie Robinson. Okay. Because the Brooklyn Dodgers played at Ebbets Field. The New York Giants played, of course, at Polo Grounds. All right. Which, of course, today that stadium would never be approved by Major League Baseball because of the line of the 279 down the lines.
Right.
All right. And the 458 to center field. I don't know. I can't believe they played baseball there for that long, Polo Grounds. But Yankee Stadium, I could hit a ball out of that place. I mean, it's the first year that Yankee Stadium was open. What was it, 2009? How many home runs are hit out of that park? What, close to 250?
Yeah.
I mean, wow. 250? I mean, come on. That's a launching pad. That's when they decided to raise the fences a bit. But I don't think, and it's, I mean, baseball stadiums are gorgeous. I love them. I love baseball stadiums. It's yeah, exactly, P-Jet. The first 2 seasons were at the Polo Grounds. They didn't move into Shea Stadium until 1964. That is correct. That's right. They did play at Polo Grounds for the first 2 years. Maybe one of the reasons why the Mets were so bad. Well, then again, the 1962 Mets were called the lovable losers. The funny thing was, even though the 1963 Mets were actually had more wins, a lot of people say the 62 Mets were actually a better team than the 63 Mets. But that being said, ballparks are amazing. And I mean, and then of course you get ballparks that say they're already too old. Like, for instance, what is it? The Braves just moved to the Truist. Your Braves only moved to Truist Park only what, a few years ago?
Yeah, it was 95s when they moved into Turner.
95, 96, right?
Right after the Olympics.
The
They
Olympics,
tore down
So-
part of the stadium and turned it into a baseball stadium.
Right. And of course, the Rangers played at the ballpark in Arlington. I think they moved into that in what, 19?
Right. I thought that was the second best ballpark in the majors.
Ballpark in Arlington was a gorgeous
I'm not an
baseball
Oriole
stadium.
fan. I live in Maryland, but I think Camden Yards is the best ballpark in the baseball.
Camden Yards is gorgeous. Camden Yards is beautiful.
They're they're trying to get a deal to get a new ballpark. It's crazy.
I don't know why. There's nothing wrong
either.
with Camden Yards. I don't understand it. I mean, you know
what I think it is, Robert? I think it is because people want to go to the ball game and not watch a ball game. They want to be entertained by all kinds of other bullshit.
Right. Because
there's nothing there besides a ball game. It's just a nice baseball park.
The Texas Rangers, I think, moved into the ballpark in Arlington. I think 1996. I think it was when the ballpark in Arlington. Now
it was a few years after.
Few years after you moved into the
Camden Yards. Yeah, it wasn't that long.
Right. 20 years later, now they move to the Globe Life Park. Globe Life Field. Okay, it was So I said, wow, 20 years and already you consider the stadium old?
Exactly.
20 years?
Yeah.
I mean, don't we have Fenway Park that's over 100 years old? Don't we have Wrigley Field that's over 100 years old?
Right.
I mean, I personally think, I understand how historic Fenway Park and Wrigley Field are, but those stadiums really are obsolete. They really need to be turned into museums. And the Cubs and the Red Sox need to be given brand new ballparks. Okay. I understand the nuance of the Green Monster, of the Ivy, of Waverly Park, and all that. But I mean, why can't you build the Cubs a brand new state-of-the-art ballpark where you barely put it? I think Wrigley Field houses 45,000 fans, I think, total. Maybe I think that's all they can. You could build. There's another thing. Kansas City Royals are looking to get a new stadium built.
That's a beautiful park.
Kauffman Stadium is gorgeous, but it is about 60 years. But it is about 60 years old.
Right.
Okay. The Royal Stadium, Kauffman, they're trying to get a new ballpark. The Los Angeles Angels are trying to get a new ballpark. They want to leave Angel Stadium of Anaheim, and they want to move to a new ballpark. The Rays do need a ballpark, that's for sure. As much Tropicana Field, I'm sorry, is no longer the worst ballpark. That goes to Ring Central. But they need a new ballpark, and I think they did get a deal. I think they're going to build them a new stadium in St. Petersburg or something like that. And and I think it's going to be a retractable roof, but at least there'll be a brand new ballpark. It won't be a warehouse.
Right.
It won't be a warehouse, which it is, because I went there and it looked like a warehouse from the inside. If it didn't have that slanted roof, the stadium would be a lot better, because then because the stadium has a slanted roof that goes like from here all the way down. Okay. And that's why the ball sometimes hits the D ring or the C ring or the A ring and whatever. Okay. And I would think, they're trying to get a new stadium. I mean, Montreal is trying to get baseball back. The Expos want their baseball team back. They're trying to build them. They want to build them a new stadium. They're not going to play at Olympic Stadium. They want to build them a new. I think they want to build them a new Labatt's Park or Jerry Park or something like that up there, or something like that. A brand new state-of-the-art stadium to get baseball back. The Expos want it. The Canadians want their Expos back now. They didn't want them in the 90s.
The players don't want to go up there and pay the money.
Right. They don't want to go up there and pay the money, but they want baseball back. There are teams that are looking already for new ballparks. I mean, it's ridiculous, I think. But you're right. Bring back the Expos. Love the Caps. Absolutely. The Expos had some of the best uniforms ever, and I always believe that the powder blue uniform the Expos had with the racing stripes was one of the best visiting team uniforms, ever. I love the powder blue. The Expos had it. The Phillies at one point had the powder blue. The Cardinals at one point had the powder blue.
Yeah.
The Mets uniforms, I really wanted to bring back the race. I want the racing stripes back so badly because those are like the 80s. The 80s had the racing stripes on the sides. And the problem is why when they took them off, I said, it makes you look too much like the Yankees. The Yankees are just straight pinstripes. The Yankees don't have any alternates. They just have the NY and New York. Right. That's it. All right. Why do you want to look like the Yankees? Bring back the racing stripes. Give this Mets team its own image. Bring back the racing stripes. It's what's the problem? I mean, I think the uniforms I have for when I wear to Mets games, they're for the throwbacks. They have the racing stripes on them. I prefer them. They look a lot. They look look better, look flashier. But then again, nothing beats the Astros rainbow uniform.
Right. Well, I think it's funny that everybody's imitating the Pirates. The Pirates back in the 70s was the first team that I knew that had about 4 or 5 alternate uniforms. Now everybody has them. Yeah.
I think that the Astros rainbow uniforms are the best uniforms ever in baseball history. When it comes to uniforms, I prefer the Red Sox cap with the black B, not the black one. I think that when they had the red cap in the 70s, the red
75,
cap,
76, something like that, wasn't it?
The navy blue brim and the navy blue B. I like that cap. I like the Pirates yellow cap instead of the black cap.
Oh, did you? I like the black.
I prefer the yellow with the black brim. That I thought that just gave the team.
But I like the old circular.
I preferred that. I like the old Marlins caps. I'm sorry. I mean, when the Florida Marlins became the Miami Marlins, I like the old Marlins cap when they had the teal blue, then the teal blue and the black, and then the black with the F on it. I think that gave the Marlins more of a image to them. I still prefer.
I'll tell you what, I can't stand those blue jerseys the Braves wear on Sundays.
Oh, you don't like
gosh, those? No. You can barely read the number. The number blends in so much. Yeah. I don't like them.
With the outline. Yeah, no. I still prefer I miss the Braves jerseys when they had the A in script. The light blue jerseys with the A.
Yes, 80, 83.
The late 70s, 80s, the late 70s, 80s Braves cap.
I like the A was also outlined in red.
Right, outlined in red.
Made it stand out.
Made it stand out a little bit.
Yep, I agree.
I like the Astro Shooting Star uniform of the 60s. Yep, when they were the Astro Shooting Star uniforms. They were also very nice. I still prefer the old Milwaukee. I'm glad Milwaukee went back to the glove hat.
Yeah.
I prefer that over anything else they've ever done. The MB glove is still the best uniform the Brewers have ever had. The Reds have never really changed it. They still got the same C. The Cubs never changed. Yankees never changed. Now, the funny thing about the Yankees, the Yankees actually have 3 different logos. The logo on the cap is different than the logo on the jersey. Okay. The logo on the cap is different than the logo on the jersey. And then the primary logo is different from the logo on the cap and the logo on the jersey.
Right.
You have 3 different NYs the Yankees have. All right. But then again, the Yankee main logo with the bat and the hat and the Uncle Sam's hat really hasn't changed much. And yeah, then PJ brings up the Padres. Hey, the Padres, the brown and gold cap, you
Yep.
know, with the gold on the front and the brown on the sides. That was
Yep.
an awesome baseball cap. I don't know why they don't wear that anymore. That would look great in what their uniforms they're using now. They're now using the brown and yellow again. I don't
Yep.
know why they don't bring back that cap. That cap would be awesome. You know, the vest jerseys, yes,
Yep.
Reds, Indians, Athletics, the sleeveless jerseys.
Yeah.
And remember the day the White Sox wore the shorts.
Yes, that was
When the
back
White
in the
Sox wore the shorts. I
Yeah.
actually like the old White Sox, the 80s White Sox when it had socks written across the front, and and they had socks written up the top of the cap. I like that one. I seem to like that uniform better.
those 83 Sox uniforms made you look fat
80
with that freaking stripe around there.
Exactly, with the stripes.
Lamar, he really looked fat pitching in that uniform. Sure, he wasn't a small man anyway.
I like the old, I actually like the old Texas Rangers uniform when they had the powder blue away jersey that had word Texas.
Oh yeah, I forgot
And then
about
they
them
had-
wearing
it had
powder
the
blue too.
block
You're right.
T on the cap, and it had Rangers, across the
Yeah.
top. The pullover shirts. Remember, they didn't have the button down; they had the pullover.
That was in the 80s. They
That was
all
like
went
the
to
80s,
softball.
late
They
70s and 80s, and they had
Always
the
remind me
pullover.
of softball teams.
Remember, I still prefer the old Seattle Mariners when they had the M, the trident, but with the star right behind it.
Yes.
Okay, before they went to the new before they went to the 88 they had the S. In the 88 season, that's when their logo has the word M, the M's on it. But when the Mariners first came out after 77, 78, they had the M trident, but it had the star on it, which I thought was better. How about the Indians blood clot unis? Yeah, oh God.
Yeah.
Those hurt my eyes. I'm sorry. those old Indians uniforms hurt my eyes, especially with the C that was kind of like crooked.
Yeah.
From the mid 70s.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Those uniforms were wacky. I miss the old California Angels uniforms. Today's Angel. I'll be honest. I don't like uniforms where the team name, where the jersey is the same as a home jersey, is the same as the away jersey, just gray. In other words, I think every home jersey should have either the logo or the name of the team on the jersey. The away jersey should have the city.
Yes, they do. The O's still do that.
There are certain teams that the Angels don't have that. They have Angels at home and Angels on the road. Okay, they don't have Los Angeles or anything like that. The Angels cap with the silvery halo. P-Jet's right. At least the Mets, the Yankees have the logo, but at least the away jersey says New York. The home Mets jersey says Mets. The away jersey says New York on it. Okay, I feel
The Orioles for years never had Baltimore in
Right.
their away jerseys for years.
Right, but now their away jerseys say Baltimore on it,
yeah.
and the home jerseys. And I tell you, I like the 70s Orioles orange jersey.
Yeah, that's what
I
PJ was
love
talking
that
about.
jersey, the orange jersey that the Orioles had. I like that old one.
I tell you the truth, I like the real bird that the Orioles had in the 90s. The actual
Yeah, it
real
wasn't
Orioles
bad. It
bird.
wasn't bad, but I prefer the smiling Oriole.
Oh, do you like the cartoon?
I prefer the black cap, white front with the smiling Oriole. I
Yeah.
just think that looks so cute. Because I'm a closet Orioles fan. I like Baltimore. I don't think that's the Orioles. I think they're awesome. I went to a game at Old Memorial Stadium years ago, and one game at Camden Yards at one point. Sure, I have nothing against the Orioles. I like the O's. The O's are awesome. I hope they had a good year last year. I think they have a better year this year. They really surprised. They almost made it in there. Yeah, they had the real bird in the late 50s, right? Exactly. I miss some of the uniforms back in the day. I miss some of those uniforms. I really miss some of those uniforms back in the day. The Cardinals. I like the Cardinals. See, the Cardinals have Cardinals in the front, on the front and the rear on home and away, but they do have that St. Louis alternate.
Yeah,
I think
now they do.
that gray St. Louis alternate should become their
Yeah,
away.
them and the Orioles for a long while was the only teams that didn't have their city on the away jerseys for years. Now, like I say, Baltimore does.
And but I love the one thing I love about the Athletics. I love that green and gold. Green's my favorite color, so I love green. I love the green and gold. I think the A's. I always love their colors. I mean, you know.
I guess the Dodgers don't have LA on their away jerseys. They
Well,
got
the Dodgers used to have on their away jerseys. They had in the '80s. Actually, Dodgers had the word Dodgers outlined in white all around it. They took that off. I think they should put that back on. That makes that away uniform look a lot more distinctive.
Yeah.
Or have it say Los Angeles with an outline. I just think when you don't put that white outline, kind of brings it out a little bit, kind of makes it look 3D. Without it, it just looks like that the name was like stitched, and that's yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of weird that way. What can I say?
Oh, I love the A's golden green.
Brother, it's almost 10 o'clock.
Already.
I think it's time to close it down here.
You have a
Dwayne
good
Martin,
one.
it's been an absolute honor to be
Same
on
here.
your channel today, my good man.
I appreciate it.
And P-Jet, thank you. And everybody that joined in the chat, thank you very much for joining us. They kind of hijacked me here. I had no idea they asked me until I saw an email. I said, oh, fine, why not? I'll join the show. So, like I said, guys out there, watch Dwayne Martin's channel. He's awesome. And remember, guys, Tuesday night, opening day, 1988 baseball season, Detroit Tigers versus Boston Red Sox. Okay, it'll be Jack the Cat Morris versus Roger Rocket Clemens. It's a great way to open up the 88 season as we're starting another one. So join us at it'll be an 8 o'clock start, since I'm going to use my games usually start at 7:30, but since it's an opening day and it's a prime time, we'll start it at 8 o'clock. Give a little more people to get home and whatever to watch it. I know I'm going to get a good crowd, hopefully, for that one opening night. I usually do. So we'll see you there, guys, for the start of Inside Pitch on RGL Network. Dwayne Martz, again, thank you very much. An honor,
you're welcome.
sir.
Thank you, bud.
And we will see you on Tuesday night.
Yep, I'll be there.
You have yourself a good night, sir.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Alrighty, y'all have a great evening. I want to thank P-Jet, John Wise, Ken Castro, Tim Tribe Fan, Robert, Dave, JT 2.0 for stopping by tonight. Like I say, hope to bring you some war games on the channel this year. Hope you all enjoy that. Bring you some Glory Days football, some more of that, and continue doing red, white, and blue. Continue doing Glory Days boxing. Do the Let's Play tennis. Want to put some lacrosse blast on the channel here with my daughter. Like I say, y'all have a great evening. We'll see you next time. Y'all take care.